seems to be that that's the measure the public perceives the player to be, is how many bracelets you've got.
Let's shuffle up and deal.
Colin?
Daniel Negreanu is chip leader.
You don't have patience.
You're right. Come on.
It's the one true measure of poker greatness.
From ultimately crowning a champion here in this main event. Tremendous resilience.
Nearly flopped him dead.
Oh my God. An absolute stone one-outer, Matt. Pocket queens is a not funny development for a rather deep-stacked Ilani. 5 bets to 75,000. Fantastic decision there.
Great
My
weight.
goodness, bravo, Ron Ilani.
And he shows it. He shows the kings.
Well, if what you just soaked up has got you excited, I've got good news. 2024 World Series of Poker Europe main event Day 3 action is coming your way from the King's Casino in Rozvadov, Czech Republic. Ali Najad alongside Justin Young. Karlenko Aladzjan is handling the sidelines today. Boy, I hope I did that surname justice, Justin, as so many have done justice to their stacks to earn their way here into this Day 3 coverage. An absolutely amazing turnout as per usual, and the tension levels have very much gone up. As we march our way to the money bubble here, broadcast schedule, the first thing we'll take a peek at. Of course, today we bring you Day 3. Tomorrow, Day 4 coverage, and then Day 5, the final day, comes your way October 9th, Wednesday. Still 3 full days of play are going to be required before we whittle down the remaining hopefuls to an eventual champion who will claim the lion's share of an over 7.2 million euro prize pool. Victor Blom of Sweden, the online phenom who goes by Isildur1, hoping to be among those that punch their ticket to that final day and perhaps even that final table. 820,000 in chips in front of him. His countryman, Nicholas Osted, knows what glory tastes like. He just made it to the final table of the World Series of Poker main event in Las Vegas this year. 850,000 for him. And get a peek at Germany's Sirzat Hisu, the high roller, over $1 million. He looks very steely, determined, and prepared for a bid. Italy's Andrea Ricci, however, has himself the chip lead. Over 2 million cobbled together, and I would imagine many pelts claimed in the process. Former champions proudly displaying their hardware about the room. Last year's champ, Max Neugebauer, was eliminated on our coverage yesterday, and we dive in to the feature table for your first glimpse at the stack distribution. 15 bigs will be on one side of the bookends, and on the other, Ukraine's Yaroslav Ohulchansky.
Nice.
84 bigs. And of course, the U.S.'s Sean Deeb, a man who, Justin, you're intimately familiar with from having played throughout the years at the series here in Las Vegas, and a guy who takes the WSOP about as seriously as anybody you could hope for.
He absolutely does. He's a fantastic player and a fantastic person, but he's the kind of poker player I want to be like. He looks at the World Series schedule and he just wants to play all the events and he wants to win every single last one.
He wants to play them all so badly, in fact, Justin, that I've actually witnessed the man doing wind sprints between two separate simultaneously occurring live events where perhaps he made a day 2 in the first of them, and then he wanted to register the other, and he doesn't want to late reg and miss hands and do that, so he's literally looking at a hand in one event, running across Bally's or the Horseshoe, taking the other hand, and he's even sometimes got a laptop in his hand playing an online event while that's all happening. So triple headers That's what Sean Deeb's capable of, and I don't think too many people have that on their resume.
No, absolutely not. I remember seeing him do that. This is probably 2010, and I thought it was so admirable. I decided to do it for 1 year. Never again. Like it's not a smart idea. Like, not that I'm in great shape, but man, I was just missing hands and just blinding out slowly in both. So kudos for him.
I'm glad that you brought up great shape, because at the time that I saw Sean do it, he was not in great shape. But if you look at him here now, he is about in as good a shape as you could ever hope for, having won a massive $1 million prop bet to get his body fat down to a certain amount against Bill Perkins. Meanwhile, Roman Hrabic, always in great shape, especially when he picks up a bracelet in the online triple trays already. And how about Dongwoo Ko? Two-time WSOP ring winner. He's here to play. Looks like he's all kitted up.
Oh, yeah. He looks very focused.
Nice
And
stack.
smiling, too. I like that.
Oh, yeah. A little bit shy maybe about the cameras. Never shy. Jan-Peter Jachmann, main event 4th place finisher back in 2023. That was good for 3 million smackers. The German always bespoke looking. You know what I mean? If I need to make an FT or maybe meet you on the aft deck for a cocktail, here aboard the SS WSOP, I'm ready for that as well.
He's dressed for all occasions.
All occasions, for sure.
Oh, we have Diedrich Fast at this table, too.
Talk to me about Mr. Fast.
Oh, he's a tremendous German player. He's been around just as long as I have, I believe, which means he's old. And he's a wonderful player. And he's on Deeb's right, which isn't the best for him, but I'm sure everyone at this table is going to be quite a test.
Well, Kolazar not going to test Deeb's open. Under the gun, ace-6 of diamonds has brought forth this click. Blinds, by the way, 6 and 12,000 with a 12K big blind ante. 136 players remaining of 768. Average stack, 564K.
And I'd probably expect him to 3-bet here with a large chip lead here, and approaching the bubble, get to put some pressure. Even though you got a sticky Deeb with plenty of chips as well. But this is just a very nice spot with 2 nines. Like, you just can't mess up this hand, I don't think. I probably expect Deeb to fold and Kolazar to, I thought he'd think about it for a little bit, but no, just the pressure works.
So a nice pickup there for the 2 nines.
Yeah, the chip leader at this table, anyway, gets a little healthier.
You know, anytime those 3 bets do come forward from a guy who has a chip lead, especially if you lack baseline with them, you begin to wonder if this isn't just assertion, throwing our weight around, trying to establish that we are the alpha male here in this pack, or female for that matter, or if there's actually a strong hand over there. And it can be really difficult, and we've seen some very peculiar responses to those sorts of pre-flop actions at times where people are non-believers and then they forgot that the chip leader can also still just get a hand.
It's true. Like, I mean, the social dynamics of approaching the bubble of any tournament is always fantastic. It is always tough to kind of, even if you've played with players before, you have to kind of relearn their new baseline for the day, because everyone changes their strategy slightly based on their stack, based on like how big the money bubble is. Oh, and we do have an all-in here.
Yeah, based on how big ace-king is. From the cutoff over the top of Kolazar, who got caught in that crossfire moments ago with ace-10 suited, this time with ace-jack offsuit.
And I think he has about 12 blinds, so in all honesty, even if he has a strong hand with ace-king, he's probably kind of rooting for a fold, in all honesty. He doesn't want to get looked up here by 2 7s or 2 6s or anything. And he's probably pretty happy to take it down and move on, even though he is in a dominating position right now.
The Hungarians
the yellows on point. Yeah.
may very well be familiar with one another.
You want to bet $100 and get
You're really good at these flags.
Oh, I'm good at it, but I'm sure you're good at it as well.
Yeah, I like the flag game.
Man. So Italy's is not, I know it's not, that's Hungary.
Are you doing the thing Berkey did yesterday when we had the green, white, and red, and he was like, what is that, Ireland? He just, the 3 colors, and he would just spit out.
Oh, I had no idea. But no, I would be shamed to play the flag game, even though I'm worldly-ish.
That's it.
Well, let's see whether or not
Florida for you?
this ace-jack is going to see any tourism. No, it just gets shipped.
Bahamas is
It's for half a stack. Ace Jack looks nice. It might just be, I wouldn't say posturing, but a little bit of just, all right, please don't do that
No,
again.
not circuit, no. I go to one circuit stop a year, and it's my first thing I ever played regular.
I spy one. Alexander Shilko, third on the Belarusian all-time money list, 4.4 million in front of him. We did have an opportunity to witness him at the feature table yesterday. Did quite well for himself. Who else do we have still in the field? Yanxing Sang of Hong Kong, seventh on their all-time money list,
Wow.
just south of 4 million in total earnings. He looks checked out.
Yeah, he's checking TikTok right now. I don't know.
Season 8 of Selling Sunset dropped on Netflix recently. He might
Oh.
be just making sure he gets through the finale. I doubt it, actually.
Yeah, no, he looks more like a perfect couple kind of guy on Netflix, I think. Oh, this is why I love Sean Deeb. It's just relentless. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, D plus button equals raise. The 7 deuce suited is the least of the considerations here, as he's made it 25,000, and you know he's doing it against the chip leader. The dude is fearless, Justin.
And then, I mean, he ends up just bulldozing ways through these spots where, like, a lot of people, you get 3-bet once or twice, you get kind of like discouraged. Not Sean Deeb. He just keeps going until you submit, basically. And yeah, I foresee these two guys playing a few big pots today. I think one of them probably will not come out the other side.
Well, they're getting to know one another on a Queen 6 tray board where neither has found any improvement with the betting lead and position. D barrels through.
It is a tough spot with Jack 4. I mean, if you're going to defend it, it's not the worst board to float or even check raise, but still, it is intimidating to go against Sean Deeb just in general. I hate to hype him up too much more, but you know, you get in these spots and here it comes. Yeah, he did have a plan.
Oh, Holchansky, unafraid of the weeds with just a dusty Jack 4, plays back. These, of course, are the arguments against tussling with that 16-point buck.
Well, someone should tell Sean Deeb. I don't think he'd listen to us even if he...
We know he wouldn't listen to us, Justin. And by the way, why would he when he's got the resume that he's got?
It's true. There's a reason we're here and he's there, I suppose.
Fair points. And by the way, credit to Holchansky. I'm sure he knows who Deeb is. Anybody that plays in the World Series of Poker does. And he was absolutely undaunted. Check raising and adding to his chip lead. Back-to-back entries into pots and profits for him. And when I mentioned chip leader, by the way, not in the overall field. Of course, we saw Ricci with north of 2 million. He's the overall chip leader. But at this table, and quite relevant, it is Holchansky who holds court. And yet it is Kolazar who takes a nibble here with his ace-8 off. 10-7 into the bin. Now Shahar of Israel in the big. Another 13, and you can see 3, sir.
Yeah, a lot of times, like, you might concern yourself with being the chip leader of the tournament, but, like, having a good relative chip stack to the people at your table is most important, and like, especially when it comes to, you know, approaching the bubble like this, get to abuse people like Sean Deeb. But get to abuse people, you know, you don't really concern yourself. Having 80-some blinds is more than enough to put some pressure.
There's Vladimir Troyanovsky.
Oh, a wink.
Morning. Fourth on Russia's all-time money list, and very much in his natural environment. 8.4 million cobbled together throughout his career, and it gets a lot more impressive when you consider how long ago he started playing the game, because you can't get to 8.4 in 1 or 2 events back when he was first doing it. And here's Tocci, third place finisher in the main last year. 682,000 was the haul there, looking to add to his figure. The Italians really do show up en masse here. That's a nation that supports poker very healthily.
correlation because of
Jack
my
9-8,
food
meanwhile,
intake,
back at
you
the
know?
featured
So I
table.
guess if I would
Bottom
take
pair for the chip leader, who I believe opened this one
have a
on the
better
button.
food
Madani
intake, like
defended
the
understandably
when
with the
and what, and
ace-6.
then
This is
perfect
not the board he
timing,
had in
then
mind.
it
Knuckles
could have
over.
an effect on me having a higher output, but like when you just the source is just fed, right? The energy source is just fed, and
You have a lot of different, like,
and then I was just able to press more.
a lot of people on ketosis end up losing a lot of lean muscle mass during because your body needs energy and ends up breaking down muscle as well.
It is a part of it, but I do pictures and I feel and I see like this, for example.
Yeah,
It's
you're
gone.
gonna get more ripped.
It's gone, you know. So this is where the body takes the energy from.
Apparently some fitness discourse there involving Deeb and Madani giving this 8-3 a little workout here. Careful what we wish for when we tussle with these chip leaders. A check raise to 80. Sometimes, however, Justin, you can leverage that backdrop to make this check raise look mighty.
No, for sure. And like, just another one of those hands, like he can't continue by calling, and it puts a lot of pressure on him. Like, I do expect him to call quite a bit of the time, just knowing, oh, well, see, there's another reason like they're here and I'm not. But I don't know. Like, if you're going to see-bet, like, even a medium strike fan, I think you have to be prepared to call a lot, especially as wide as people are check-raising these days with almost no equity.
You know what's interesting? If I'm parked in Oholchansky's seat, and not that anybody's looking at me as the oracle, but just my instinct is that's a man not check-raising me on a board such as that after defending against my button open without being prepared to proceed. Now, as we could see, it was just a sneeze and take it in terms of a 3-bet opportunity there. But where are we looking to go with 8-3?
Well, I mean, a lot of times you get check raised in those spots. They're medium straight fans, and like you know, some 10Xs are always going to be involved, some 8Xs, 9Xs, and then some air, like some like Queen Xs and even like 7Xs, like get to like proceed that they can't check call, so they have to either check fold or check raise. And to me, it's just like, it's the raises that much more. Is like, prove it to me one more time. Like, you know, like I'll throw in another 55,000 just to make sure that you're committed to this pot, because otherwise I have position and I can represent almost anything on the back end. I think again, I'm pretty sticky, but like I think I'm going to put extra pressure on these guys and just call and make them fire one more bullet.
Well, the first bit of pressure being applied by the Austrian there. I'm going to go with Karlich. Gerald Karlich, but it could be Karlik. It depends on what part of the world we're from. He's there midfield, 4th in chips right now, a few more than he had moments ago, courtesy of that ace-queen, 49 bigs.
I'm going to go Karlik, just for fun. I don't know, we can go back and forth.
Gerald Karlik?
I have €3.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I feel like Karlik is going to do well today, but Karlich maybe not. So.
Yeah, okay. Karlik, you know what? I'll allow it. Our apologies in advance, Gerald.
Yeah.
Regrettably, we are not on site out there in Rosvedov to just run over, tap you on the shoulder, as I'm sure you'd be thrilled to have us do, and say, how do you pronounce it? You'd be like, dude, I'm in a hand. I just opened ace-queen. I'd be like, yeah, but I got to talk about you.
New dealer?
In preparation for today's stream, I watched some hockey last night and tried to pronounce everyone's name. It did not go well. I guessed wrong quite a bit.
It's a real minefield out there. Once the Finnish guys show up, too.
Oh, my
the
gosh.
Swedes sometimes can really throw you some curveballs. Meanwhile, Deeb, very much a curveball and knuckleball pitcher, takes the mound here. Ace-6 off suit, pocket 7s for
definitely a qualifier.
The shortest stack? No. Ron Shahar, not
not
the
too bad.
shortest stack.
He's working a little over 40 blinds. Is this music playing while they're playing? The music we can hear? That sounds,
That's happening on the casino floor.
That is
by the
awesome.
way.
I kind of like that.
When you're running good, you like it a lot more than when you're running bad. I'll
That's
tell you
true.
that. Meanwhile, 7s, a flat caller. They're looking up at ace-jack 4, and that board did indeed leave Shahar behind, as oftentimes we anticipate it would. Given the raising ranges we would expect Deeb to have. Now note that Sean has chosen not to follow through and instead he checks this flop, Justin.
Yeah, he's just more protecting his hand. He knows he's not going to get a whole lot of value from a weak ace like this. He's probably looking for one street, maybe if he wants to get greedy too. So yeah, just checking back, just pot controls everything, kind of like lets you define stuff and lets him maybe fire off some bluffs with some king highs and queen highs.
So Deeb didn't c-bet. Now the delayed follow-through of 30K, courtesy of the pocket sevens check back. Third overcard has presented itself. Not that that nine's the one that we're so worried about.
And I think it's 15% paid.
Yep, Shahar.
Yeah, it'd be an ambitious call. But
yeah, stepping aside.
Very suspicious check on the floor.
Oh.
Apparently some sense that our man Sean was slow playing there. We have altercations elsewhere in the field earlier that involved Sean, and this was a massive double ace-ace versus ace-king. And Deeb sent catapulting up the leaderboard courtesy of that exchange. Notice how he just takes it all in stride. There's no on your feet, fist pump, clap your hands. He's just like, yes, send the...
Been there, done that. Next stand.
Can I get 15 back? Thank you.
Yeah.
15 change? Thank you.
It is nice to be on the right side of those coolers. Aces versus ace-king.
Oh, man, we saw some incredible stuff at the feature yesterday during our day 2 coverage. Matt Berkey and I, ace-king versus kings versus queens.
Wow. They get it all in?
King, queens and ace-king both folded pre.
Wow.
That table yesterday, you know,
Wow.
and for those of you that may have missed it, welcome, by the way, streaming us on YouTube or the Kings Razvadov, YouTube channel. You can go back into these archives and watch, and I got to tell you, it was a collection of clinicians in terms of sound, deeply correct decision-making in really difficult spots. And I expect that crew that we assembled for the bulk of that feature table yesterday, it was the back half of coverage, they're going to be making very deep runs, just fundamentally way too sound. Meanwhile, this Queen 6 is not going to like the sound of Mr. Fast, playing fast. Courtesy of Queens, out of the small blind. He announces 104K, a suited ace in the big for Sean. Unclear how appetizing this is going to be found. I would imagine not so much.
I wouldn't think so. I mean, he's three-betting the chip leader out of the small blind. He usually screams strength. Not that Fast doesn't have some wiggle to him.
Dietrich, that is three-betting.
Yeah. So it's a pretty big sign of strength there in the easy fold for the Queen 6.
Yep.
Even though it does look like Deeb wanted to put a little pressure on him.
I wouldn't have folded ace queen.
Yeah, Deeb's like, what are you insane? Ace queen.
I wouldn't have folded that either.
Do you know who you are? Not who I am, who you are.
Yeah.
Not close.
Probably just should have just looked at one ace and not even looked at the second card.
Well, stranger things have happened out there. Well, we check in on Cecile.
Good luck.
Fatin, I want to say.
Fatin.
World Series of Poker Circuit Dakar winner. There's Monika Zukovec of Poland, an ACR Team Pro. She's still got herself some chips, it would appear. Simone Ramekers, 190,000 in front of her. And Renata Simona Vicien, current stack over $1 million in front of her. As multiple ladies have punch tickets to day 3. Love to see it, obviously. Kristen Foxen very much carried the torch for the ladies this summer in Vegas. Incredibly impressive, and for that matter, heartbreaking exit from the final table by the other half of Team Foxen.
Yeah, and a lot of people gave her some criticism for her play, and I don't know. I respect. She got there for a reason. She thought she had a read and a feeling or whatever it was, and she went with it. And I respect that, regardless how it turned out.
Yeah, in fact, arrival at the final table there, I would be willing to bet, was the product of multiple reads such as that. So to orphan or abandon that which brought us here feels a bit incongruent. Granted, we reserve the right in any given situation, but, I, for one, will not be criticizing anybody who decides to do that which they've been doing to great effect. Meanwhile, the effects of 6-6-3 are far greater on Queen 6 suited, which defended the big blind against the fast open than on this ace-7, which could find itself a little trouble. Pair textures, these ace-highs like to just usher opposition toward the exit with a little sprinkle. No heart out there. By the way, Joe Cocker on the soundtrack, you got to be real careful about the sort of bluesy tracks because somebody on a bad session, they just run right out the front door and play in traffic.
Yeah, just one REM song away from ending it all.
Oh, man. Everybody hurts. 12,000. And A7 is going to find pain.
Yeah. The fact there isn't a heart out there might save him a little bit, but...
You surprised at Olshansky's choice to just check raise here and now with trips, so much hand?
I think he's just balancing everything. I mean, we saw him do it earlier with Jack 4 on a pretty non-connecting flop for himself.
Fair.
So, granted, it's not like he got to show that down, but I think if you're going to check raise those hands, I think you probably need to be consistent with your bigger hands as well.
Yeah.
Not
Balance.
yeah, exactly. Plus, Dietrich is, he's supposed to have a lot of hands he's going to continue with on that flop.
It's a man that plays fast.
Yeah.
He can't help it. Chip leader continuing to trend in the right direction has looked very tidy thus far here in the early going. Listen, I'm in the booth. I'm not stuck. I'm not winner. And I'm telling you, listening to Joe Cocker in the background is bringing me to bad places.
I'm really hoping someone pushes fast forward. I mean, I do like the song, but
that'd be so great if like the, media manager came in over a PA and was just like, apologies for song accident.
We are taking requests, but we are sorry. Garlic requested this song an hour ago.
Well, King 10 offsuit, hijack.
Right.
I admit sometimes, not that we have enough data that points in this direction, but if I've opened a few, and then I know that this would be legitimate, but I get the sense that this is the 5th open, and it can't really take the heat, and I expect heat to come, I'll just let it go.
No, I almost said something when he was thinking with the King 10. I was like, you just got check raised, you got smacked. Maybe I just pretend it was King 4 and just put it in the muck. But
yeah.
It shows some resilience, and it does show how dialed in he probably is right now.
Oh, boy, and that
rewarded.
dialing is perhaps going to be fruitful as he's got bottom 2 here against top pair. Shahar defended his big blind understandably with this ace-4. Now knuckles over.
Two pairs a little vulnerable. You might bet up the sizing a little bit here.
We don't want to see an ace, queen, or a jack on the turn, so this 35K comes forward. Is that adequate sizing, Justin, or you would have gone a little healthier?
I would have gone a little bit bigger, just because a lot of times you're probably only going to get one street, not to mention you're protecting your hand. It's even with weak aces like he's against right now, or he's going to be against some king queens, jack tens, things of that nature that probably have to give up on turns.
Especially turns such as this, which are so dry in the face of another barrel, which is not compulsory from fast with King 10, or do we need to continue to protect?
I think you, I think you bet probably about 100K, be my guess, my inclination, but these guys are so good. He might go 1.2x pot or something. That'd be a sexy bet. But really put some pressure on the medium aces. Looks like 90, I think. 95. I like it. This just puts ace rag in jail a bit.
How much do you play, Mo?
Ooh, that's a question he'd like to hear.
Thank you.
95,000.
Fast just gets to bet so much of his range on this kind of board. All his pairs and gutters. Top pair of aces could be good here, but it's so hard to continue. And he sized it just perfectly to leave himself a nice jam on the river. Fast did. Does make a fold. That's a good fold.
I mean, a third of our chips roughly back, and then unimproved on the river. Are we doing anything other than praying for a check back there? I mean,
that's it. I mean, I think if you call turn, you just close your eyes, and unless something super scary comes, you just have to call river. And I like how he mitigated his loss there. But to Fast's credit, he can just bet all his queen tens, jack tens, king jacks, king queens. Ooh.
Well, let's see.
Right.
What is Isildur doing out here?
Ooh.
Apparently
Aces.
taking a pot and doing it with pocket aces against ace jack of diamonds, barring any disaster. Chips have come forward. No diamond. No problem on a 4-5-6 board, and the ace jack draws dead.
One more closer to the money.
And Victor, the covering stack here, is claimed to pelt. Blom.
Man.
Third on the Swedish all-time money list with just shy of $6 million in career earnings. Has his stack up to, I'm going to say 1.2 million-ish.
Yeah, sounds right. Do you think you could name the other two Swedish players that haven't beat? I think I got one.
Osted, I would imagine.
Oh, Osted, yeah. I guess
is one of them.
That's not the one I was thinking.
Don't tell me you're thinking Eric Sackstrom.
No.
Okay, because that's Cash. That's the
Yeah,
Cash
that's
Street legend.
I was thinking the knife, Martin de Kniff.
Martin de Kniff, I thought, played under the Danish banner.
Oh, I thought he was Swedish.
Wow,
Well,
look at Justin just lumped all the Scandies into a big pot here.
All Northern Europeans look the same.
By the way, next time you want to train for surname pronunciations, just watch some World Rallycross, and then get yourself familiar with just how many K's can be put into a last name. Meanwhile, King Jack 6 is not all that many chips have been deposited into this one, but a couple of ace highs have found their way to this flop. Madani defending, checking. We did see him check raise a chip raiser who was a button open, but Karlik, ace 4 C bet from earlier position, and he will take it.
Easy? Huh?
€1.3 million.
Marching our way to the bubble, some of the sights and the sounds about the room.
I mean,
14,000.
there's nothing bad in the U.S.
And you big blind? Only
Looks like 116 places
besides Poker Go stuff. That's the only place
will
that
be
has bad
paid.
series.
But usually bad in terms of EV, like too many good players.
It's just there's not enough fish. Like you're playing, 70-person 10Ks with 50 of the best players in the world, and even the fish there are not that bad.
Is he talking about Americans?
I think he's just talking about the sort of tournaments
10 years
where
ago, I had a house in Philly and where I live now, and so I played a lot in parks and Borgata back then. But those mixed cash games kind of dried up a little bit.
The power of the big stack.
Olchansky, ace-8 suited. Melting through the field. Unclear how the small blind off of 142,000 is going to feel here with ace-8 of diamonds. As I mentioned, 116 places are going to get paid. 12 away from the money, and this is risky business.
It is.
But the presumption that the ranges are wide enough for us to jam and take it pre.
147, maybe.
I think you're off. It's got to be an 8.
There's the goes off. 75. 148.
Because the yellows. I'll stick to the oranges.
140.
Love this aggressive play on the bubble. This is something that a lot of people would shy away from, but he has a read. Knows all the chances. He's been opening a lot of hands, and he just thinks ace high is probably going to be good. He has just enough to make him think. Love it.
Well, if we are going to play it, playing it that way certainly rates to be the more fruitful manner, just given the fold equity. So one ace-8, muscles out the other.
12 away from the money and putting it all in. I like it.
I was going to say this does sort of give us a glimpse into what we're working with in that seat from Zoltan Vrancic.
Americans. Very fun to play poker with.
Didn't you
What's the
enjoy it
saying?
here?
ICM is for poor
No,
people.
this is not your
it's
average
a-
European stop, I feel like. A lot of pros hate
Yes.
coming here, so
Yes.
it's a better ratio than it normally is.
Maldeeb is always outspoken, never one to bite his lip. In many minds, he's regarded as sort of the resident warden in the poker prison. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like he just likes to fact check people, make sure stories check out.
I feel like half the community find him to be a hero, and the other half think he's a heel. So it's
Maybe it just depends if you're on the receiving end of one of
That's
his
true. Depends if you've done anything wrong.
exposés.
Yeah.
The less skeletons you have in your closet, the better off you are if you're on Sean's radar.
That is true.
Meanwhile, ace-8 suited once more has presented itself, this time to the other Hungarian, Kolozar. His 25K open is flatted by the chip leader's pocket sevens, and that's mindful of the position from which the raise came. Madani in the cutoff, flatting King Deuce of Hearts, however, Justin, and now Karlik mulls over from the small with King Jack of Spades.
Yeah. Suited hand on the button, plenty of chips. Not gonna get yourself.
Speculator.
Oh yeah, not gonna get yourself in too much trouble, but at the same time, it's gonna be tough to win a nice sized pot with King Deuce here. Ooh, all right.
Nice to be able to close the action and not be concerned about anything happening behind us if we're Dietrich fast with these 2 9s in the big blind. Karlik did call as well. Family pot, and Queen Jack 9 is damp. We've got bottom set. We've got a couple of gut shot straight draws, one of which has a pair of jacks to go with it. All we needed was a second diamond out there to really make things spicy.
It might come. I don't think anyone's going to be betting this flop. So,
well, Madani does have himself a king high flush draw to go with his gutter, but that is really wet texture.
yeah, if you bet this, you're okay playing for stacks if you lead this flop, I think.
Well, 30K
There we go.
into 137 isn't exactly screaming. Wow, that is a disciplined little muck there
It
from
is.
Gerald Karlik.
It's not so much the 30K bet. It's the people behind and then concerning yourself what's going to be happening on every turn. Unless it's a 10 or a jack.
Well, we know fold is
Yeah.
never on this man's
Yeah,
mind.
that's right. I like just the call in here, too. That's wonderful.
Ace-8 and the 7s bow out.
Big turn card for fast.
By the way, that bet
They still
by
didn't
Madani
announce
got a
it.
lot of mileage.
They're gonna have
as
a series, winter series
it
this year.
pushed 3 players into the muck.
I wouldn't
Now
know.
a bit of a pesky road to improvement from Madani. He's got top pair, but the 4-liner
What are
on
the
board.
taxes like? Do you have to withhold
Plenty of
for US
10x, I would
taxes?
imagine, in the big blind defense range.
Nope.
Yeah. For it not being a heart, that's a pretty good card from Madani
Yeah, just gotta
to
remember,
not put
the
any more
volume's
money
like
on. He
3,500,
gets showdown
and
value.
expenses, the flight. Like it's not. You're not going to crush it there. You can enjoy yourself.
Oh,
but
he's
it's
going
not
for it
like
again.
Yeah,
You have to go.
I used to play like one series there 2 years ago or something like this. It was fun, yeah.
Yeah.
80K this time into the 197, and I got to say, I'm a bit surprised to see it, but perhaps he anticipates that Fast would be more inclined to lead had he made the king high straight here, just given the face-up nature of it, and that leaves him merging.
Dingy place
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think he might be trying to get the showdown, but I also think if he gets called here, he might realize that his hand's no good anymore, and he might turn into a bluff. But I think he might just be trying to get the showdown with top pair, just trying to get some value from some other queen X's or other flush draws.
It is, of course, troublesome as we see the board failing to pair on the river. Fast has the best hand, doesn't know it. To have hearts ourselves if we're Madani, because really that's the kit we'd like to assign across the way. And so the shutdown on the end, and the nines are able to get
exact board you want to
face up for free.
That's why the bet on the turn is kind of nice. If you know if you check back the turn and Fast were to lead out 100K and you would consider calling, you know, maybe it's sometimes just better to bet 80K yourself. Save yourself some money and always get the showdown.
This is Alice Zeleny, I believe. We're checking in on here of the Czech Republic. No? Yes? Efforting. Ace Queen versus King 3. And it looks like...
All right.
Yes, it is indeed our man, and he is thrilled to be taking that one down.
Couldn't tell if that was a happy pound at the table or I misread the board.
Yeah, I confess, I didn't know who had what there, but it became quite clear once we established the pound was a happy one. That's the 2024 Wolf Millionaire by Euro Rounders. Rosvedov runner-up for $94,000 earlier. Looking to parlay that performance. Back over at the feature now, we find an open from Karlik on the button, pocket sevens. Fast in the small with call these ace deuce through ace five suited hands, solver bait, given the sheer temptation that the computers assign to them as 3-bet candidates, squeeze candidates. Here, however, Fast will play it as a flat. That allows Deeb to hop in for a price with Queen 9 off. 3 amigos with 93,000 in the middle. Eight, 9, Jack. Deeb with the best hand. Middle pair and a gut shot. Four of clubs rolls off after a round of knuckles.
Deeb is probably going to be even more confident if Fast checks that he has the best hand.
Yeah, generally speaking, one would anticipate that had the button connected more meaningfully than this, we would have seen a follow-through, leaving us perhaps a bit more proud of the nines.
I think so, yeah. It's a good 9.
On the order of nines, I tend to agree with you. Deeb, happy to fire 42.
Yeah. This is more just a protection bet. Just get rid of all the other equity out there.
And that's exactly what he does. Sean is one of these characters, Justin, who just, it doesn't matter how hairy a pot gets. It doesn't matter how dicey a lineup is at a table draw. I've never, ever seen him look uncomfortable out there. You know what I mean?
I do. A lot of it, I think, is his personality, just in general. But in addition, like it's the experience. Like he's probably seen more hands than than everyone else at the table combined. I mean, I might be speaking hyperbole a bit, but like it's he's been playing online since he was a teenager, and like just playing 25 tables at a time. It's tough to get rattled when you've seen every situation.
Yeah. Not a whole lot of novelty available in terms of spots for Deeb, who currently runs in third, as you got a glimpse at the chip counts.
And everyone here had the 10,000 euro to get in this tournament. And I'm not trying to say Sean's more comfortable than everyone else, but he's played for millions of dollars numerous times in his life.
Well, Mr. Madani has played pocket kings enough to know exactly how to approach them pre-flop. Upstairs he takes us, 26,000.
2 plus, 3 plus.
Okay.
Sevens now for Deeb in the small.
That was a nice sigh.
Inflation not on his mind. 1-7 into the bin, by the way. Not good news for Sean, who's going to be all alone and out of position against these Cowboys. 10-9-3, couple of overs. Unclear whether or not he thinks 10x, 9x is part of the equation for a Madani Open up front.
It's so schnell.
8, but 18.
Into 76 comes just a modest 18K, Justin. Not really a sizing that we anticipate is going to relieve Deeb of all of his range.
Yeah, I think Deeb is going to be calling just about everything, but this makes it nice price. Having the 10 and the 9 out there always presents more straight draws for the upper ends, the king jacks, queen jacks, king jacks, king queens. This is a spot where I fully expect Deeb to peel another one off, even if he does size it up here, which I'm sure he's going to do after down betting.
112 in the pot, and yet we continue to milk.
This is very milky.
Was ich Deeb habe. König Dame.
What are the arguments against the downsized turn bet after that very downsized flop bet?
To me, it shows that he has some showdown value. If he has king high or queen high or even some ace highs right now, I expect him to bet big, put pressure on a lot of these hands. His bet sizing says to me he has a hand that he's okay getting to showdown no matter what.
Okay, now interestingly enough, even though we see Sean check, this is one of those cards that when you down bet flop and turn and the big or small blind rather defender gets to this point, that backdoor flush, middle pair card pairing could put us in a bit of a blender if all of a sudden Deeb were to have risen up for a healthy size. And look at Madani, unafraid whatsoever of that development. Barrels once more.
1, 2, 3. And then, okay.
1, 2, 3.
Well,
60K.
The milk might work here. To your point, I thought Sean might consider it, maybe a check raise, just merge it a little bit. Probably would like to have the 7 of diamonds in his hand instead, but again, this just shows that he has just a ton of value. But I think Sean sleeps very well at night and doesn't have to worry about what the other person had very often.
You know, he didn't look uncomfortable, but he did look a little bit confused by the line. And so 60K worth of curiosity satiated as those sevens find showdown. And unfortunately, they find the muck as well once shown kings. Nicely done there by Madani, by the way. It actually ended up to be a tidy little line he took against exactly Sean's range.
I agree. That was clever. I think a lot of players might lose Sean on the river here, but he stuck to the tiny sizing. He's impressed at this table. He's maneuvered a little bit, got away from the king high flush draw after turning a pair without losing too much. It's been good comeuppance. Is he the chip leader of the table now?
Not sure.
No, it's getting close.
Raise.
Jedes Mal, wenn ich mich umdrehe, ist eine bastelt.
Deeb on the button.
Literal jede Hand.
Takes it up.
9 Hände. Ja. Sagen wir 15 vielleicht.
Olchansky with a spoonful of medicine, maybe a whole bottle full, if I'm being honest. In the big blind, he wakes up with aces, 3 bets to 100,000, and this is where we really love to wake up with a hand as good as this, because when we 3-bet, in particular against a guy like Deeb, who's not afraid to get down the streets, as we see him call with this queen jack.
Not to mention, we just saw him lose a 3-street battle. Sometimes you get a little, I don't know, a little sensitive. You want to get the chips back right away.
Trip 4s on the flop. This is really gin for aces, but maybe not so much against a hand like Queen Jack, which we would have preferred was given a reason to continue more than just a draw at a pair.
Oh, look at that. Look at that bet. You just bet 10%?
Look at Sean. I mean, not lost on Sean at all. He's like, really, buddy?
But I like it. You're going to get all the action you would from all the other pocket pairs that Deeb might have, but you're also going to get him to make calls with queen highs and king highs.
Deeb peels and now draws dead.
At this point, I'm sure he's just going to be attacking a lot of Deeb's medium range here. Just hoping he has a lot of, like, 5s through 10s.
A little north of $250,000 out there, and in comes the second act. 80,000. Queen high says goodbye.
Show one card. One card. See, just one card. I don't. I won't see. I won't see. Where should I see?
Looks like we might have a future audience member in 30 minutes.
Fast. Very curious about chip leader's hand there. All right, quiz time. Justin,
right.
How many players participated in the very first World Series of Poker Europe main event?
Ooh, I want to say I know this. I'm almost positive it's A. Like I hate picking like either the least or the smallest or the biggest number, but I was looking up some of the past winners this morning, and I wanted to say it's 362. I'm gonna go A.
Oh yes, indeed. As the booth is batting 1,000 in the quiz streets since my arrival.
Oh.
I'm not sure how Jeff and Brent did with one another on day 1B, but Berkey did very well yesterday, and now Justin off to a good start. And it just goes to illustrate how far this particular event has come since 2007.
Yes.
Here we are, 7-8 offsuit, cut off, Deeb. Back-to-back L's being hung on him, and he is undaunted, undeterred, continuing to battle. And the small blind of Olchansky may very well come forward here with ace-10 of diamonds as a flat. Shahar ace-8 off.
Oh, all right.
This was an unanticipated outcome. Rather than just close the action with the ace-8,
and something.
it gets reopened. And to what do you attribute this? Is it perhaps that bruised, recency of Deeb losing two hands and thinking he's open, light?
I mean, I would think so. You see Deeb opening every other hand that gets to him. You can't have it all the time. He's just got punched in the face a couple times. And then with Oleshansky just calling out a small blind, obviously he's going to have a lot of quality hands. But he didn't 3-bet Deeb for a reason, so his hand's always going to lie in that medium strength range. In all honesty, ace-10 suited is probably near the top of it.
They did have a cheeky little exchange for a moment there. I'm not sure
The hand before.
how that's going to factor in
What street do you use most of the time? 3?
to ace-10 of diamonds decision.
I think he used a 10 chip.
There was one time with maybe
Was it the turn?
2 or 3 hands before or the last hand. But there was for sure a time banking used from him.
You don't like the fold, huh?
You don't like?
You don't like the fold?
And he's not.
I'll tell you what, that was pretty impressive there. Situational awareness,
No, mine.
thinking chip leader's not really going to be trapping out of that small blind all that often, and
Should have 5.
he certainly would have
He
exploited
used now one, no?
the
you
Deeb
used one?
open if he thought Sean was light himself and
Why waste your
had something with which to do that.
He
So
wants to make the money.
kind of a
maybe.
nifty little
Yeah.
approach and a fruitful
They
one.
will have,
Especially off, I
decision.
think he had like 35 blinds to start the hand.
Less than 10 players have
That's
to bust.
good. You get in like
No, I fold.
quarter of your
So let's
stack.
see it. It's payday.
Really?
Oh, yeah, of course.
What are you gonna do?
Somebody else
All
you
that
don't
money.
fold.
I shove.
Good choice.
Cry.
I hope so. We'll see.
Couple of crabs for garlic.
Spin it on roulette.
It's just a bubble thing.
This guy looks like Kaka.
Look like what?
Kaka. You know the player Kaka? He's like the same.
Which raise?
This guy, you see there, he's looking like Kaka.
Not sure.
Deep is just
Young,
relentless.
young,
Just won't stop.
Queen deuce of diamonds this time, and of course this increase in VPIP is not lost on folks, in particular Shahar, as we noticed with that ace-8 trick moments ago. Madani with an opportunity to approach an ace-8 offsuit of his own in the big blind. He will simply defend. Different proposition, unable to squeeze someone in between. We always love seeing an 8 in the window. What we're not going to love is the fact that we're up against a queen high flush, as Deeb with queen deuce suited finds Jin on this flop with 68K in the pot. 32K follow-up.
After seeing Deeb play so many hands in a row, it's going to be tough to let middle pair go at any point.
Check call. And that's about as dry a card as you could hope for, which I think is what was responsible for the chuckle, Justin.
Yeah, that's, I was to say, he's got to be, at this point, I know we know what they have, but just rooting for the scariest possible river card. Because he is going to be calling this turn bet. See how big he wants to go. I like it.
105 into 132.
He's got to be thinking Deeb, if he had the ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, queen of diamonds in his hand,
in the big
probably
box.
takes similar lines.
Mystery box.
What?
I don't know. Maybe cat. Maybe dead cat.
Maybe, how you say, fork and knife, you know, like a set.
Fold.
Wow.
For
What
the
a
house.
fold.
Maybe.
I'll tell you what.
Spoons. Everything.
That's impressive.
That's not an easy muck, but I think it
No.
was some future street consideration there where he's like, I call, I'm staring at Sean Deeb. Is this a guy that's likely to let off the throttle And even if it were to come, let's say a 3 of spades on the end, how much do I like having to call off a big bet there? Probably not much.
That's
now
fair.
then, Michael Dick of Germany, 1.6 million. I suspect that's not how I'm supposed to pronounce the surname, Justin. I'm sure in Germany it's Dieck or something like that.
Well,
Pavel Svac, 1.7 million in front of him. He's doing all right.
oh yeah. Happy wave. Having chips, what are we, about 9 away from the money? And
I got to tell you, though, having 1.7 million in front of you, direct right of Nicholas Osted,
I knew
that,
that
you know,
he will fall to me, so maybe
could
I
be
use
kind
it,
of a tough
but I will
assignment.
do
it does, but like sometimes it's a blessing. Like you can't attack the bubble as much as you like, but you get to play kind of stress-free poker. You know, you don't have to fight too much if you don't want to. You have enough chips to get through
I
everything.
might use this theory, but once
Down to 124 with 116 paid. Meanwhile, back at the feature, Fast's Jacks have raised, and yet again, Ace-8 is delivered to the big blind.
That's the hand of the day. Oh, is he going to do the same thing he did last time with it?
I feel like the deck is trying to teach us a lesson of some sort.
Wow.
Vrancic just bows out, of course. He's got his eye on that money bubble and wanting to get on the right side of the membrane, 174K in front of him, and
amazing call on my,
he'd like to find better spots.
Tournament life. Amazing call on my tournament.
He went all in with that exact hand over Olszewski's open, like an orbit ago. Just reads
The guy
perfect.
next to me had 500. I had 140.
What position I open from?
Another gun. Line was 5,000. I opened 10,000 equal. And the flop came 4, 4, 5, 2 diamonds.
Heater. Heater for fast. Jack's now 10s.
I bet 10K. Equal. I say, okay.
Raise.
Upstairs, predictably, to just 25,000. A click north of the min. King 10 suited, by the way, found the bin. All 10s have been accounted for.
Bet 10K equal. Game 6 of spade. Which
Yeah,
opens also
Vrancic.
spade draw.
Never going to
And
have that
diamond stays bet
appetite,
4, 4,
and
5, 6.
Karlik, for that matter, 9 deuce
I
off
bet
shouldn't
25.
either.
You make it 50. I call. And the river come ace of diamonds. I make 10,000.
You made.
I make.
You made. So he checked.
No, I'm under the gun. He's under the gun plus 1.
The first dealer
I
in
bet
the
10K
world who
equal.
got the empty.
25, you make 50
No, there's
equal.
like
River,
10 of them that do it
I
here.
make 10K.
Yeah.
Each
Here,
of them.
but
Okay.
I've never experienced it
Well, in
before.
Vegas, they do it at front tables and stuff. Some of the front tables are
King queen off.
You must not make a lot of them.
I don't make money. I played the wrong tournament. So.
46 minutes left in the level as you get a peek at the tournament clock there. Everybody well aware of the fact that there's going to be 8 heartbroken souls out of the remaining field. There's Risu on the right of your screen. Came in with one of the bigger stacks on the day. Meanwhile, back at the feature, guess who? Jack 5 suited. And this is beginning to feel to me like a bit of an exploitative gear shift on the march to the bubble by Deep.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's expecting some of these players to overfold, and I think he's getting quite the opposite.
2 pass. 3 pass.
Look at this tiny little 3-bet.
4 pass. 1
Nifty there out of the man who I had the sense was maybe in kind of lay back and let this bubble burst mode. These little pickups like that are very important to him as the clock does tick when the blinds come around on a stack of his depth.
I had noticed, like when we were panning around to other tables, I didn't see a whole lot of like tiny stacks out there. So maybe he feels some pressure to build the stack a little bit, but I think he's just exploiting the deeb and the over-opening of Olszewski as well.
Well, look at this. Shahar has maybe picked up on the scent that Deeb did, in spite of the fact that there was some resistance a moment ago that caused Sean to bin his Jack 5 of diamonds. Here we see Shahar with the kind of kit that we, under other circumstances, might not anticipate him entering the fray with.
Especially on Deeb's big blind, knowing that he's going to defend quite wide and fight tooth and nail a lot.
Yeah, Queen 3 offsuit, whatever.
That
Deal me
qualifies.
2 trash napkins. Let's just see 3.
If you can flop quads with it, he'll play it. Yeah.
Top pair here versus bottom pair on a diamond-free board. Snap check from Deeb. $27,000, the follow-through sizing. Deeb, of course, will be continuing. Does so in the form of a flat. 6 of spades, turn. Sean, quite content to knuckle over and see what the opener has in mind. And Shahar does find the check back.
Oh
and he
my
also
gosh.
finds himself kings up on the river here. Backdoor spades coming in, but I don't know that that's a concern, and value will be available provided that Deeb doesn't, for some, call it inexplicable reason, decide to bet. Could you block this? Or no, check just feels very sound.
I agree. I think you're more hoping to just be happy with your hand being a bluff catcher. You're hoping almost that he bets. This should be called fairly quickly from D, be my guess.
And yeah, there it is. Sean's like, okay.
That's respect. I like it. No, never mind. That look wasn't respect.
That was a bluff hand?
My any 2 is better than any 2 there.
Can flame suited king. It's just a beautiful hand.
I like that. My any 2 is going to be better than Deeb's any 2.
He ain't wrong.
That's pretty true.
I do it once a day.
Bold move, bold move.
Once a day.
So next time you see...
I carded. I have to make it one
Next time you see suited king, you fold? Come on.
Oh.
I love the jockeying effort for Intel, by the way. Is this Ostat with all of his biscuits in the basket?
Mm-hmm.
Hang on a second.
Oh.
He wasn't the covering stack, but it looks like he is the man paying off.
Oh, goodness. He is left
Ooh.
short.
Now that's pretty demoralizing there. $87,000, all that remains in front of the
It's a nice
Swede.
tournament, you know, but...
Left himself enough to hopefully survive to the money. Down to 7
Still you came, man.
out of
Somebody
it.
obligate you to come?
Huh?
Ask you to come or something?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So if they didn't ask you, you don't come?
Private jet, right?
No. Couple things, but no private jet. Got helicopter in the past. Not this year, though.
Like you work for them, or some, like
No.
ambassador or something like that?
Just a brand. You know Sean Deeb?
I know, I know.
He wrote an article on the 180 sit and goes back in the day.
I'm more curious about how to lose weight than how we play, because I also I'm on diet all the time, all my life. All the time, up, down, up, down, up, down.
With your weight?
Yeah.
Just like your poker
daily
game.
war, daily war.
6-7 suited has brought forth 27,000 from
450.
Karlik.
Cut empty calories.
It looks like 450, yeah?
Sugar, alcohol, drinks.
When you eat emotionally, it's more difficult.
Yeah, but his chips is too far from me, you know, I can see.
There are people that eat from hunger, and people eat from emotional.
I know.
When you eat from hunger, it's easier.
What do you eat from? Emotionally or?
The pantry, the fridge, the freezer, the drive-through.
Drink?
The drive-through. What's your go-to drive-through spot?
Sometimes, I mean, in and out.
Like you do
Yeah,
soda,
In-N-Out's
alcohol, you know, or just water and
It's a once-a-month treat for me.
King 7-5 board here, not exactly a treat for 10-9.
I know.
Only water.
Pair of sevens
But
for
it's not easy.
You
Karlik.
cheat with chocolate, don't drink Coke, you know?
But Pepsi Max is 0 calories.
That's bullshit.
This,
This is bullshit.
somewhere there's a corporate boardroom smiling very big over that Pepsi Max comment there. We got him.
So you're a nutritionist or something?
No, but I digged a little bit into the Coca-Cola Zero fake news.
I do like
Very
how
unhealthy
poker
sugar
has
induced,
changed from like 20 years ago,
zero-calorie
where everyone's
drink.
so healthy and health conscious now. And when I first got in, it was not that case.
See bet and take it, and I tend to agree with you, Justin.
Because they have to make up the sweetness.
Granted, I think I'd look better compared to
I know
the
artificial
people
sweeteners, but
I grew up playing
how
with.
much sugar's in the regular sodas is worse for you than the artificial stuff.
Thank you.
I'm relieved, by the way, because I've definitely gone down the Coke Zero path. I don't drink a lot of soda, but if I am going to ever, it's like with a pizza, something like that. I like reaching for a zero. Meanwhile, Kovazar reaching for the money here, 19 bigs. That he's going to try to stretch
I like Fiji.
a pass
It used to be the best water.
that threshold.
You know the brand with the skull? You know the brand with the skull? They made amazing
It got
brand.
bought out, and like it's not nearly as clean, and it had to sell so much more.
Really?
So it's not. But Aquapan is one of the best.
Didn't they have like
Aquapanna is fantastic. Justin actually
Well, it's like, here's the thing
BYO
is, like, think about it.
Panna
Being a
into the
glass
booth
bottle
today.
is gonna, like from the elements, is going to be a lot better
Okay,
for
let's-
you. Plastic is much worse.
Let's compare. Let's compare.
I regret to
Aquafina with-
inform those of you at home who might have thought that Justin reached for the correct panna. I couldn't believe that they actually bottled it in plastic because I think the glass has very much to do with why it's so delicious.
And I agree. I think that was its appeal over all the other water brands because they sold in glass bottles, and
You know this brand?
now
They
you
made
can't find
amazing
one.
branding, man. It's so expensive and people are buying it.
I
like
guess
crazy.
Don't know that.
Deeb has found
Probably
one.
not. Probably not.
Sparkling water in a can.
Probably not
Better
worth
skull?
it.
I will tell you at the break. No, not something again.
Can you drink?
Devil something. They call it like devil something also.
Where are you living?
Romania.
Romania. The tap water is not good.
It's good.
It's good, yeah. So you don't need the skull canned water.
They sell it in the store. It's like, I don't know, very expensive.
Is he referring to liquid death?
told me not to drink the tap
So,
water.
Which is the canned water.
yeah, it looks like it should be a malt liquor drink. Instead, it's water.
It looks like the kind of thing that should put like Mountain Dew to shame, but it is just canned water. Meanwhile, it is just a 6 offsuit, but it's the chip leader, the money bubble, and a 3-bet to 100,000 over the top of this Deeb Open. Note that Sean is pipping.
Mm, 13 minutes.
And he does release. Weigh in, YouTube chat. What's your favorite bottled water? Remember Voss? What happened to Voss?
Oh, yeah. I might be dating myself here. Do you remember when Johnny Chan came out with his own water for the World Series of Poker?
I loosely recall that.
I think it was called like All In Water or something like that. But yeah, the Rio.
Pretty creative.
That's all. Like if you ordered water, you got Johnny Chan's water.
Really?
Yeah.
What happened with that? Didn't work out?
I mean, I haven't seen him or an All In water in quite a while.
I've seen Johnny. Johnny's out there. He's making moves still.
See in the mixed game streets?
He's in the cash mix game streets.
I like
Yes,
it.
indeed.
No.
Raise.
Upstairs we go. Deeb's VPIP is just absolutely off the Richter scale now. He did fold to the 3-bet moments ago with an A7 offsuit. Here he is, suited edition, hijack. The diaper.
Very clean, though. Clean diaper.
Where
No
do you
thanks,
live?
says
In
Madani.
Spain right now.
Spain?
For some reason, even if you
Malaga.
lose 4 opening pots in a row and then you take one down without contest, it feels really good.
Malaga.
Feels like you're back on the right train.
These are the moments where the likes of Sean Deeb tend to shine. Patrick Yaros, 10th on Chichia's all-time money list, 1.8 million in career total earnings. He seems poised to work his way into the money and beyond. $123 remaining now. If you just closed your eyes and heard the word raise right about now, Justin, who would you think was saying it?
Well, I think I know someone else is about to say it as well.
Yeah, Kolazar, hijack, ace, king off.
Dream spot. Got Sean Deeb opening every hand. Look down at ace, king, and a shove stack.
Good luck.
Jams the 231,000 somewhat predictably. No resistance from Sean, understandably. Well, what do you think, Justin? We going to burst that bubble in a hurry, or is it going to really start to grind down here? Obviously, we know if Sean has anything to do with it, we'll potentially get there in a hurry, courtesy of some sort of gnarly beat.
Sean might be. Oh, he finally has it.
Yeah, ace, king of spades, and this is where things become dangerous with something like 90% VPIP over the last couple of orbits.
I always expect these bubbles to take a while. All of a sudden, the money, I'm sure it's 15,000 euros, becomes very real to people. You know, you put in all these hours over 3 days, you want to walk away with some money, tell people you made the money. Oh, boy. All right. Well,
another ace-king surfacing in the small blind here after Madani decided to speculate on the button with 4-5 of diamonds. And that makes the proposition even more attractive than it already would have been for Vrancic to get his chips forward. He jams. Now, this is not an insignificant 229,000 for Sean. He is, of course, the covering stack, and ace-king of spades isn't really looking for the muck. He will ask for a count.
no, for sure. But I think Sean's picked up on the fact that people are exploiting his opens, and he's getting 3-bet a lot. This is a welcome sight, even though he is going to just have some 8s and 9s here, so, and have to flip for half of his stack. But you know, he'll have the 1 flush draw against the 2 flush draws, and most likely they get to chop up Madani's money.
On. Followed right.
Yeah.
And Deeb over the top just to usher Madani further toward the muck in the event that he
Double suited ace king.
had something that might have left ace king with an issue.
On TV, never do bad jokes.
Okay, sorry
10%
about this. I will
edge.
never do this again.
To Deeb, given the presence of the spades as we play a 500,000 chip pot. Danzig.
Now I will 3-bet you every time.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Wow.
See you, buddy.
GG.
That is a devastating development there. Dare I call it unjust? Granted, we noted the 10% equity advantage. We just don't usually expect it to come to fruition in spots such as that.
Open every time. When you have a hand, you take them on.
Because of your cap.
Just like
You know-
I know you're
that. Deeb
jealous
is
of
just
it.
as healthy as he was when we started the day.
Yeah, Zoltan
It's good for the people.
gets showered.
Yeah. 22.
Indeed. Gets pumped up
I'll
en
make a
route.
deal with you. We have
to the
hats
money
like
bubble.
these that say Friends of Team Lucky. You win this tournament, I'll make sure I'll mail you one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Only if you win, though. If you get second.
Okay.
Actually, if you get second to me, that's okay, too.
That's a deal.
Well, the mood light at the feature table and the field lightened a click. Three-time bracelet winner, Yan Xing Zhang. He's been lightening some folks. I mean, that stack reads healthy. He's not trying to chisel his way onto the inside of the bubble. Meanwhile, back at the feature, chip leader has opened with ace-3. By the way, gentlemen in the background there, I don't know if you caught a glimpse of that. Picking an interesting place to find a catnap. Jacks could make things interesting here. Not, however, compulsory, especially on road to the money bubble, to inflate things out of position.
I agree. It's nice to be under rep too. Like you can just know. Oh well, not now, but just comfortably get in a check call a couple streets and know you're probably gonna have the best hand. But
Uncheck.
On an ace-king-7 board, however, we recognize the issues afoot.
still probably need to peel one off. Having the jack of diamonds is really nice. Plus, there is some attachment, I guess, when you kind of slow play a bigger hand than you're supposed to. I feel like most people, including myself, we want to see one more street with it. Just prove it to me.
Yeah, in case it's a one-and-done sort of effort. Olchanski, though, has been in line for the most part, so we'll see what comes on the heels of 20 a man. Just because Olchanski's got this ace doesn't mean that he's going to be in the mood, pardon me, for another barrel. Predictable second check out of the jacks. A check back this time. Oh!
Oh, my.
And Jacob, dressed in spades, knocks on the door. Where do these cards come from? I mean, I'm not suggesting that all of a sudden this is going to be some seismic pot, but perhaps these are the moments that positively reinforce the peel.
That is true. And I like the check back from Olchanski on the turn as well. Just pot controlling, and it's probably, well, fast is going for the check raise here, it looks like.
Might that have something to do with the sizing, though, from Olchanski? If all of a sudden he comes with full pot, maybe check raise isn't what's on our mind here. Some queen 10 could be afoot. I don't think pocket aces, pocket kings are what he anticipates.
No, not those. But yeah, queen 10 is scary, but this
25K is not.
25K makes his life a lot easier.
Take a picture of those chips, because you're not going to be seeing them after this action.
Now it's just how much does he want?
$125.
It is 125. It's also now.
He gets paid.
Ace king.
I'm a little surprised by this choice to call the extra 100,000. I mean, what about you, Justin?
Well, when you put out that adorable bet on the river, betting 20% of the pot, it part of the reason you bet it is to hope that your opponent spazzes out a little bit, finds a check raise with missed diamonds or a 7 that he doesn't think can possibly be good anymore.
But I don't think he really likes playing the river street for 125K with ace 3.
Right. Yeah.
And if the proposition is plus 25 minus 125,
he might have the best hand with the
but
tens that hand.
it could be plus 125 when he, taps the table and says, you got me, I was bluffing. It happens sometimes.
Does it? Often enough?
A lot of Justin Young types out there. Some people just can't help themselves, Just like when you tease them a little bit with that tiny bet, it tests your manhood a little bit.
Put it in your
questions do get asked out there.
Oh no, in his
Olshansky.
I think his King Jack with the King of Hearts is the one bluffing there.
Fresh off of a balance transfer that brought him down below the 7-figure threshold.
King with the straight jaw.
Gets back after things with 9-7 offsuit, and the timing is poor considering Ace King Spades is paying a visit to Carlik's button. Three scoops to 84, and this time Olshansky concedes. Now earlier, Justin, you may recall that I asked the chat to weigh in with their preferred waters. Some interesting submissions, by the way. Got Ozarka. That feels like a down south kind of thing. Texas is apparently where we find this. Poland Spring, I remember. On the East Coast, although I don't think it has anything to do with Poland. Let's see what's afoot here elsewhere in the room. We're on our feet. Pocket sixes squaring off against Ace
Jack.
Well, Ace Jack is not performing well on this board. However, it looks like a Broadway gutter acquired. And 6 is full will be the final product. And Michele Tocci, or Michele Tocci, forgive me, is not going to find another deep run this year in the main event. In fact, he's not even going to find the money. And that'll be the final elimination of this level as we give you a glimpse at the chip counts en route to a break. Olshansky continues to hold court at the feature. Justin and I will step aside, but we'll return with more coverage of Day 3 of the World Series of Poker Europe Main in about 15 minutes' time. Stay close. welcome back to the home of the grind. King's Casino in Rozvadov, Czech Republic, playing host to the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe, Day 3 of the main event. Back on now, as we are just a stone's throw away from bursting the money bubble, and back with the same feature table we had just prior to the break, or yours truly, Ali Najad, alongside Justin Young.
Happy to be here. Happy to be here.
And also, happy to be here are these final 121 combatants. 5 of whom are going to be unhappy, though. Hossein Madani hoping not to be among those. Queen 10 offsuit. Raising it up to 32,000, and he is dominated by Gerald Karlik. Cut off King Queen suited. Things get a bit cagey depending on, you know, the operator, I suppose, on the bubble. It just kind of pushes things further in one direction or the other, depending on who you are. For Deeb, we've seen higher VPIP, activation, trying to exploit. For others, you'll see a lot more passive deferential, and I think stack size has a little bit to do with it, as well as playing style.
Yeah, and table dynamics as well. It changes every time, which is what makes tournament poker so fantastic. I mean, you know, playing the king queen suited to the 3-bet is probably like the most line taken just in general, but it's to your point, it's even more amplified here on the button. I think it goes from like 70% to like 90-some% just to make these pots a little more linear and easier to play. What do you think of the bandana, the scarf?
Well, I think just in case there's a stagecoach full of money that he needs to, you know, heist, I think we're ready.
That's true, yeah.
No, but the scarf and kind of covering up the neck thing has really been in vogue for some time now. With regards to, you know, pulse control, you don't need to worry about somebody looking over and seeing all of a sudden your heart's racing, you know?
Oh, for sure. I definitely understand the reasoning. And like even the people that don't have the scarves or whatnot, they'll still take their jacket and like kind of pull it across.
Yeah, the hoodie.
Yeah, and that's all good. Like I understand the need for it, but I don't know. I hate to keep going back to Sean D, but I just, you know, he played naked. I think he'd be perfectly happy.
I don't know about the rest of us. And by the way, that's nothing personal. You could stick Patrick out there, and I'd be like, hey, listen, you know, we get it, but put some pants on.
Yeah. Yeah, if I were Patrick, I wouldn't own clothes.
Had a good hand?
This is the hand for hand, huh? Oh, okay.
You know,
For the days.
I'm not sure. Obviously, the pause button being pressed in this way does suggest that we're approaching that part of the affair. Standard and customary, of course, once you're on the stone money bubble, you have to be on hand for hand. And then is it sort of at discretion of the tournament staff when to invoke it prior to that?
Yes, a lot of places will do it 2 or 3 away.
Okay.
Definitely 1, but some places, and I do like this, they'll do a soft hand for hand.
Okay.
Which it's a little bit tougher for bigger fields, but the intention of it is to make sure one hand's not playing 5 hands for every one hand another table's playing.
Okay.
So just kind of balance it out. So they'll like, you know, make sure everyone's kind of keep up the pace, so no one's getting left behind. So I don't know if that's what they're doing here, if it's just a hard hand for hand.
He's as much your boy that.
But this is it's nice when the table mates get to know each other a little bit better.
I'll tell you what, the mood
All electronics have to go, smartwatches, phones.
Even my smart
got very light. You know, sort of toward the latter part of that first frame.
Obviously cheating my way through here.
And it's a peculiar thing because obviously there's some threats to the likes of Daniel Colazar to not make the money potentially. But meanwhile, it looks like the threats are lurking elsewhere in the room. We're on our feet and we're hanging our head, and that is never a good sign. Looks like Ace-Queen ran into Ace-Ace. And it hasn't found any help on a 10-4-3 board. Hang on a minute, we'll draw for the chop. 10 on the river. And
No, that has nothing to do with that.
Dennis
It has to do with cheating possibilities
Dielman.
as well as it's really bad for the stream when people are just watching the stream, like,
Your
and not interacting at the table. So
21st place
but it's still like you're
finishers.
gonna
You
watch
see
every hand, then
his departure immediately reflected on the tournament clock. 120 now remaining. We'll get it updated on our side as well here on our field ticker at the top of your screen. Just 4 away from the money.
At the string tables, you cannot.
It is a terrible feeling to get knocked out of a tournament anyway, but like when you know every other person in the tournament room is so...
At the final table?
Not in the final table.
Yeah, at the final
You
table.
want to run
it's
out of there as
string.
fast as
Anytime
possible.
it's string, the phones have to be away. So like they're less strict there, but they've gotten more strict in the last few years. Like if when you're on the stage at World Series to use your phone, you're supposed to walk off the stage.
Yes, it's true.
So it's in your pocket.
You remember those old kung fu movies from back in the day?
I was just thinking about that.
Apologies, a little audio sync moment. I'm sure we'll get cleaned up
The last like 2 years, I think they
sooner than later.
especially if it's.
We might be dating ourselves, you know what I mean? But there were these dubbed martial arts films that became very, like, in, you know,
Yeah, like they've been...
zeitgeist popular culture.
I wouldn't say copied, but like they've been parodied quite a bit. Like even Tarantino did it in Kill Bill stuff. He did like some of that just to...
Oh, yeah.
Go through the blinds, they survive with
That definitely influenced his filmmaking. Meanwhile, influenced by Pocket Kings, we find ourselves with a player all in, 10-9 suited, looking to break some hearts in top pair with an open ender, could potentially do that. Turn is clean. Oh!
yeah. Wow.
Very nice. Let's go, baby. I love you. Oh my God.
You know, for his sake, I certainly hope that he was the all-in player. Oh, no. That's laying it on a little thick on the Kings of Ando here.
Wow.
I mean, wow. Okay.
I do like to see emotion in poker, but...
I love you was also a nice touch. Do you? Do you love me? Okay. Thank you. Showers. 119 left. Now ace-king running into 2 jacks. As a breakneck pace of all-ins break out. 4, 6, 7. The ace-king has issues. Now could chop potentially. Ace or king would have worked as well. And instead, Felix Neubauer showered right behind Ando in 119th, and now we're just 2 away from the money. That gentleman with the 9-10, really, that was a thick layer.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we aren't privy to some of the rivalry between him and the gentleman he eliminated. Maybe there was some rivalry there.
Yeah, when you saw Ando on his feet, did you think that's a guy that probably started this?
Yeah, probably not. Maybe they went
last
after
time
the
he
same.
laid a beat on him, he was like, "I love you, baby."
Last time Ando ran around the table and high-fived everybody, so it's...
It's like, look at this idiot in the 9-hole.
So yeah, maybe a little payback. We'll give the 10-9 suited guy maybe a reprieve till the next time. I'm sure he'll find his way on camera again here soon.
Yeah, we'll have to have an inquest of some sort. Single data point right now, not flattering. Meanwhile, 4-5, small blind, attack mode from the chip-leading Olshansky here at the feature. Shahar taking it into consideration with Jack 8 off. And yeah, he knows what's afoot, but sometimes we just comply.
Just wait till that money bubble bursts, and then I'll play aggressive again. Like,
I mean, listen, you say it in a somewhat mocking fashion, but it's absolutely okay. It doesn't mean that somehow, as a poker player, we lack some sort of aspect to our game if we make choices such as that. I mean, there is a lot of debate, and I think the luxury of maybe being somebody who's amassed huge sums throughout the course of their tournament career, allowing us maybe to be more freewheeling in these spots, and this pause allowing us to go back to the quiz treats. What's the guaranteed prize pool for the 2024 WSOP Europe main event, Justin?
Well, I don't want to ruin my good record, and 5 has always been a good number in my mind, so I think it's a nice round number. I'm going to go C, 5 million euro.
€5 million guarantee. Survey says yes, sir. Justin Young, 2 for 2 on the day. in the trivia streets.
Man, when did you start asking the hard questions?
All right, don't get cocky. What do you got? 9, 10 of spades?
It was a large man too. Oh, we got a new player.
Yes, we do. Mr. Shumeko, also playing under the Ukrainian banner, has filled a vacancy.
Guess what? Here we go.
Deeb going to work. Queen 4 suited. Kolosar knows King Queen off is very much a candidate, but note he has just 246,000, and we're 2 away from the money bubble.
Wow, I admire this. Good for him.
Credit for sure.
You lost the card. I would say
There's no worse feeling than when the snap comes in from Deeb, and you're like, really? This time you got it, Mr. 90% VPIP? 2 away from the money, and I gotta spin the wheel?
Just gotta hold your breath for 1 second, and then you're like, oh, okay, good.
Yeah. Oh, you're right about that.
main event, it shouldn't be.
Yeah, you have so many people that qualified in a small stakes tournament.
Well, he very much has captured the bulk of the attention here at the featured table. Not Mr. Kolosar, but rather Mr. Deeb, which would explain why it was that we felt compelled to track him down earlier during the break for some of his thoughts on this WSOP Europe.
Yes, it's okay. I don't mind to have a shot clock on the bubble.
Is there any specific player that you don't like to play against?
I mean, obviously you're fishing for Martin Cabral, but no, I don't mind Martin as much as most because, me and Martin have a mutual respect for each other. His talking doesn't bother me. I'm a talkative person, and his antics, I'm not worried. So I actually had dinner with him a couple times this trip, so I don't mind Martin more than most. I think he means well. He's just, autistic. It's not his fault.
Oh, Dr. Deeb with the diagnosis there.
That is usually he's a little more opinionated one way or the other, but he kind of took the middle road there.
He's saying he's such a fish, and he's such a pilot pro.
I will say, I do enjoy playing with Martin Cabral.
Do you really?
I do.
You sadist.
Yeah, I know. I get excited when we're at the same tournament table, even though I know every hand's going to take twice as long as it should and all that stuff. But he gets everyone talking, and at least everyone has a mutual hate usually by the end of it. And
you're there for it.
Yeah, it's entertainment. It's good.
Saying what you're saying isn't true. Or
said yes or no.
Now, I said sadist. I always mix this one up. You're a masochist if you enjoy that.
Potato. Yeah,
yeah right.
I'm a good peacemaker.
Well, Shumeko has gotten himself involved here early upon his arrival. Queen Jack Deuce defended his big against a Deeb open. Ace Deuce has turned into bottom pair, and C-bets and takes it.
Yeah, no, German humor is always sarcastic. That's all they know.
All right, I'm going back to the water chat real quick because I left it unfinished earlier.
Yeah.
Good old dry humor.
Avion, Vichy Catalan, submissions, Eternal, never heard of these. Someone wrote Faucet. Thank you, Jeff Connor, for that. I hope you live in Iceland.
You said Polish Springs earlier, right?
Poland Springs.
Wasn't that the water from Seinfeld?
It's a New York thing.
Oh, okay.
Oddly enough, because
in
in Warsaw, I don't expect them to have New York Springs. But somebody said Dasani is illegal in Ireland. I don't know that I can count on that to be the gospel, but it's funny. Kirkland's signature. Thank you, Robert, for that.
You ever do hose water? I know we're of a certain age, so yeah.
I did hose water.
Oh, yeah. Hose water was good.
You're out there playing during the summertime when water wasn't nearly as scarce as it is today, and you would just leave the hose on all day, and then when you got thirsty, you'd grab it and, slip and slide, drink, whatever. It was all one source.
Decision with the shot clock?
How does it help them?
Do you remember having any kind of feelings whatsoever the first time you saw bottled water being sold?
Yes, of course. Are you kidding me?
I thought it was the dumbest thing in the world.
I was like, this is never going to work.
It's
free. You want to charge me. Now people are like, oh, you barbarian. Faucet? Tap? What are you thinking?
Better filter that 5 times.
20 seconds, such a high frequency.
I actually heard that Dasani is filtered Detroit River water. I know that seems difficult to believe, but I wouldn't put it past the old Coca-Cola company.
That is true.
They're like, we can just take this free water source here. And by the way, everyone's gone. Justin. They're just gone.
Did they all agree just not to play a hand until the bubble burst?
They quit.
Kolazar's idea.
Just go ahead and max timeout and call a clock when need be.
I mean, maybe they're instead of just talking about getting in shape and eating right, maybe they're having, I don't know, doing some push-ups, sit-ups.
This is a bit of a peculiar sight, I confess right now. One that
the dealer looks confused as well.
Welcome back to action at the feature table. By the way, you heard Deeb talking about Cabral, who performed so well here in Rosvadov on his home soil. Busted late last night, day 2, did Martin?
Didn't he just win a big tournament was it during this series, or it was very recently? I want to say
the 50K Diamond High Roller.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I don't know if he won it. Did he win it?
I saw a winner's photo where it was definitely him.
Okay.
And he looked happy. He always looks a little
I should
happy.
know the answer to this, by the way. It's his 3rd World Series of Poker bracelet, by the way, that he picked up, and indeed it was in that 50K High Roller. Very nice, 529,000 euro pickup for him. And for all the antics, people do kind of forget the guy can play poker.
I agree. Yeah, he plays cash with us some, and I've played tournaments with him some. He's like I said, he's an entertaining guy, but yeah, he's there's a method to his madness.
So we are indeed on hand for hand, hence the absence of participants right now.
Which I would expect a couple of the people to be away from the table, but all of them are gone. No one wants to talk to the dealer?
I would love for him to just deal one out to make him panic, just for fun, just for giggles. By the way, we do want to thank those of you who are streaming this World Series of Poker Europe main event live here on day 3. A couple of days still left before we crown our champ from Rosvadov. Let us know where you're streaming from. Always enjoy realizing just how international an affair this is.
Oh, and they're back. They're coming back.
Justin and I are keeping an eye on the YouTube chat. If you are enjoying what you see, do us a favor. Mouse over, click like, click subscribe. Make sure you don't miss any of what's to come from the official YouTube channel of the World Series of Poker, which is experiencing an overhaul. Red 7s for Dietrich Fast, 36,000 from him. Ace 10 now for Deeb.
2 away from the money. This is going to be an interesting spot. I can definitely see Deeb 3-betting. She does pull the trigger.
To 100,000 we go.
I believe they're deep enough to where Fast could call.
Still 118 remaining, by the way. Fast does cover Sean. Was this an all 3 options affair at all?
I thought so, yeah. I think call would be my choice, but I would be perfectly okay with folding or 4-betting.
Well, in the end, the flat was the road traveled by Fast, who looks up at 2 overcards on a Jack 8-5 flop. Deeb just ace high, still lagging behind.
You do commit yourself to having to call at least one street most of the time, but Deeb does check back. That's going to be an interesting card here for Deeb. fast turns the double gutter? He's going for a bit of a blocker bet with the double gutter and the pair. But now it's up to Deeb. Deeb is not folding. I know that.
Well, he's open-ended. He does have the raw power of ace high, but he does have to begin to question what is it that opened under the gun, called my 3-bet, and now has let out for 1/3 pot on this Jack 8, 5, 9 board.
Calling some more traditional route, but I'm sure Deeb was considering an overbet there.
You mean a raise?
Yeah, an overraise, yeah.
Board pairing 5 does bring home hearts as Deeb fails to find improvement. And now with these 2 7s, we don't just feel like 100% of the time we're good. So what do we do? Check, decide, or block?
I personally, I like him like blocking here because he still should have just as many full houses as Deeb, just as many flushes as Deeb. And checking, deciding sounds easy in the moment, but Deeb is a very good player, and if he's going to decide to bluff here, which I honestly think he will, I think it's going to be a large bet. And it's going to be very hard for 2 7s to find a call, I think. Oh, he does give up.
He doesn't appear particularly in line with the choices made by Fast there, does Deeb?
Yeah, I think he's a little more, I wouldn't say upset at himself, but more questioning the way he played the hand. I think he's just self-reflecting. But they're both still at the table, and they go to talk about it for a little bit while everyone else is gone. That's a quite nice pillow cushion they have there in the 9 seat or the 8 seat.
At what point do we ascend to Tuffet versus pillow cushion? I mean, that's almost regal.
Yeah.
We've built ourselves a throne there in the 9 hole, I think.
I think he's gained probably a good 4 inches on his sitting height.
By the way, you surf around in the wrong parts of the internet. There's a lot of advertisements for the gaining of 4 inches. They don't involve pillows, typically.
So you wouldn't suggest our audience go ahead and just
I would
Google
guide
search
them into those arenas. I've not experimented with such things.
Me either. Not that I have anything to boast about, but it just seems like too much work.
I don't care.
It's more that, yeah.
That's not the part of the entertainment industry I find myself working in, Justin. All right, looks like
they're all back.
Cards back. I wonder where they're going, though, right? Like, are they just like darting out into the rest of the tournament arena, down the stairs to the back of the stage, and just like, oh, where's the all-in and call? Like,
I have a hard. I mean, no one just has friends on the rail they're going back to that might be watching the
could be
stream.
Some sweats. There could be some sweats.
Oh, there we go. Making sure their buddy with 8 big blinds is still in there. I like it. What do you think he's going to do here? Raise? All right.
I mean, I wish this was the trivia question. What will Sean Deeb do in this next pot? Is it A, raise, B, re-raise, C, raise?
D, need to know his hand. It's never D.
32,000 to go from the ace-9 offsuit, and this is a lovely time to wake up with queens for Olshansky.
I'm not saying he's going to do it this time, but I wonder at what point Deeb is going to find a 4-bet to one of these 3-bets. This would be bad timing if you were to do it here, but
how meaty did he make it?
I think 100K. It looks like, or is it 125?
Yeah,
Are those 5
sure.
blue chips? That is meaty. maybe because it's hand for hand, people are taking some little extra time here.
Well, we do have the floor man over there to make a ruling, and this is interesting. Apparently, the manner in which Olshansky got his chips in there was...
Like the 2 drop out, and then like he kind of threw the rest on top?
And so they've ruled it a call.
Wow. That's... Steve doesn't know it, but it possibly saved him a lot of money.
I mean, was he for sure calling the 125?
Probably not, but I think call.
So how could
sometimes,
it save him?
Well, I think.
Oh, if he still gets a free chance to flop something, I suppose. But go on.
I'm saying I do think like 4-bet was possible as well. Like I know we're on the bubble, and I understand, but you know how many times can you get 3-bet by the same guy before you put your heels in the ground?
Well, I don't think Olshansky's got an image right now at this table as a man that's going to war, but perhaps here we're going to find some casualties in terms of chips. Ace, queen, 5, top pair against middle set.
Deep has to be wary, though.
Check call, and now Deeb needs to hit an ace in order to escape disaster, as the 5 gives Olshansky the full house. And look at Olshansky checking back, just hoping to induce something here. Deeb's kicker has improved to the queen from the 9 that he brought forward. But I just don't know.
Yeah. How much is he going to want? His bet should be attacking exactly what Deeb has.
168,000 in the middle.
Sometimes in these spots you want to, if you have similar holdings, try to bet big enough to get your opponent off the same hand. But instead he goes small to guarantee a call. And the misclick earned him more money, it looks like.
I mean, obviously we'll never know what the other fork in the road was going to yield, but it does feel like ultimately it was fruitful for Olshansky, who got 2 streets of value, 32 on the flop, 50 on the river. Deeb can just shrug his shoulders.
Now only 2 people are away from the table.
Stone hand for hand as that money bubble being crept toward here. Olshansky, by the way, has ceded the chip lead to Shumeko, the late arrival, not via action per se, but rather just the sheer volume of biscuits that Shumeko brought. Now pocket 6s as the cards are back in the air. $32K open.
Looks like Shumeko's dialing up the 3-bet.
King, queen.
Might be a tangle of our 2 chip leaders at our feature table.
3-betting and now fast with a king, queen of his own. Bins it. That bodes poorly for Shumeko, but unclear what Olshansky's response is going to be with the sixes, and very promptly he finds the bin, given that he's up against a one man that can really spoil things for him. Now, earlier I did ask people to weigh in, let us know where they are watching from. Justin, it is such an international affair. While Miami and North Carolina are out there, so is Scotland. By the way, that's Viral Reality OG1. The first two mentions. John, out in Scotland, we see you. Upstate New York for General Disaster. I would imagine he might be in Camp Deeb. Richard Holland is sitting in Siem Reap, Cambodia.
Oh, wow.
I imagine that's a gorgeous backdrop. JP rooting for Victor Blom from Sweden. Steven in South Africa. Middletown, Connecticut for Bill Anderson.
Looks like a man that's all in.
Being invoked here as we pay a visit to what looks like an all-in and call situation on a 3-4-5 board. No call yet, I would imagine, or we would have been on our backs. Fold, and king six of clubs, open ender and a flush draw apparently. Ripping it in.
Well, having all in here. No call. Oh, good. The music's back on. Is this Brenda Carlisle? This is nice.
Okay, ace queen gets revealed.
Everyone's so friendly, showing
Yeah,
their
people
hands.
feel compelled to let them know, look, it's the real deal. Don't get crazy
Yeah,
thinking
true.
I'm bluffing. Coos in Mauritius. Good to have you aboard. Mark in Phoenix. Thanks for streaming. Andy on the mic, letting people know that it's time to get the cards back in the air, I would imagine momentarily.
That's a short stack. You're just terrified to look down at ace jack.
Yeah.
Don't want anything.
The cuspy stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing cuspy about having the second biggest stack at this table on the march to the bubble. Olshansky. Red tens. Opens to 32.
Madani likes this kind of hand.
King five of hearts. Maybe under normal
This one.
circumstances, he does lay it down. Blinds, by the way, did tick up to 8 and 16,000 on the back of the break. They've been there since we picked up coverage once more. Worthy of note, the fact that every orbit costs you 40,000 in chips now.
Shows the tens. Letting everyone know he always has it.
Yeah. It is weird, though, because it's so clear that, like, okay, so why didn't you show it this time? You know, when he finally raises and doesn't turn him up. It's like, oh, so you are light sometimes. There's a lack of balance in that spot. You never just raise and go, guys, it was just 9-6 off.
I've had the opposite end of the balance for a lot of my poker career. Because if I would get away with bluff on the river, I would swear it was like 98% I would just show. So if I didn't show you after you folded the river, there was a pretty good chance that I just had it.
Oh, you were the inverse.
Yeah.
Peculiar in Slovenia. Sorry to interrupt. Rain in Texas. Bifron's in Tennessee. Joe in the UK. T-Jop in Belgium. Good to have you with us. Hardik in Cincinnati. Jun Cho from Incheon, Korea. Hope your home's not in the flight path. It's a pretty busy international airport there. Kasam in Taiwan. Saya in Detroit. Scott out in Texas as well. Joe in London. CCO in New York. Prime in Germany. Calgary, Ronnie, we see you. Former host of the Winter Olympics there. Davey says, I'm streaming from none of your business commentary guy. Thank you for that, Davey. Appreciate that. Yellowknife Canada, also in the building. Robert's out in L.A. Lock your doors. Lenny up in Seattle. Andy in Baltimore. Lock your doors and keep your windows closed out there. Well, how about this? Coach Cox in the YouTube chat is streaming from where I grew up, Albany, California, tiny little town near Berkeley, California. Shout out to you, sir.
You think you know him? Surely you might know someone that knows him at least. I mean, if he's a coach.
I may. He knows where I grew up, that's for sure.
Got the cards back in the air.
All right.
I just looked up the minimum cash is twice the buy-in, which is nice. I like how tournaments have kind of started skewing towards a bigger minimum buyout.
You know, I love that you bring that up because it does feel so anticlimactic to get yourself into the money. And then there was a time where, like, you wouldn't even actually get a full buy-in back. And you're like, well, wait a minute. How am I supposed to celebrate still losing money? Yeah. And even when it's like you get the flat buy-in rebate, it doesn't feel so celebratory. But 2X is like, okay.
That is nice. And it's gone that way. It was, to your point, it was below and then at the buy-in. And then I think it was like one and a half times for quite a while. And kept on pushing. I like it.
Well, pushing is not what Deeb's going to do from the button with Queen Jack of Spades. Content to flat, dominated by Carleek's Hijack Open with King Queen off. Ace Jack 4. Advantage Deeb here with the pair. Carleek's got that King of Clubs working along with the Broadway Gutty.
That's a sexy, sexy card, that King of Clubs. It's going to allow him to bet a couple streets here, I think.
Do we sort of range Deeb away from flats on the button with an ace, and this kind of allows us to feel more cozy about repping it ourselves?
I think so, yeah. Like, I mean, at least the stronger ones. You know, I'm sure that you could have some, like, some of the 3-bet bait, as you called it earlier, some, like, ace wheel cards and stuff like that. But a lot of times, they're just going to, oh, well, good luck bluffing that off.
So, a bet and call, and now trips for Deeb. Carleek very quickly appears to have checked this card.
I mean, if he just check gives up, that'd be impressive.
It would also be a little bubblicious, perhaps. Or
Still.
maybe we fight in a different way, in a different situation, but here we do not. It will hinge a bit on the sizing from Sean into this 158K. 90,000 the figure.
Just with Carleek having Deeb covered, I thought he would put a little pressure on him, but kudos to him. Save money.
Well, Sean taking that one down. As we carry on with the roll call, I really do love this, man. I mean, it is so cool. Quebec, Marc-Andre, we see you. Rick in Cleveland. Bet against the Browns if you like money. Mayhem in Fort Worth. Thomas in Lithuania. We got Australia there. Kildare Island. Or Kildare, Ireland, rather.
Oh, okay.
For Browen. Norway for Sanjay. Taipei for Max. St. Augustine, Florida. Adi Feo. We see you. The Godfather in St. Louis, also locking his doors, by the way. Glad to have you aboard. Salvatore in New Zealand says good morning. All right.
Is that how that works? It is, yeah.
Time change there. Williamsburg, Virginia. Aubrey, thank you for being aboard. Lillehammer, another Winter Olympic venue alongside Calgary. Vipmeds. Thanks for being here with us. Neil in Marbella, Spain. He doesn't need to lock his doors, I don't think.
No.
Max, also in Berkeley, California. Ugly streets from Jersey City. And kind of that all lines up, by the way. Napa, California, Fireball 360. I actually dealt at the Napa Valley Casino once upon a time.
Wow.
25 years ago, somewhere around there.
You still have the chops? You still...
I'd like to think I do, but we didn't have to deal mixed games.
Yeah, okay,
You know.
And some of the mixed game players might make it a little more difficult.
Yeah, that's fair, Justin. That is fair. They can be an ornery bunch. Warsaw, Poland in the building. Mort, we see you. Josh in Port South, Port South, Wales. And then Rick in the Otisville Federal Prison. Somehow I think we're getting trolled by that one, but in case you are in there, stay strong.
Yeah.
Ace-2 suited, meanwhile. Let's see how strong Fast feels that kit is. Apparently strong enough. Sitting $1 million deep. He'll put 35,000 in there. Deep now. Cut off. Ace-4.
Pain to fold.
Five, 6 suited being considered now in the big blind.
The hand's just too sexy to fold.
Defense for 19,000 as Shahar agrees. 94K in the middle now, but no club and no real excuse for 5, 6 of clubs to get interested. Fast, of course, not in love with this board either, though.
No, yeah, it's whoever breathes on it first. Fast has a range advantage here. I'm sure it's just going to take advantage, bet small, and probably just be done with the hand if he ever gets called, but it's just going to work, I think. Even though he does have all black cards, and that's, in some poker games, that's a flush. We need the gentleman with the 10-9 of spades to start trying to knock more people out. 2 away from the money.
Yeah, that guy. You know, here's the deal. If he had knocked someone out, even if he had maybe just stolen the blinds, we would have overheard it through the player mics here at the feature. That's how he rolls. We're going to find out who that guy is.
Yeah. And I don't want to pigeonhole him, but he is like... Oh, well, here we go. Got it all in.
Has the call been made? Yes.
I think so.
Awaiting the showdown. Ace-Jack versus what is that?
Tens, I think.
I don't know that it was. Was it tens? Was it just... Yes, it was. Okay. The tens. Holding on the flop and turn. I believe the Ace-Jack is the player all in. Can he find the needed help? No. And wraps of the table... as there is very little more disappointing than being sent to the rail. Just 2 away from the money, as Marius has just experienced. So now, the actual bubble is upon us. I don't know that 2 away or 1 away changes things, does it?
Not really. I mean, if you're sitting on like 5 or 6 blinds, maybe you get a little more wherewithal to like be able to fold, you know, a few more hands.
Mm-hmm.
Take some pressure off you if you know happens to fold to you on the button and you look down into a very mediocre like Jack 9 suited or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, no. I think it's just the little sigh of relief. Just like one more cooler. Just find a cooler out there. dealers deal aces versus kings all the time. Just do it now.
That's cold.
I'm just telling you what, like when I'm a short stack on the bubble, that's what I think about. I'm just like, I mean, ace king versus queens happen like every other hand. It feels
How
like.
hard can it be?
Yeah.
Just do it.
Just make the bigger stack have the winning side of whatever cooler, because I'm gonna fold.
Deeb's not waiting on things like that to get us there. Queen 9 off, up we go. Ace 4 suited in the small for Shahar.
One of those spots, honestly, I think all three options are perfectly fine. Ooh, I want Madani to come along too.
King 3 suited takes the price. And a three-way pot suddenly breaks out here at the feature. 112,000 in the middle. Ace 7-5, top pair for Shahar, far and away the best. Three brisk checks will bring us to the turn. And how about that for a wet one? 6 of diamonds. Madani now picks up a gut shot straight draw, as does Deeb, better version. Madani, of course, with the backdoor diamond draw to go with it. And Shahar, that 4 dangler is open-ended now, too. So he's going to speak first.
Having that 4 is nice. Gives him a little extra confidence to go and lead. Curious, which is 55K bet. What Madani's going to do here? I think it's the conventional wisdom is just call, hope to hit. You know, keep the pot small, but put some pressure on your opponents. Not a bad idea either.
I used to live there. Which part? Which part? I used to live in Warsaw.
So Deeb predictably stepping aside as another 110,000 works its way to the middle, but assistance does not for Madani.
Now you live in Austria.
Yeah.
And if we're Shahar, how concerned are we about ace 4 not being good?
I mean, I think the holdings are fairly similar as far as like the range of hands the big blind's supposed to have here. But in my mind, like he has way too many weak holdings, just in general. Maybe a 7, maybe a 6 with some kind of open-ended, maybe a missed flush draw, which he does have.
Oh, and by the way, Shahar not having bet his hand could face some pressure here. Into 222 comes 80.
That's a little small for him to consider folding an ace.
Yeah,
I think maybe he was just trying to get a 6 or a 7 to fold, not an ace. But
Madani, that is.
Yeah, I would have been nice to see him just size up and really put him to the test. But
yeah.
You're like walking around the
yes.
walls, something like that.
oh, it gives a little fist bump.
It's not.
All right.
It's a castle.
I was waiting for you to bet.
You were waiting?
Yeah, I was ready. If you bet 200, I call you.
Really?
200, it's 200, I call you. It's easier to call, yeah.
Okay, well, it's also easy to claim that you would have called the whole thing, you know, on the end after it's all said and done. But it gets very real if all of a sudden Madani decides to bet full pot plus or something in that neighborhood.
So the Monday morning poker player is always 100% right.
Yep.
But no, I think the more people attest to them always going to call the river, the more likely they were going to fold to exactly that.
Deeb has slipped down to just 33 bigs, 7th of 8 runners.
That's still plenty on the bubble, but I'm sure Deeb's not thrilled. I think he's been up over 800K or 900K a couple times today. And
I think he also just accepts that this is the nature of playing the style that he does. You're going to accumulate at times a humongous stack. Sometimes you're going to bleed out because things aren't going your way, and it's not going to deter him from getting after it.
yeah, I would expect the average poker player gets incredibly concerned losing like half their stack on the bubble. But yeah, I don't think Deeb's going to slow down. He does find a fold here somehow. One of the cards might have been blank. I don't know.
They really don't need to have anything printed on them most of the time for Sean in situations like this, but I hear where you're coming from.
Just the card says, does it really matter?
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be great if you dealt him a pocket doesn't really matter.
600 or 900 or 800?
8.
Now, Madani deciding to limp with deuce 3 off suit, Justin.
That is interesting. Maybe he has plans here.
I mean, this is against the man with the biggest of all stacks, who immediately speaks up, raising to 52,000.
And I like this raise from Shemenko. Jack 3 is in a very good hand. You want to just get some fold equity right up front.
No. Much lower than that.
I wouldn't mind.
Lower than that.
Madani just finds. He just got caught with the bluff last hand.
Now there's
Maybe
6 million in play.
If he
That's gonna
limps
be over
and 3
the
bets,
structure
Justin.
probably like 600K to 800K.
I mean, I like that better than limp calling with 3 deuce.
Oh, well, he's not
He was
calling.
deep one. I got third a couple of years ago, and I think they played heads
He's
up for
he's
hours,
eyeballing
but
him.
it still ended at like 5-1.
Oh, does it come? It does.
And like they played heads
Yes.
up like 4 or 5 hours.
I like this Madani guy.
Look at this. A limp 3-bet that has nothing to do with deuce 3 and everything to do with the sense that the chip leader is wagging his finger at us. That was gangster.
It was. And he even had the restraint not to show.
Right.
Tell him not to do that ever again.
Sean, will you tell me what you had, or should
He's-
I
he-
put some people on it to the effort?
He's probably just bought himself a couple limps later on today.
Folded that quickly out of you beat.
Oh, that's not given.
Right, but still you need the big balls for this.
Yeah.
When was that?
The ace
Not
jack
before
4.
ace check, 4 check.
It's a
Now that you say it like this, I probably had the best hand.
Dealer on standby as we wait for action elsewhere in the room to conclude, and perhaps some of that action might include some all-in and calls.
King queen?
Here's the one thing we
Ace
do
jack
know.
4, jack board. You were
The minute that bubble
worried if you
bursts,
had the best
all
hand
those
with
guys
king
hanging on for dear life by a thread with those little stacks, 4, 7 blinds, 6 blinds, they'll be looking for a spot.
Yeah, it's and the bubble is quite fun to play, but as a short stack, it can be a bit torturous. But man, the avalanche of all ins that will come after the bubble burst is always so much fun because you know it's just going to be all in and calls just for a solid 20 minutes.
How about yourself?
I had a very good hand on that.
So I have to find now some poor person to watch some boring hand-for-hand television to tell me this.
I can
Isn't
find.
that interesting my hand? Now you made a big fold.
I can find out.
Yeah, it's a big fold. It's the best non-paired hand. That's a big fold in Hold'em.
Stop, man.
Talking
The
about
only
the
hand you would beat would be queen 10 of clubs. One hand, which I did not have. So
they're talking through that king queen with the king of
I have
clubs
queen ten
versus
also.
Deeb's queen jack.
So less likely you had.
Makes the check less likely. Hard to have a check for Sean. What did he have?
Jack 9
Really
suited.
isn't that interesting?
Well,
my
if
hand?
deuce 3 can limp the small and 3-bet,
Suited.
then 10-3 off can open the button.
Yeah, he's high-fiving.
A slam dunk 32,000 with this premium kit here. Carleek, jack 9 off.
I think that qualifies. Comes ace king 8, couple of hearts. Garlic does have the jack of hearts, but this is a tough spot for him to continue.
His defense followed up on with a check, and Madani is not done leaning here. 22,000 just to shepherd the opposition toward the exit.
Likes that milk bet.
This is more skim than whole, but yes, milk.
Works again. Madani's my new favorite player.
Had a good hand.
I mean, if he would just stand up and celebrate in someone's face, he'd be my all-time favorite.
Can you imagine? C-bet, take it, on your feet, stand on the chair. By the way, this is the gentleman who had the tuffet.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right.
That's the 9 seed.
Wow.
So it's all coming together here
Yeah, it
for
is.
Saeed Madani to quickly have won us over here in the booth, and he's won quite a few chips here, working his way up toward his compatriot Dietrich Fast's third place stack as the Ukrainians and Germans
Okay. Yes. When you're
pairing off toward the top.
when you're comfortable sitting down, you're comfortable, you know, being. It's a lot easier to raise the 10-3 and limp re-raise the 3 deuce. If he was uncomfortable with Jerry, he probably would just fold a lot.
Your boy. It's not my boy. He's as much your boy that.
Who's got the most comfortable chairs
There, on the table.
Oh, wow.
in Las Vegas
You didn't remember
for
when the
playing
floor person who got
poker?
here said all
Justin, you
electronics
played in a
have to
few
go,
rooms.
Smartwatches, phones.
They've all improved lately, honestly. Like they all. There were certain places that had really good chairs. Like I remember when Venetian first came on the scene, there was big, lush, like maroon colored chairs.
But they just
were nice.
redid their poker room.
Yeah,
so.
I haven't been over there yet. Have you?
Nor have I.
I'm looking for an excuse. I heard it's like up in like where the mall is. Oh, here we go.
Well, hang on. We got an excuse to send you elsewhere into the room where aces have run into queens. This deck is cold. The ace is the all-in hand. Doing all right on the flop and the turn. Just got to fade the lady. And they've done that. So looks like Monica Zukovic was on the receiving end of that one. Doesn't appear to be too much carnage, though. That pocket aces stack looked to be a bit short. We've got ourselves another all-in, no callers, I think.
This is in the movies, right? This is the dream. I didn't even look at my hand.
Do we have another one? What's going on here? No, just a showdown.
Just a
pocket
big
fives.
pot.
Okay. Bubbles won't be burst on this round, it would seem.
7.5 levels. And
Yes,
this thing,
indeed.
You know, this
Back over to the feature. Again,
over 8 levels.
hand-for-hand action here with 117 remaining and 116 paid. Day 3 World Series of Poker Europe main event from the King's Casino in Rozvadov. Ali Najad and Justin Young on the comms. Glad to have you with us. We are aware that the field reads 118 players up at the top, efforting to get that fixed. Jack 10 of spades here. Shahar doesn't feel like he needs any repairs. Saw to do just fine as he starts his engine.
Another beautiful hand, but Madani.
Oh, who's gotten a bit active with far less than ace-queen, looks down at it in the cutoff.
$110.
110.
110.
$102,000, not even given a second thought.
Jack 10 suited is a very hard hand to fold. But out of position on the money bubble. Yeah.
We're going to hop in. So all of a sudden, an uncharacteristically big pot heads up pre-flop. 3 bets pre, 260 in the middle, 8-7 deuce, 2 overs, backdoor spades and a gutter, but still trailing is Shahar's Jack 10 of spades to Madani, who snapped Jack back, and there's a wet one. Queen of spades on the turn. Top pair, top kick for the pre-flop 3-better, but added equity for Shahar.
See if, yeah, Shahar's probably going to lead with the jack high. Hoping he can get some ace kings and ace jacks to fold.
Now it's interesting to regard it as added equity when we see that the probability of him winning the pot is reduced, given he's up against the queen, the 10 and the jack no longer good. But Shahar doesn't know it, hence the lead for 105,000. And from Adani, we're not looking for an excuse to make something combustible out of this. A flat pot up to 470,000, and the river is a pair for Shahar, and that strikes me as having enough showdown not to be looking for a barrel on the river.
I agree. Yeah, I think he's prepared probably to bluff a lot of cards, and that's just not one of them. I think he's happily check. Then it's going to be up to Madani. See if he can milk Shahar any. Well, Shahar, you can make the excuse to do a block bet here, just to, if you think you're going to check call 100K, maybe just bet 100K.
75 is the number.
Gets snapped off, but he's okay with that.
Yep. Especially because one does get the sense that Madani would have been asking for more than that, and that's precisely why we come with it.
Yeah, if you don't trust yourself to check fold, then sometimes that's the easiest route to swallow.
Yeah?
Yes.
Until the end. Until the end. Nice hand.
Thanks.
Madani on a heater right now in this bubble.
You lost the card.
I would say it's not really good in the main event because there is like more recreational players and just like
I had that exact discussion with
high
Andy.
rollers. It's okay, yeah. But main event, it shouldn't be.
Yeah, you have so many people that qualified in a small stakes tournament.
Yes. And they're making the decisions of their lives, for example.
Yeah.
And you have only some 30 seconds, and it's like.
Well, blame the pros like you who tank too much.
Like me.
I can confirm every single table down there was like intentionally played.
Yes, it's okay. I don't mind to have a shot clock on the bubble, but in general, like in the deep stage of the main events, in general of all main events, it shouldn't be a time shot clock. It's my opinion. I mean, it's just giving like really good players who's playing offline a lot, big edge on the field, and I don't know.
Yeah, very bad for me.
Huh?
Very bad for me.
So
by the way, interesting conversation that we peered in on there, Justin.
Yeah, Shonsky he doesn't like the shot clocks because he thinks it favors the online experts. He's saying
I'm not laughing at you. What's the point of the joke?
the recreational players.
And you're trying to be like.
He's saying like he's such a fish, like, and he's such a.
I'm making
joking of himself.
Yeah. He was bragging about himself. It wasn't nothing personal with you.
No, it's not about me. I mean, just like I'm trying to speak like about serious thing, but he's just like, okay, it's bad for me because I'm a
People
fish,
inject some humor in a serious conversation. It's still acceptable. Like you're making all valid points. He completely agrees, but he can still make a joke. It doesn't mean he's saying what you're saying isn't true.
He didn't said yes or no. He just said like.
You should run in some politic position. You know?
I will eventually. I'm a good peacemaker.
Deeb again. He's bringing people together.
By the way, I understand there could potentially be some vacancies in Ukrainian politics. So just in case that is the route that he seeks to travel, I'd imagine posts are available. Not to make light out of what is obviously a horrendous situation that's going on over there. Maybe Shumeiko's going to be mad at me, too, because I took a serious moment and tried to make it funny. But he's getting serious with ace-4 suited here. A cutoff 3-bet of the Shahar Open with pocket eights.
That's all they know.
Okay, and he's only got about 1.7x pot behind. This is could get messy or tricky.
4 deuce. Shumeiko does improve, but he still lags behind Shahar, who did call.
German as well.
Okay, so.
Now checks.
That's why you're unfunny.
45. You know you love my humor.
1 bet 45.
45 is paltry.
It is. It's the new trend on these paired boards and 3-bet pots. You know, pretend you have aces basically, or you know, with some huge hand.
So
the real action. Oh my gosh.
My goodness. Somehow, ace 4 turned into 4s and deuces, and now 4s full, was behind until this very moment, and yet was the antagonist.
Money-driven
On all
decision
prior
with the shot
streets,
clock?
Shahar's snowmen
Does it help?
melting away.
Don't you think that? No, don't you think that?
If he can find a check here, he
tournament
might
length
get it
is
all.
Shortening a bit by the shot clocks. No.
No. I don't think it affects. I think if anything, it kind of slows down the tournament a little bit.
Slowing down, you think?
Yeah.
This is a
People
tricky
just are gonna
spot
take
for
20
Shahir.
seconds, such a high frequency.
75,000.
You don't have a shot clock and you think it's on you.
Again.
5 seconds, you feel like it's been 45
So
seconds.
tempting.
People's initial action is a lot faster in a non-shot clock turn.
So what's the incentive?
Wouldn't blame him
behind
for a
it?
call or a fold here.
From the company side.
From the company side?
For the product, it's better for TV.
For TV, yes.
Also, players are.
Obviously, the problem is the next street.
The floor doesn't want to have to enforce, mandatory shot clocks on every table, so it automates it, and that's where it really saves. Like Andy down there with 20 tables doesn't have enough floor.
Trying to think if
people are throwing on 7 tables.
he would actually
to give
bet
everyone their individual
75,000 with ace king, ace queen,
So
ace
it's just
5.
exhausting for the floor man to run from table to table, always putting block on the same people.
I enjoyed watching someone in the WSOP main event tanking 12 minutes. You know.
You're different, Diddy. You cannot project it on the public or the normal person. We still love you.
This would be a world-class fold if he finds it.
Yeah, I'm bored.
Well, it's future game considerations a bit as well, although the line traveled wasn't one that necessarily lent to 100% river bet frequency, and nevertheless, Shahar finds the muck. Bravo.
I'm more curious what he would do if the turn was a 6. If he continues to bet 75, he checks.
You think he's given him that much deuce x 4x? Well, really, the deuce, obviously, the 6 doesn't matter. But
the 3-better, I mean. I'm curious if he continues, if he doesn't fill up. Yeah, Shimeko, yeah. I'm more curious if he takes the same line and bets 75K again.
Well, he's now taken a stack up to almost 1.5 million after that exchange, which has sent Ron Shahar down into 7th of 8 runners here. Sub 20 big blind stack, hanging on, trying to make the money alongside Kolasar, who's really been a spectator for the most part. Karlik and Deeb running neck and neck. And then you see the other pairing of Olshansky and Fast. Put Madani in that camp as well. All kind of 6 blinds separating them in total.
That 17, 18 blinds is still plenty of blinds on the bubble. Not a whole lot to get creative with, but at the same point, you're not generally stressing not making the money. You might be looking around, hoping to see some 5 big blind stacks out there. But they just keep on testing Shahar. I think he very badly wants to just take a hand off, but they give him 2 7s here.
There will be no sitting out, I would imagine, although not compulsory to get involved. I just don't see it out of Shahar.
No, I agree. I do think a handful of poker players would fold that in the muck very carefully on the bubble so they don't put themselves in any kind of tough spots. But Shahar, he goes for it. I like it. He gets it through.
Fun good.
Well, a little rebate. It's certainly not one that's going to leave Shahar with the stack that he had prior to getting involved with the chip leader Shimeko.
So, is there a rule not touching the phones, or it's not the rule? I mean, I can use my phone not in a table, yeah?
The rules have been clarified.
And a lot of attention has been directed toward sort of the electronic device deal after the World Series of Poker main event in Las Vegas, which was won by Jonathan Tamayo on his rail. There was clearly Joe McKeon, former World Series of Poker main event winner, with the iPad in between hands, kind of guiding, advising, and unclear how that one's going to be resolved as we see a hand in progress here elsewhere in the room. Forgive me, we'll get back to that electronic device conversation momentarily, but first it looks like all you can eat has been declared, and these are not small stacks.
That is a lot of chips. He's not quite all in, but he did put out what looks like 500,000, 525.
I mean, this is certainly a healthy entree, if not a buffet. And that one will get through.
Wipe with the brow.
Oh, something going on somewhere else. I don't see the triangle, but I do see a bet and a call. What is it? Ace 9 for aces up. A little value.
Again, nobody's screaming yes or celebrating. A little disappointing.
I can't tell if that was Ron Ilani or not, who we had at our feature table yesterday. Could have been a doppelganger. Could have been him.
So when you brought up,
chat can weigh in. Yes, the devices.
Yeah, like when you first brought it up, I did watch the WSOP coverage, and I did notice McKeon do that. But when you first brought it up, also during the summer, there was quite the scandal with devices on the table that were used to cheat. I don't know if you heard about any of this, but the card protectors with like pinhole cameras, or a ring with a pinhole camera, or the phone placer there, to where the point where, at least at MGM properties, you weren't allowed to put your phone on the felt. You had to keep it like up on the cushioned rail.
And this was like confirmed, established?
It was very well suspected because the people that were being accused were caught other places, and then I believe it was around the same time as Jeju that he got the team got caught again and banned from their casinos, and it's remarkable. Like they found these pinhole cameras that we put anywhere they could put them, and then they just have a secondary guy just feeding them information through like the tiniest earpiece. This actually happened all summer. It's scary,
of,
but yeah,
you know, people looking for an edge and an opportunity when money is involved, unfortunately, because it does hurt the game, no question about that. Good to see that those guys have been eradicated, as we see.
Yeah, see, I knew
eradication on Deeb's mind. His open.
I knew he'd get sick of those 3-bets.
3-bet by Olshansky, and then he jams.
And shows. I knew it. He almost did it the last time.
That's pretty nasty.
Yeah.
Not pinhole camera nasty.
No.
Just like legitimately, I'm ready to go nasty. He didn't know he was up against ace deuce.
Yeah, exactly.
Or ace 3, was it? Ace deuce. Yeah, he had the ace 3.
You got an emergency ace just in case
he was dominating, Justin.
Yeah, sorry. He just had a great read. Just trying to get value.
First-class flights or first-class flights are more expensive than the min cash, right?
But yeah, what?
I don't fly first.
Using the RTAs on their phones and stuff like that.
Hate it, man.
Yeah.
Hate all of it. I remember when heads-up displays were an issue in online poker, and you know, it's unclear to me
on planes, I'm fine with economy. I don't give a shit.
how we're going to be able to police 100% of these sorts of things. And I don't bring this up in the interest of discouraging people's support of the game. Obviously, my career, both as a broadcaster and as somebody who's a passionate poker player, you know, on the side, takes the game relatively seriously. I'm not looking to work against that at all, but I do want to maintain a measure of transparency in the spirit of Sean Deeb, of course, who, you know, always speaks on such controversial matters.
I mean, like when you enter the airplane strategy.
I really am disappointed
You don't want the row by yourself?
by the lack of what I feel like is a moral compass
So I just take random seats.
No,
with the people who think that this is somehow okay, or that rationalize the employment of such aides or behaving in this way as sort of a
I go to the person who's on the
universal, like, well, other people are doing it, therefore I have to level the playing field. Like, I call bullshit on that. You know what I mean? Like, by and large, I think that the poker community is a collection of extraordinarily road less traveled, talented people who are remarkably intelligent, right? I also really appreciate that poker creates an opportunity for people who are gifted in certain ways. I mean, the spectrum is something that we observe the real world not perhaps offer as many opportunities for excellence as poker does, which really lends itself so nicely as an individual kind of sport, especially if you can do it behind a computer screen, not necessarily have to go out and deal with the real world. So it's got wonderful, wonderful elements to it. And those people who would come in here and try to adulterate, corrupt, harm that ecosystem, I have very, very strong feelings about. And whatever that scumbag team was that was doing the pinhole cameras, suck it. That's what I got to say to them. I don't know how to say it in Russian. I'm pretty sure that's where they came from. But anyway, Queen 8-4 here. Full stop on the chatter as we redirect our attention back toward the action.
I do want to echo what you said, though. I just want to make sure everyone knows that I'm in full agreement. I think part of the allure of poker is this road gambler-like thing, but at the heart of it, it's people gambling together, and it's a game, and it's fun, and like people that take advantage of everyone else's kind-heartedness, and they, to your point, it's not just the fact they do it, but they defend it by saying, the opportunities are out there. If I don't do it, then I'm behind the 8 ball. Like then I can't win, which is clearly not the truth, but like they can defend it however they want to.
Yeah. 100%. By the way, defense is what brought us to this point as Shahar flopped the top pair against the Deeb open after calling the raise pre-flop.
At the airport, I sometimes do it on spot. Yeah, because that depends. Like if it's overnight flight, then I usually do it.
70K on the turn now from Sean.
To chill and watch Netflix all day.
Really trying to put pressure on Shahir. He only has about 2/3 pot remaining.
This was 32 and 70 on consecutive streets. Now, here we are at the river. A third and final check from Shahar. Wholly unimproved is king high. How hard does Deeb want to go? SPR is a bit of an issue. 179 with 292 out there.
Hearts miss, certain straight draws miss. Deeb doesn't have any really great blockers, but I still like him going for it. He does, 125. Doesn't put him in, which I kind of like. I'm sure Shahar is thinking, if he's bluffing, why wouldn't he just put me in?
125,000, and this is painful, as evidenced by the image on the screen. But boy, Shahar just dug right in, and that's a statement call.
I agree. That is a look of a very, very relieved man.
And perhaps a man that doesn't make that call against just anybody, Justin.
Yeah.
But it's Sean Deeb, and he's capable. That is a very significant upswing there for Shahar, who'd been a bit bruised.
Yeah. If he calls and he's wrong, he has 50, 60,000, which is, 4 blinds, 3 blinds. It's a dire spot all of a sudden if he's wrong.
It's a nice bet on the river.
Yeah.
I thought you had like a very...
Giving Deeb some props for having put him in that blender. Sean,
Really not. You didn't fold that hand.
23 bigs.
I didn't fold because of the history of the table. Not easy call.
I ran many bluffs.
Last I was thinking I play with queen 6 to hit, not to fold, for what I call it.
Aber der ist auch ein bisschen random, ne? Der hat ja eben auch König 2 geopend.
color back to my face.
Ich würde aber sagen,
It's a
dass
big
es
difference.
der Hand nicht wirklich was zu tun hat.
I will not open 10 jacks to that anymore. It's a big mistake.
Bye bye.
Oh, is he taking a lap? I think he's taking a hand off. Shahar's so happy.
But this is amazing.
I think
No.
he's just going to...
Come on, he's in the small. No way.
I don't blame him. If he has a rail, I wouldn't mind going to tell my rail. I just had to call off for almost my tournament life.
It's enough to see one.
Queen 10 off. Mr. Fast. Makes it 35 to go. Deeb folds the ace. Kolazar now with a couple of sevens. And he's been snug, let's call it. He did rise up with a king-queen earlier. Here he is doing so with these sevens. The king-10 melts away, and Madani has nines, Justin. I don't know if this is the guy looking for the fold button for 238. Not off of 1.1.
I don't think so either. Does put himself in a bit of tricky spot with fast opening, but...
I said 248, and that's correct 238 right away.
Yep. He calls pretty quickly.
Yeah, that flat obviously screams strength regardless of what we have when we're fast. So he gets out of the way, and now Kolazar in a very precarious situation.
Oh my gosh.
I said, why you said it?
All in the stone bubble, playing for 3 days.
He needs a 7, and he needs it now.
Got a good hand?
Not sure.
That's as honest as it gets.
Ich hätte selber fast geopend. Ich hätte selber fast geopend.
Oh yeah, I'm not realizing these two don't know.
Yeah, they can't turn their cards up.
But you know, Shahar, I think, said it's not looking good. Kolazar realizes that as well, range-wise.
He should.
A flat in particular, I feel like skews Madani away from like the big suited ace stuff. You know, he'd be more apt to re-raise and make sure.
Ace, king, ace, queens. He's
exactly
putting it in.
Fives, it's not a minute. Fives, I don't.
On day one.
Wow, so they're vaguely talking about what they have without talking about what they have.
I don't know. I opened, a guy after me shoved 14K. I opened his queen. Even on the big line, shove 85,000. Pocket 5.
He played a fun King Jack suited at my table. I'm not surprised.
You play with him? Ah, so you know.
Oh, I know.
But now he's more decent. Day one he was...
This is day 2.
So they don't show their cards because they didn't want to influence anyone else at a different, like, you know, someone to like fold knowing that like the Kolazar is getting in.
Nines have run into sevens over there, man. Muck, you know, so obviously the feature table is removed from the remainder of the tournament area somewhat. However, word does travel fast in situations such as this. So it is very much to the player's advantage to just stay tight-lipped about this.
I have a fun story about getting a penalty for being a wizard in this exact spot.
Okay.
He talks so fast.
I was on the stone bubble of a win tournament. Me and this other gentleman get it in, and he turns his hand up, and I didn't want him to get a penalty, so I showed him what I had, flipped my cards up, and then took his hand and just turned it back over, so he knew that he was drawing very thin. He immediately called the floor over and said that I changed cards with him, and then I'm a magician. They stopped the tournament for about 20 minutes, checked the cameras, said that I definitely did not change the cards. We proceeded to run out the hand.
He knew what he had.
Right, but like
so he's just completely taken a shot.
Correct.
What a scumbag. You're being nice to the guy.
I had 2 pair, and like, he had a gutter ball, and I was just like, okay, I have 2 pair, you know, don't do that, and I did that. And yeah, he saw how far he was behind, and he wanted to switch cards, so he called the floor on me. It turns out this guy is a big gambler at the win, so like they didn't give him any kind of punishment for that. He hits the gutter on me, and then the floor comes over, and he's like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to give you a 1-round penalty for touching another player's cards.
Every time on the flop.
I wish I was making any of that up, especially the part of him hitting the gutter on me.
I'll tell you what, it's a good thing you didn't know what he drove, because I'd have let the air right on out of those tires.
I think he was the type of person that doesn't drive anywhere. He has people to drive him places.
Seems like a scumbag.
Yeah, just it was explained to me that he was betting 25K like in the pits earlier that day.
Well, if he was betting 25K in the pits, why the hell does he care about this hand of poker in a anyway?
People don't like losing.
And you don't like sevens against nines. That much has now been revealed in this 535K pot where Kolesar is flirting with being the dreaded bubble boy. And let's see if this upswing for Madani can continue and do so with the added benefit of, oh my goodness, I was going to say a guaranteed min cash. Instead, a set for Kolesar.
Wow.
Does still need to fade the 9. Club's a non-issue.
No. I had queen 10.
Turn is safe.
Still got to hold your breath.
Can 1-2 outer be followed by another? No.
Wow.
7's full and a full double. A blow that Madani can sustain without necessarily panicking, but
Couldn't even breathe.
boy, that was a very fortunate outcome.
Yeah. Probably a minimum 20,000 euro outcome.
He's the only one who would call you in the spot. Big one.
Exactly.
I thought you had a better hand.
Me too. You're not shoving 7?
You agree with Deeb that Madani, between chips and maybe player, is the only one that would call with the 2 9s in the face of that open and then shove in front of him?
I don't think it's obvious, but I don't think he's the only one. But again, maybe I'm not as polished as some of the other guys at this table. But I think it's a good spot when you are sitting on $1 million in chips.
It's like I'm in button.
I don't think Kolesar is solely 10s plus and ace queen plus there.
You know. Nice hand.
Obviously not.
Thanks.
He knows.
Yeah.
He already ran the sim in his head, so.
But yeah, these guys are probably they've looked it up on whatever spreadsheet they use to determine all that stuff. But I don't think it's easy. But I think on average a player would make the call there. And he got that many chips.
You live in Budapest or?
No. I live very close to Vienna, next to the border.
Oh, then it goes very far.
Yeah, you get a lot for that part there.
No, the western part is the...
what's the city called?
It's a village.
Village?
It's close to Győr, if you know.
Yeah.
I looked at houses in this area. It's cheap.
But cheaper than in Austria, for sure.
Yeah, much.
But this is the most expensive part of Hungary.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because it's
Well,
close
the
to
most
Austria.
expensive part of Hungary is still
Austria.
a cheap part of Austria, apparently. As we get a little real estate lesson from the man enjoying the stay of execution, Kolesar. Although that's a generous way to describe it, because he always had enough chips to fight on with 200 and some odd. Took his chances with the 7s, fruitfully now up to over $500,000 and facing an open from fast once more, dominating with ace-jack versus king-jack and sitting deeper.
80.
I like it. A little heat check. Generally speaking, if you're another player at the table, after a player doubles up, you don't expect them to 3-bet too light. It's probably going to get a lot of credit.
Well, back-to-back pickups now for Kolesar as he activates.
80K, that's insulting.
Once more. What's going on out here?
No triangle yet? Oh.
Pot in progress. Isildur not involved.
All right, showdown.
I have a chance.
That's a good call.
That's the bubble.
Wait, what? I didn't see the triangle out there.
I didn't either. I think he was all in against 2 people, and he checked it down.
And there's nothing worse than this round of applause here if you're Michael.
I think we should go to dinner.
Showered in 117th place for $0 and then walking out the door to the elation of 116 people.
Clapping. Clapping for your demise.
Yep. It's a thing. Just a thing you don't ever want to experience.
Not that this table has a whole lot of short stacks, but I do expect the action to pick up around the room.
Yeah, we talked about the wheel greasing effect of the money bubble bursting. And about 20,000 euros, the min cash, was it, Justin?
I believe so, yeah. 20.9 maybe. It was enough to cover 2 full buy-ins. All right. My man Madani gonna be back at it here.
32,000 open from Kolasar. He's been the man, other than Madani, who suddenly caught heat. And in the process, he cooled Madani a little bit, perhaps pound of flesh context being perceived by Kolasar here.
That's a tiny 3-bet, though.
Yeah, 65,000. I mean, what's looking for the bin at this price?
Wow. Apparently that.
Okay, now that if we didn't expect sevens to get cray on the bubble, I certainly on the inside of the bubble didn't expect a tiny 3-bet like that out of the guy that might be a little bit getting after us to push our ace-jack
I agree.
into the muck.
I'm not high-fiving about calling with ace-jack offsuit, but man, you're going to make a lot of good hands with that.
Well, Madani thinking to himself, you still owe me. And by the way, he's probably going to be tilted if he knows that ace-jack mucked. Not that it was dominated by him, but he's got position in the betting lead, and he's blocking the other ace-jack from improving. A little c-bet, and maybe we make more.
You gave him chips.
Raise to 32. Once more from Kolasar. VPIP levels have gone up. As we can see, it's associated with legitimacy. And this time, no takers.
Thanks.
That's an interesting sweatshirt he has.
It kind of had hockey jersey, almost Golden Knights-like vibes on the sleeves. And then, yeah.
Is anything like that in your closet?
No. But, you know, the Euro fashion sense thing, things are different.
It's true. They can pull off things I certainly can. I'm more of a green T-shirt that says "Zero luck given." 0 luck given.
There, Sean D waving the stars and stripes fashion sense out there proudly. You know the thing that happens in Europe that I feel like I just can never pull off? It's the cuffed jean shorts. Jorts.
Right. I wore them in middle school.
Did you?
Yeah.
I don't think I ever went that route.
Sometimes they were the cuffed ones. Sometimes you took scissors to the jeans.
Cut your jeans.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, you know, when the bottoms get all frayed and you don't have enough money to just, you know, replenish the wardrobe.
Be your own tailor.
Yeah.
Well, Deeb going to be a defender against the Shimiko Ace-King Open. Taking Queen-9 into battle, finding a 9 and a Queen, along with an ace on the board. Profits available with 88 in the middle. Deep. Standard and rapid check. Shimiko with a quick look back, perhaps checking for spades.
King of spades is nice to have, just in case. I'm wondering if this is possibly going to get all in on the flop. I would expect Deeb to check raise a lot here. I'm curious if he's going to do a big sizing or leave it kind of small for a turn shove. $42K follow through.
Gets check popped. No waiting to 110. And obviously the ace-king doesn't have the bin on its mind, but it does need to ask itself, especially with that king of spades in hand, what is Deeb up to?
I agree. I think Shimeko just kind of pigeonholed to always call this. I mean, going all in's fine, but just in case Deeb has some bluffs in him, even if the scariest card rolls off, you got the king of spades in your hand. Just call. Allow Deeb to bluff if he has some bluffs still in the holster, some jack tens, jack eights.
Now it's queens full on the turn.
And the flop queen is a non-spade, which is important, just in case Deeb had something like a queen six of spades.
Okay.
He's officially gotten home. Not to the point where I think Shimeko can probably get away from this hand still, but if they were a bit deeper, I think there was possibilities he could. After filling up, Deeb checks over. Is a curious spot for Shimeko here.
This is pretty grimy from Deeb. I mean, I think he's exactly zeroed Shimeko down to an ace when he checks this way, given that Shimeko called the check raise on the flop. He can't get the man to bet. And here, with the driest available river, action on Deeb with 308 in the middle.
This is probably one of those spots that he's going to leave a chip or two behind and send the rest on in.
On.
Or just go for it all, which I like. It's tough for him to get away. And he calls right away.
Yeah, I think the line that was traveled, the road that was traveled, really just worked its way into this being the foregone conclusion on the end. So for Deeb,
can't keep him down.
Fruitful altercation.
200.
And the yo-yo roller coaster chip graph
213.
ticking upward.
It's 213.
How much do you have?
Before the bubble, after the bubble, I don't think that would have mattered at all in this hand. It would have been more exciting before the bubble, I suppose, but let's see if Deeb gets back into his rhythm here.
I don't know that he ever got out of his rhythm,
That's true.
oddly enough.
Maybe
I mean, if we're just talking about results, sure, but in terms of play, the rhythm was intact at all times, it seems. Outcomes are things that he can't control. All right, so as we suspected, action having its pace picked up elsewhere about the room. Sevens are a bit of a hand.
I know she's bluffing, I know.
And they're doing well here. 20,900 collected by Alessandro Picchieri. Running sixes? Also hauling in chips? What's going on?
Oh.
Philip Zukernick showered. Unclear what he had. I think it already hit the muck, but the payout desk
lines are
is
starting
going
to
to get
form.
busy. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Queens, ace-4 suited, jack-9. 3 players in there, and I don't need to explain who's got way the best of it here. And all they got to do is fade a queen, which they do. Is that a double elimination? Giuseppe Rosa. Arrivederci, signore. Looks like he'll officially be 110th.
Ace.
Aces and what? Ace what? 10?
All right. Gotta like that spot.
Oh, my. Yeah, this one's your fault, Justin.
Yeah, that was a jinx.
Just a stone one outer for the man all in with aces, and for your World Series of Poker main event dream to come to an end like that. Mercifully on the inside of the bubble, but Alexander Bachman might be experiencing a little heartburn.
A lot of uncomfortable glances right now.
You know, I get so disappointed when people are tame in that spot. I just need one guy willing to lift a chair up and just hurl it across the room.
Or at least fake it, you know?
You know, I mean, there's that McMahon documentary on Netflix right now. This is a gentleman who understood how to build a brand. And controversy and hype
That's right.
is a part of that.
I'm 3 episodes in. I didn't grow up watching wrestling, but I can't stop watching this documentary. I'm making myself like only watch 1 episode a night.
You should be able to just climb the top rope and then just elbow drop the flop. You know what I mean? Straight, the table breaks in half. Yeah. Everybody just understands this is how it goes. Aces got cracked. Everybody gets up.
Bringing a new table.
Back. Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
10-minute break.
See what I mean?
Oh, you guys
Ostedt found his way to the inside of the bubble. Hang on here. The Swede in the money, but it looks like all of his chips have been summoned.
Looks like about 130. 140 maybe?
Okay, call has not been made then yet.
No. Stealing the blinds.
Is that a 1-round penalty at the win? What happened there?
Depends who he is. All right. Stole the blinds. Back up to 10 blinds.
He's going to lurk. Kamoshi, by the way, to his direct left, was at our feature yesterday. I don't think he was in love with that outcome. Love is definitely the sentiment we experience when we look down at needles, and this is a lovely spot to potentially find involvement out of Fast, who's got ace-jack and problems.
$95.
95. 3 race 95.
Ooh. No better feeling.
Music to the ears of Shimeko.
Wow.
4-5 plus.
Queen Jack, Queen 10, offsuit and suited respectively, work their way into the bin.
What? TV?
What do you favor here, Justin? Because Fast is deep.
Yeah, with these specific kind of stack sizes, I like going and getting a 4-bet in. Just hoping he has like a kind of hand that is okay getting it in with.
But as deep as they are, that would require a very narrow range of kit.
Well, I think he can have all his bluffs in addition to like all his like top end. It's very polarizing 4-bet, obviously. But if they were a bit shallower, maybe by like 15 blinds or so, I would like flatting quite a bit. That way you can kind of guarantee to get the money in a little bit easier. But I like this, just in case. Like if he has queens or kings, just flatting can be dangerous. There's a lot of like wet boards out there that people can wiggle away from.
Range obviously broadened, being on the inside of the bubble for Fast, who does find a 3-bet and fold, understandably, as ace-jack really loses luster in the face of the 4-bet from Shimeko, who hasn't been a reckless chip leader here.
No, he hasn't. He, you know, he's I think 3-bet the ace-4 suited, which is pretty standard these days, and got rewarded for it by turning to full house. But outside of that, he's been sitting on his hands pretty good. Tried to get out of line with the Jack 3 offsuit, and he got slapped right away by Madani.
Mm-hmm.
Finds another beauty.
Race 32. 2-3 plus.
Ooh, Kolzar on the button with a suited ace-jack.
Facing a consecutive open now from the chip leader, maybe some altered perceptions that, in spite of the responsibility that we just alluded to that Shimeko has shown off, not being out of line or V-pipping egregiously,
I think they will end up making a 38-minute
perceive
break,
that he's
right?
shifted gears, but Kolzar just content to flat ace-jack of diamonds on the button. Well served, of course. And now Shahar, in an awful way, unbeknownst,
no, 45.
could take a price.
Well, as soon as I saw the 16 structure, I told him
I think Kolzar having his hand being suited helps him call a lot. I think
45 is too long.
people tend to lean the 3-bet on the offsuit just because it plays slightly worse post-flop.
Don't have a reservation
Yeah,
restaurant,
it's pretty
so
ace-jack of diamonds.
20 minutes anyway.
I want to have a nice walk outside at the parking lot.
Okay.
Breathing some fresh air. Doing some jumping jacks.
It's a disciplined choice there from Shahar
It's
to
not pumping enough just up
dodge this situation. I'm not so sure Kolazar is going to be able to dodge things, nor would he want to. Pair in the nut flush draw over here. Little does he know it, but he lags behind. And this flop has chosen violence. 104 in the middle.
Having some inherent showdown, Kolazar probably is just going to take the passive route and just call here. It's not really a high five moment to like raise and have someone put you in. And with the jack, you have showdown value inherently. So just call and hope you get a prettier turn card.
So a flat of the 65K follow through, and now the nuts on the turn for Kolazar. Shmeko draws dead. No justice.
Shmeko gives the old knuckle, assuming he's setting it up to check call, and then on the river, check the side. Kolazar's probably looking for an amount where he could get his. He checks back. Wonderful play.
Really
doesn't realize how strong his opponent is.
What's more wonderful to you, the play on the turn or the deuce of spades on the river?
That's right.
And if you're Shmeko, this is an uncomplicated development, and obviously a check back from Kolazar might leave us thinking that value is available with 234 in the middle.
I agree. I think he might even go big here. Really attack certain queens, king jacks, jack nines.
And he's just praying that his man's got ace king across the way. Something that can potentially call what is sure to be this raise. Kolazar, though, I don't know that there are any sizes available other than all 486. And once that gets dedicated, the ace-queen loses luster in a hurry.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of posturing. I don't mind it, just to make sure your opponent can possibly think you can find some kind of bluff by jamming for not much more. There are sickos out there that do this as bluffs, but I do think Shmeko is going to find a fold fairly quickly.
Is 200 just too greedy with ace-queen?
No, I like it. Honestly, I think it's a good bet to bet then fold. Yeah. You're getting value from everything you have beat, and everything that raises is you're going to fold to anyway.
No, by the way, zero hesitation. Shmeko understood exactly what he was going to do in the face of the only raise size that was available to Kolazar, and quite content to put ace-queen into the muck was Shmeko.
It's a lot tougher if he were to bet 125 on the river and then get jammed on. Now all of a sudden, a lot of voices start creeping in your head of bluffs he could have.
Ace-3 suited now. Carlik makes it 32,000 to go. Ace-jack for deep.
Likes the 3-bet.
100,000, the sizing.
Is Madani thinking about doing something tricky?
King jack offsuit.
Probably work if he could find the trigger, but yeah, it's a tough ask.
Keeps the naughtiness to thoughts and not actions. Now the action on the opener. And he's out of there. Do you like open and then 4-bet with the baby suited ace ever, Justin?
I do, but in all honesty, one of my biggest flaws in poker is I call too much. So I would look down at that suited wonderful ace 3, and if I got 3-bet, I might just peel.
We're going to look down elsewhere in the field where it looks like King Jack has just broken the heart of the 2 queens of Dimitro Stetsura.
That sounds right to me.
Min cash for him. He spent some time at the feature yesterday. Now, Lena online. Nicholas Ostet offline. Looks like he's got his 160 in there. Ace-Queen against Ace-Jack, doing okay on the flop and the turn. Doesn't want to chop and will not have to, it would seem. Oh, he was the covering stack, perhaps. Frank Daniel Schuler. Go Niners, by the way.
Niners, Swooty.
I'm into that. Also, go visit the payout desk because you're 99th. Jacks for Shahar. Meanwhile, back at the feature. Olshansky. 6 is open to 34, and Shahar plays the cutoff as a flat.
Wow.
Do we do this with the intention of inviting a squeeze behind under repped and then maybe look to get in as a floor?
I think that was the goal. I don't think he's having too much thought. If anyone 3-bets, this is a high 5 moment to get in jacks there. But I'm not sure how many squeezers is behind. Madani likes to call way too much, maybe, but just not a whole lot of candidates behind.
I mean, the chip leader was in the small.
Yeah, he's been pretty.
In terms
quiet.
of play style, you mean candidates were lacking. Yeah. Tend to agree. Madani's flat, then invites Karlik to take a prize. He makes 3s with a gut shot, checks over to the pre-flop Razor, who's got second pair effective, but no appetite for this board texture in a 4-way affair. Shahar also mindful of the ace checks, and it's a total airball for Madani. Nobody has an ace, by the way. It was a little bit of an opportunity.
There's only one person who was happy with that board. Oh.
Now that person is Olshansky, as the very innocent-looking 6 of diamonds gives him a set.
I imagine he'll bet his hand here, still think that someone could possibly have a middling or tiny ace. Just get some value.
40,000.
6 at 40.
That's quarter pot. Wow. Shahar is turning his jacks into...
You know, 85,000 as well, Justin. But go on. This is unanticipated. And, I mean, maybe he just thinks Olshansky is never going to fail to c-bet on that board texture if he actually had the ace.
Yeah, and I think we had a similar hand where I think he made the sizing so tiny, he's just trying to get the showdown. He knows Olshansky's probably going to call every time and check every river in his mind. He doesn't know he has a set of 6s. And he just gets a showdown jacks in his spot and not lose any more money, as opposed to just calling 40 and then having to force himself to decide if Olshansky goes for a large sizing on the river. I think he's just trying to protect himself here. I'm sure Olshansky sees the same thought process, and instead of just calling and going for a check raise on the river, he's just probably going to go ahead and put a 3rd bet in here on the turn here and make it on the smaller side as well. Maybe like 220.
Like, yeah, on the flop, you knew he liked it.
Huh?
I was saying on that flop, you knew he fucking smashed it.
Did you see it?
I didn't see it.
I saw it.
Just the call.
Why would he choose anything else with the sense of temptation?
Yeah.
Just, I'd imagine Shahar set this up so he could snap check back here.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did. And I'll tell you what, in a weird way, you feel pretty okay with this.
Right, exactly.
Because you flat turn, face the big one, now you're playing the guessing game. Instead, he put in the river call at a much smaller size on the turn, and maybe there's a modicum of fold equity.
Sure.
You know, even just for that clicky sizing.
Are you raised?
It's he's question why you raise, but I like it. If you don't trust yourself to make perfect decisions on the river, and you know you're going to call the 40K with jacks anyway, I like it.
No, I say I raise you. In the river, you check me.
One pair and gut shot.
That was the plan. Huh? Plus, if you trip it, I fall.
No, someone taking a selfie there. That's good.
Lena 900 got himself all in again. What have we here? Ace 10 of diamonds up against 10 deuce. Performing very well is Osted. Unless, of course, a deuce rolls off. Now he needs to find the ace or the jack on this king-queen board, and instead trip deuces for the dominated hand. And we've lost the Swede, who's got almost $50 million in online winnings. Dropped out of school to play poker at a young age, and he's going to take his talents to the payout desk for a min cash in this one.
Another 21,000 to his live resume.
I didn't know.
I'm trying to be happy.
Boy, he took that like a champ. See, this is where McMahon would be like, all right, guys, we need Lena to dive across the felt, strangle that guy. Now we need the ref to come in and break it up. Once we think it's over, he needs to dive back at the guy one more time. Then we go to the managers for, you know, post-match interview. And he's like, next time I see that guy, I'm going to make an IKEA meatball out of him. Back at the feature, civility rules the day.
Yeah, we need to go back to 10-9 suited guy. I think he would buy into the McMahon formula here.
Oh, he's here for it. And so is Olushansky, by the way, with this ace-queen, fresh off of the set of sixes. He 3-bets the opener, Kolasar, who under the gun with this Jack-9 of clubs, showing us a different side.
Yeah.
I had all this wine in Vegas, and I was leaving Vegas.
Jack-9's a very pretty hand, but
they just
you
drank
know,
it all on me.
you're opening yourself
They
up
had no idea
to
who's won
spots where you're going to get squeezed and 3-bet or just flatted, and not the easiest hand to play. Speaking of squeezing, Fast is a great hand to do it with.
Solver bait percolates, and good restraint there from Fast.
It's yours.
And Kolasar lets go. I think a little bit of it has to do, too, with Kolasar having relatively tight table image. Granted, we saw him go hard with the 2 sevens in a spot where maybe others might not have. But under the gun and under the gun +1, you know, one of these two guys may be perceived to have it.
J-Mo sells a house in Vegas?
No, for sure. And that's
I think he's renting it
makes it
out
probably a lot
for
easier for Fast not to go for the 4-bet.
the Thailand, yeah.
He was supposed to meet me and Wyman in Japan a few years ago, and then I convinced him to buy some of Wyman's action deep in the main. So he's like, whenever you guys come out, I got you. So.
All right. Mucked around to the 10s for Karlik.
Welcome sight on 23 blinds.
Still able to open the minimum.
You have like 400.
Kolasar asking for the count here. Suited connectors, always tempting.
C3 with a pretty hand.
16K the price of admission. Atop the investments made in the form of the big blind ante and big blind. Prior to that, a 10 in the window is always a delightful sight. A 7 follows it. Kolasar has made a pair. Checks it over.
Play maybe one session every 2 weeks, like not on Sunday.
Only tournaments?
Yeah. And then I play live poker.
That was 24.
Wow,
22,
just finds the check fold. Good fold from Kolasar there.
Is there?
I go to Cyprus.
You know,
from
I've
here.
seen a bit more of this of late.
I play Bahamas.
Once upon a time, I felt as though there was always this simplistic logic of, if you're going to bother to defend, as hard as it is to make a pair against a late opener, what the heck are you doing defending if you're not willing to call on that flop against a standard C-bet? But then people are starting to think a little bit beyond that border and go, but where am I looking to go from here?
Right. I do think the pendulum is swinging back the other direction. Not necessarily as far as like defending like narrower, but just the understanding. People are getting a lot better in all aspects of poker. In addition to like being the opener, knowing like you have a range advantage and knowing that the opener is just not going to give up on any turn.
I'm doing okay. Huh? I said I'm doing okay.
Plus, it helped that board didn't have any hearts. No straights that you really want to make.
Yeah. Under the gun, ace-8 offsuit is got Shahar opening.
Well, ace-8 is the hand of the stable.
Like maybe on a lower stakes, but I would assume in the 90s and before, someone who would crushing in the 80s, he would just crush for 20 years, 25 years.
No, the games kept changing. So like that's why there was different like you talk to the old school guys, and I've had a lot of conversations with them. And there was particular styles that worked for a while, and then some maniacs came around, and then some nits came around. Like it's the ebbs and flows of styles.
Jamming.
Compared to being contrarian.
So you say there was no one who could just beat the game for like a long...
Oh no, a lot of people beat the game.
Shahar's thinking, I almost did it. I almost got home.
And instead, patting himself on the back for 7 folds.
I was like, for me, like, I don't know, like someone like Eric Seidel, for example, I would assume that he was just always on top of the game, like being good at adapting to the new era, like what changes,
But there was always like when Carlos Mortensen came on, when Huxley came on, like especially because all those guys were mixed game players. Every game, like Ted Forrest, there was some elite player who figured out some things in a particular game that no one else was doing.
Okay, that's mixed game.
Yeah.
I'm talking Hold'em.
Yeah, even Hold'em though. I think the game, like Carlos definitely changed Hold'em, and Negreanu did a bit for a while. Ivy did. Doyle did, even did for a bit. So there was a lot of, catalysts for changing the game. Stewie and shit like that.
Deep playing historian for fast.
Yeah.
I do like this part of poker. It's nice. Like the game does change. It seems like every 3 to 5 years, there's just a new wrinkle that someone figures out, and like people adapt it.
I feel like the figuring out is no longer going to be human based.
Yeah, I think you're right, but
offsuit high cards were overvalued.
I still have hope. Yeah, I agree. But unfortunately, I think you're right. But I believe probably 15 years ago, I thought the same thing when people were opening to 2.1 instead of 3 to 5x the opens, and when people started 3-betting.
I believe neither of us expected a check back out of Shahar when Olhushansky limped in with this dominated king. I'm not sure this is the board that's going to create any fireworks.
That is an interesting line.
But I mean, it makes sense. It's like no one knew the odds of anything. No one knew the pot size. No one knew bet sizes.
Min bet.
But that's the one thing I hate the most about this generation of poker is like, yes, big blind ending is nice, but I like every blind level having to play a different strategy based on the percentage of the big blind. For someone as aggressive as me.
And look at this. Shahar taking chips that might have otherwise been dedicated toward the pop pre-flop and just deciding to raise it up here. And obviously a check back in the big does interact with this board texture.
It does. It's a very interesting way to play. He's
mystery ante would
kind of that mentality of like, I'm slow playing this monster,
not really though.
so I'm not going to lose this pot. Like
one big blind, it doesn't matter.
And he's right.
Sometimes
He played it optimally. I think he got an extra 16,000 probably.
Free-hand or post-hand?
Free.
Was he going to show it?
Like, yeah. So
Oh, no.
No, you can't show that.
I agree.
So it's very. So mystery, I was thinking you're saying like you find out after the hand how big the ante was.
No.
Yeah. So I think
the worst flop
you
ever.
almost get fucked again.
The worst flop ever. I didn't expect for the flop, I expected ace something.
Pocket pair, good pocket. No, ace king. Ace king either.
Ooh.
It does let him know.
He didn't show it, but he did copy it.
I wanted to get something, so I get some chips.
First the big line when they get a really big end.
There's the bracelet that awaits our champ a couple of days from now.
A lot, and I'm trying to think of a way to prevent that.
You know that Johnston's is the company that used to make like my high school class rings and stuff. Like, don't they do like graduation pictures and whatever? They ventured out.
Well,
we got names.
I guess they've moved on. Now that you say it out loud, I think you're right. I think my class ring is
Like, cap and gown, you know.
Yeah, one-stop shopping. You get everything.
Yeah.
Senior pictures, your ring,
right?
A tassel.
I thought that was them.
Didi's just picking on you. You're the one deal he thinks he's getting beat in a fight.
Wow, I wonder how they got the rights to making such a prestigious bracelet.
I'm not fighting.
Insider move.
I would surrender.
A6 of clubs for Shahar.
It's in our blood.
He's going to flat the Kolazar cutoff open. Madani likes the price in A7. So he too will come along.
We're right behind the French. We surrender a lot.
3 players to the flop. 10-7-4 puts Madani in front, which is where he was pre. Two checks in front of our queen high. Not the board that lends to a follow through, and now Shahar hits a 6.
Expect two people both think they have the best hand, but not a great hand. Usually lends to a bet call and then check. Unless we get a dirty ace river.
Understandable choice to lead here with the disinterest behind him on the flop. Of course, the call at 42,000, pardon me, leaves us a little bit concerned if we're Shahar. Now a 4-liner on board plus the backdoor heart arrival come together for a check. I'm not sure Madani's got value on his mind. He does have the ace of hearts in case of emergency, but he's just going to check back and haul it in here.
But I'm good.
I don't get why there's a table. Ah, that's why.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are some nice chairs for the railbirds to sit at. Well,
Yeah, Racing
It's crazy
Sparko.
they built that nice room and didn't make it
Normally you
handicap
toss those into, you know, touring cars.
Because I drew, I'm guessing it's the same guy.
No wonder that guy caught a cat nap on one of them earlier. I mean, they're not plush, you know, they get you some good posture or whatever, but yeah, it's,
I want to play there.
you could probably win a League of Legends championship in one of those things.
You come off handicapped. You don't have to
You get a
pretend.
look at the chip counts here.
Broken
Shahar,
legs, you know?
Yeah.
20 bigs down at the bottom.
Mattis Scooter.
Deep in midfield. Schmeichel came in to this table late, had the chip lead, has now relinquished that back over to the chip leader coming into this feature, Olshansky.
The other table up to him.
They're breaking the table.
Madani has performed well.
So yeah, when he goes to different tables, like if it was mid-level.
I think he busted.
Oh, he busted. Okay.
I think. He had a red.
all right.
Just like his
I have a
legs.
feeling Deed's going to find a hand here. A deep style hand, but still. On cue. Come on. He's in the middle of telling a story.
Ace Jack of Hearts, and Kolosar's story begins with a raise to 32,000, and now Olshansky direct left with 9s. There's been some horn locking out of these two seats recently.
He's legend.
Like the dealer, he put the scarf over his.
Flat call, the path chosen.
I love Jan. We had a lot of fun.
Ace Queen now from Madani,
Wow.
and out of the small, squeezy ideas could be percolating.
Yeah, that's me.
I mean, the presence of the only stack that has us covered is, of course, a bit of a concern, although
No, I meant just playing
a
with him.
flat out of
Me
that
and him had a good
stack, and we
conversation.
may not anticipate a whole lot of
We were at
trapping.
dinner with Gabriel and
I agree. I still think he needs
You
to
know,
squeeze
his name
here,
is
and
we call him Yachty.
still not an easy spot for Olshansky behind him.
He starts the name of his last name, Yacht.
Or Kolazar for that matter, but
And instead
I think
of man,
Kolazar
we say just
can get away from this.
Like yucky.
How do you say his last name?
Oh,
Yeah.
and he's going for it all.
Yeah, I think it's like.
Wait, did you say call or all
like
in?
the boat,
What?
yeah.
But it's
Oh, call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Justin,
Yeah, I can never
you know,
do any
Sorry,
of those.
I almost gave you a heart attack
I'm
there.
in my mid-40s now. I'm not in the greatest shape. I would hate to have a cardiac moment in the booth,
38.
which would have been the product of a jam. out of that ace-jack of hearts. Instead, it's a flat. Now it's back over to these nines. For a total of 115, we can close the action and just see what's what. Or
yeah,
there's
options.
We could
always question your health. No,
15,000 today so far.
I think the show would be okay if you died next to me. I would
honestly,
continue on.
A couple of frames in, Justin, I think you could handle the bridge of this ship for sure.
Are we leaving the table?
377,000 as Olshansky does flat, and he finds himself a king 7 deuce board along with the rest of the field. The nines are still in front, second pair effective. And for Madani, it's a little bit awkward because you didn't shed a single player, and on top of that, you have not improved. Queen of clubs works, but a c-bet is not what's on his mind. Check from him and Kolazar. Let's see how nines are feeling.
Put the Niklas on it. I want to see Niklas play. You already poked the table?
Check back, board pair.
Who's in?
Cozy kind of card for the nines, by the way.
Definitely is, especially with Madani checking that king high flop.
Obviously, a few people in production picked them.
Having the ace queen, you block the king queens. There's just not a whole lot of king X's out there that are calling 3-bets that often. Ace king's generally 4-bet. You block the king queen.
They got to advertise the 3 Americans who come here. So.
But I do think since he waited a street and the sizing, nines are going to make him fire one more.
You got the Foxins, Nicky P, and then there's this guy never seen before from America who's here.
Yeah.
What? No, not Zamani. His name's Ben. Was it Ben Jacobs? What was it? There's something Jacobs. He's from Vegas. Has like $1 million in earnings. Never seen him before. He got third in 10K 6 Max a few years ago.
55K bet and called. Board pairing king on the river.
Does he just take his ace high to showdown or put him on a hand like he has and really try to go after it?
How often would 10s through queens plus be associated with this line? Because we expect that King X would have spoken up on the flop out of Madani.
Yeah, exactly. I think if Madani were to have jacks plus here, he could take this line, and that's exactly what he's going to represent. And this is not the biggest bet in the world, but it's certainly tough. There's just not too many hands that Madani should be turning into bluffs here.
You know, I do think, though, that Olshansky does have a bit of a sixth sense with respect to Madani maybe having some dancing shoes on from time to time out here. He's going to find a call, right?
It's a milky bet. It looks very similar, getting a good price, but a lot of times when you feel like you're getting milked, you're getting milked.
It looks like a duck, walks like a duck. Every now and again, it's a goose, like what we see here.
Every once in a while, it's ace high.
What are the natural bluffs that we would expect Madani to have here?
It's a lot of this, and possibly like a counterfeited like sixes that you were already ahead of.
Yeah.
He does find the call. Maybe like ace 10 of clubs, stuff in that realm. But
I don't know that I would rise to calling this effort a valiant one, but it was an effort nevertheless. Perhaps one that would have been better served at a higher price point. As the dinner break is upon us, some people apparently have gotten a head start as the chow line
looks delicious.
Starts to, I've been down there. It's, you know, it'll get you through the winter.
My goodness.
Now I'm hungry.
Yeah, I was going to say.
What's going on?
There's some beef jerky in the waiting room. I have my eyes on here.
All right, so that's going to do it for the first half of today's coverage. Justin and I, along with the field, will be headed to a break of our own. Should be roughly 20-some-odd minutes, if I'm not mistaken, and then we'll be back with continuing coverage of Day 3 of this World Series of Poker Europe main event. Stay close.
Like this, no? Oh, really?
Even though there are those lulls,
I heard
the authenticity with which we're able to track the progress in a poker tournament and come to appreciate
it's appealing, obviously.
how many people punch their ticket deep without ever having picked up hands such as this. Pocket kings, huge, big coolers, and just fight and get gritty and then create their own fate. It's a window into all of the roads traveled.
Yeah, that's very true, and I actually think this hand is going to take priority. But the quick thing I'll say is I think live poker has the edited streams to thank. We were protected for decades because people just thought the game was good hand versus good hand.
Oh, right.
And patience was key.
Well, to be fair, the game itself and the insights and the understandings, as we see Aishan just declining to get involved with ace-jack there versus the Stetsuda open.
That's a very interesting, very disciplined fold.
Well, I don't know that we're going to be able to exercise that sort of discipline with ace-queen in the big if we're Vaituliones.
Almost the same day.
This is almost always going to be a pure call versus under the gun. Especially he hasn't been here to see some of the showdowns from Stetsura, which may have inclined him to 3-bet a little bit more often.
I wasn't thinking he was going to sail off, but we knew he wasn't going to fold, and he also isn't going to do poorly on an ace-8-8 board. Checking over to Stetsura, a snap flick of 5K.
I love that bet.
Did he just...
Don't care about the size or anything, just the mannerisms of that bet is the best. But that's why I found the ace-jack to be a bit of an interesting fold. Of course, under the gun versus under the gun 1, it's pretty standard laydown, but he had seen some of these showdowns, the ace-10, the 9-6. Perhaps you might want to consider getting in the mix there.
Yeah, fair.
WSOP?
WSOP, yeah.
No hesitation.
I was surprised there is a 50K there.
Out of the ace-queen to get into the mix, playing it as a check raise. Is this hazardous?
No, this is very nice. Obviously, his best ace on paired boards such as this. Again, big blind is kind of incentivized to play a little bit more aggressively. Now, of course, he does have to run the risk of being against ace king, but that's just the nature of the game. You're going to be up against that hand some of the time.
An easy field.
I hope they're not going to call it.
Probably it's going to be a lot of Brazilian good racks. Or maybe all of them, which is not great. One of the best schools now in poker.
No fun spot for Stetsura, but he should expect plenty of bluffs to come out of the big blind here. Hands that kind of wrap around the 8 with backdoors.
When I was looking at the program,
are often utilized.
Tournaments in Miami. That's why
pretty clear continue for at least one more with kings.
November, there is nothing to play the second half in Vegas.
So I decided also just to go to Miami and then later.
If I knew, I would have gone to Miami. Yeah.
Either Las Vegas, either Bahamas.
Extra 7K contemplated. This board texture. Trip 8s and ace X, what we're deeply concerned about.
It seems like he's cutting out raising chips.
Now, this is on the order of that strange stuff that I think you had mentioned earlier. The sorts of lines that we really don't expect.
We might be a bit off the reservation here. I think, he's basically saying I'm under the gun. I could have aces. How dare you?
And by the way, there's a lot of physical posturing going on here. Stetsura leaning back in his chair, staring down the opposition.
Right.
Rocking back and forth a little bit. I don't have a baseline, don't want to make a meal of these things, but worthy of pointing them out because it's exactly what's being observed by Vaituliones. With the late arrival here. He's not going to go anywhere.
I think that's a pretty astute observation, too, because I would say that Stetsura looked like he was between call and fold and then found the click. And that's it's kind of a weird misalignment between body language and what actually took place.
Well, it goes check, check rather quickly on the turn, and the second ace arrives on the river. All of a sudden, even though the action isn't on him, you see Stetsura lean back forward, put his arms on the rail, and start playing with chips.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he, in his mind, thinks that ace is a very good card for him.
Well, we don't anticipate that an 8 would come out swinging on the river, right?
Unlikely. If it does, it would be for this small size, though. So I do like the sizing choice here.
10 into 61.5.
With ace queen, you're pretty unhappy with this.
I'm not even going to speculate, and that's my specialty, by the way, on whatever that was. Look at this.
Yeah, with ace queen, you're generally pretty unhappy with this river because you suspect now you're probably chopping a lot.
No chop at all. And Stetsuda pays off. That was a confrontation that I don't think played out anywhere remotely close to the manner in which most would have expected when they caught the imagery.
Yeah. He has the build. I have to tell you, he has the build for it.
The wingspan on him, I mean, he'll reach over and pull your stack in himself from the 2 seat. You're sitting in 7, and he's like, no, I got this. King Queen suited, meanwhile, back at the feature for Ishan. Has itself some issues here. As an open to 5,000 is mulled over by Ilani.
Yeah, I think we can see this one go either way. Probably leans 3-bet. And if it leans 3-bet, Ilani's not going to miss it. That's for certain. We've seen him take the aggressive option just about every opportunity he had. Spots are always very uncomfortable at this depth. 40-ish big blinds. I think King Queen suited just good enough. You're going to have to get in the mix. Understanding that you're dominated some amount of the time.
Yeah, it is so funny because we use blocker logic so often to be heroic with these King Queen suiteds, and now all of a sudden it's not going to take logic, but rather just a glimpse at this ace 10-3 with 2 diamonds to understand that more chips will be finding their way forward. Ilani, top pair in an inflated one pre, 34 in the middle. They play 103K effective.
Yeah, I imagine we see a river here in some capacity. About 3 SPR. I imagine the small size will be utilized here by Ilani. We do see 11 into 34. There might be some ideas of a smallish check raise here, call off. King, queen, diamonds here, plenty strong enough with the gut shot flush draw. You can see in the equities about 60-40. These are spots that, when in doubt, you kind of just find a way to funnel the money in. I imagine he would be able to set up a little bit of, or have a range of hands that he can target that will fold, comparable hands to what he's holding that don't have a front door, back door. So like king, queen of spades, perhaps, would be a hand that he could target. He could apply a lot of pressure to hands like jacks and queens that choose to c-bet. So I do think he's going to come with the check raise here.
There it is, 32,000 on the strength of the nut flush draw and the gut shot, as well as being able to leverage the presence of the ace to maybe send some pocket pairs packing. Of course, we block kings and queens.
Now, Alani's hand really can't do anything wrong. It doesn't matter if he calls or jams. It's more of a question of what, with his range as a whole, prefer to do. We do have some weaker hands in that range that are going to want to see a turn.
Well, this isn't all that weak, and yet it is going to play itself as a flat. As you mentioned, Berkey, no wrong decisions and no issues on a 5 of spades turn for the Israeli. As the Frenchman now must navigate out of position in the inflated 98K streets.
When he set this up for a jam, I suspect he'll follow through. Feels a little tough because we're not exactly sure what we're trying to get to fold, but, you know, kind of as mentioned, you'll see kings, queens, jacks be forced to play this way by Alani, and then they have to kind of hero it off.
Is the jam not exceedingly polar?
It is,
I know it's
but the check
70.5
raise,
effective.
yeah, I think the check raise itself was polar to begin with.
Okay.
So we're looking at like 2 pair plus, and then maybe exactly this combo.
All right, so all of it on request now, and Ilani isn't exactly thrilled, but maybe this will be regarded as simply a hand of poker.
Yeah, I think he knows he doesn't beat value is the thing. He's losing to 10s, ace 10, and ace king that slow play pre, as well as, I guess, aces some of the time. He's now also losing to ace 5, but I don't believe that would be a part of the check raising strategy, so he can probably discount that. And then he's beating the combo draws, so the king queen of diamonds, king jack of diamonds, kind of exactly. Perhaps we see some 10-9, jack 10 of diamonds play this way. I think it's less often though. Big confrontation here. We're going to need to see some help if King Queen is going to improve. Otherwise, Ilani is going to get himself on quite the stack, and he does. 3 of heart river, not going to do it for him.
So the calls seem to be a bit of a foregone, if uncomfortable, conclusion to the jam on the turn, and a clean run out.
Yeah, well, it's it's warfare out there, Ali, and
yes,
those chips are just bullets.
Yeah.
No sense in going home with them, you know?
Not so bad.
Put them to work or put them to bed.
They're not as useful in the chamber as they are sprayed onto the battlefield.
That's right, that's right.
Until rent comes due, in which case you're looking for a few in some clips.
Hey, you know, there's some nice weather in California here. They're kind to the homeless.
Looking at you, Santa Monica. Ace King here, being looked at by Vaitu Leones, who has been northbound since his arrival. First hand he sat down and opened was an Ace King. Then, of course, Ace Queen versus 2 kings. Yielded one from Stetsura, who's got an inferior ace on the button versus a cutoff open. Might be looking for his pound of flesh.
Yeah, this one can go either way.
Yeah, 3-bet to 15,000, ill-fated, and Sposado wakes up with ladies.
Now this is where it gets fun.
Unless you have ace-9.
He's the covering stack, so for sure we're going to see him go with it in some capacity here. It's just a matter of how. I guess effectively they're looking at about 60 blinds. I don't think jam's out of the question. With a formation this aggressively, though, maybe he wants to get a little value for his time.
You know, the thing is, as a big stack, if he were to come with some normalish 4-bet sizing, does it not at times appear to the opposition like it's more situational?
For sure.
Cut off open, button, 3-bet. In context, those two played that little pot moments ago, and you could lure something less than ace-king into hazardous procedures.
Yeah,
Instead, we know that this one is a somewhat foregone conclusion.
Right. I think that's facts. It's more you start to play with the line of protecting your hand versus maximizing the value.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets a little dicey, you know, like 2 10s in this spot, I'm pretty sure you're on the cusp between jamming and folding. Whereas, like, you know, 2 aces, you're very clearly just playing 4-bet, not all in. And everything that falls in between that spectrum is going to want to try to do the best that it can to maximize both its fold equity and its ability to get worse to put money in the pot. This is very gross for ace-king.
I mean, we didn't really have this spot in mind when we opened to 5K, and yet the hand is the hand. He's going to choose to jam it.
Yeah.
Sposato isn't looking for the exits.
So this is the thing, like, if you choose the 4-bet not all in here with queens, I think in general it's to snap a jam from either. But perhaps he was thinking to himself that he would very quickly call if the button were the jammer. Potentially he has a decision here versus the original opener.
Buona fortuna.
So we're off to the races in a classic.
Maybe.
If...
Oh, did he call?
I think, yeah.
Oh, okay,
I'm seeing call 109 in there, so unless my eye's deceived. Perhaps the writing was on the wall here as the ace-9 ducks out of the way. And all of a sudden, the fate of the Lithuanian hangs in the balance. To the flop we go. 10-4 tray. Not what was needed. One ace in the muck. That much we know. Can we find a king? Some running wheel hopes. And the latter of them present courtesy of the deuce of hearts. Any 5, any ace, any king. Or just a 7 of clubs. And no sooner does Vaitu Leonis
Forza Italy.
arrive at this feature
Forza.
table than he is dispatched.
Alani's living right. 2 kings again. This time he's just going to be opening the action.
Nothing brewing.
Hello.
Check
Goodbye.
that.
Goodbye.
Yeah. It sure feels like that, unless, of course, improvements can be found for Thomas Aishan. His full clip emptied. Granted, low caliber ammunition. Sitting 37K deep coming in. Sposato's Jack 10 folding. I thought I heard call, even though I saw the cards go.
I think it was Alani.
I see.
4, 5, 6, 7.
So we saw the fold and heard the call all at the same time, but it
Right.
wasn't passing Sposato's lips, rather predictably Ilani's, as
Roll
ace
sweat
king
with you, a
and
little
2
bit.
kings collide.
But it's not a sweat, I don't know.
And the ace high board, along with the spade, is an all Aishan affair. Tremendous resilience.
Nearly flopped him dead.
King.
Just got to fade a single king of hearts.
$37.
Oh my God.
I jinxed myself.
An absolute stone one outer, Matt.
Wow.
It's nice for TV, come on.
It's nice for us, I have to tell you.
I got to tell you, man, bravo,
I saw you
Thomas Aishan, for taking it on the chin like that.
Those multi-way dynamics change things a bit, I think.
Can I ask you something? You ever been in that spot where maybe you did have that thought, but then as you observed the brewing reaction from your opponent to that prospect, you pulled up lane?
Yeah, probably in my younger days when I didn't have much else to go off of other than my ability to read the room and, try to guess correctly. Now I think I would just fight the urge, even if my instincts told me something was awry.
Yeah. And we're going to have a fight on our hands here as yet again Cowboys have mounted up, this time for the surging Stetsura. And Sposato with ace-king of diamonds. We know what direction he's headed.
4th or 5th time Stetsato's had kings. Wow.
Who the hell is Stetsato?
What did I say?
Stetsato. I'm like, is that the love child of...
Yes, exactly. That's
Dimitro?
precisely what happened, is Sposato and Stetsura.
Well, by the way, something else has happened as we're giggling through the surnames. Pocket Queens is a not funny development for a rather deep-stacked Ilani.
This is hell. And honestly, as good as he's been and as aggressive as he's been able to pick up chips, there may be an argument here for just like getting out of harm's way, but you know, it's still queens. And I imagine we're going to 4-bet here. It's just a matter of how much.
These two trains are heading towards one another on the same track.
I think ultimately it just comes down to not a matter of who gets stacked, but like who gets out of the way. Is it the ace-king suited that ends up folding? Is it the queens that ends up folding? Not sure.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a 3-train collision.
I don't think
would
so.
think.
Yeah, I don't think so. But
so, 2 bets became 3. 3 became 4, and the man who started things isn't done with them. 5 bets to 75,000.
if they are reading it all into body language and things of that nature, we might not see a flop.
How so?
The degree at which that 75K went in for a 5-bet with no thought whatsoever kind of indicates to me we might be against the blade here.
Well, listen, Sposato's knife's fairly sharp under normal circumstances, but a very dulling effect brought on by the 4 and 5 bet behind his 3 bet. I wouldn't want to be that drawstring right about now.
Yeah, I don't think I would feel very comfortable playing 6-bet all in here with anything but aces.
There's not a whole lot of times where ace-king, suited in particular, flirts with a muck pre-flop, but this would strike me as one of those times.
I think so. Again, the speed at which Stetsuria put in the 5-bet with what didn't really appear to be much thought. It's a great laydown.
Fantastic decision there.
And honestly, again, I wouldn't be shocked if we just don't even see a flop. Small re-raise, though.
I mean, just another 37.5 to see what's what. I don't want to make light of it, and obviously you play 124 effective from here, sub 1 SPR, so things could get expensive independent of board textures that would maybe leave us worried. And is the decision more for all than for some as it stands? Yes, it is.
Great
My
laydown.
goodness. Bravo, Ron Ilani.
And he shows it. He shows the kings.
And Sposato performed. And by the way, it's not as though we can critique Stetsuria's choice to 5-bet here.
No, of course not. Of course not.
I look, there's TV table. 30 minutes.
Without remembering, I'm probably going to smash 3 names together.
That was really great.
That's a thing that I do, by the way. Like with words, too.
Really?
I've been doing it my whole life. I don't know what causes it. There's actually a name for it, which I don't recall off the top of my head.
Maybe if we got one of those scans, the little corpus callosum, the thing that connects the 2 lobes, maybe you got some extra threads between those
or maybe
two
none at all.
Wow, that gets cool, by
Real
the way.
disconnect.
Yeah.
Imagine I've just been living this duality for all this time unaware.
Listen, I don't want to medicate the mutants, I want them as they are.
Yeah.
Let's not fix it. This is what makes things interesting.
Right.
As we can see the impact of a monotonous sort of GTO-heavy approach, it would seem, scattered about this particular field.
Yeah,
King 4, trip kings for Velocevic. They're not here to entertain us. They're here to win a tournament.
This is what happens when you dole out Adderall like Pez and hand them a GTO wizard sim.
Berkey, careful. Pocket 6s, by the way, have themselves some merits to continuing here.
Yeah, no club. Probably always just going to follow through with a call. It's always a really special time when you just find that random 6 from heaven on the turn.
Well, not available here as the pre-flop raisers follow through was called, and he's not going to be slowing down. There's a barrel, and with 38,000 in the middle, he comes with 13.
This is one of the biggest differentiators, I think, between cash and tournament strategy. When we follow through on turns in cash games where the SPR is a bit deeper, we start to play like the king not king game, you know, and you start to go for like really big greedy bets. But in tournaments, you're massaging, you know, it's a constant back and forth of chicken where
the river leaves you with
the nuts, basically.
A counterfeiting effect. I know that's not where you were going with.
No, but it's actually quite a good event some of the time here for the full house for the King Jack, because sixes can't show down, you know. Now, of course, we know that he's probably just going to bet and win, but
you mean in terms of what? A bluff?
It happens from time to time, believe it or not.
Not as a raise, does it?
Well,
Berkey, you're just thinking back on your own life right now.
Yeah, you know, you
got
nutbag. You got to bluff something, Ali. You know, what better than the 6 high? You know.
Well, here comes a very cozy third and final barrel from Balašević, and of course Svetanov. Doesn't matter how deep stacked you are, you're not feeling good about a man who's willing to get after you across 3 streets on that particular board with air.
I don't know, man. We're just seeing it more and more. There's a way to fast track this career path if you're lucky enough to be mentored by the right people, if you have a certain aptitude towards learning proper strategy.
Let's see your stack.
Within the framework that works.
What you have? Yeah. Okay, raise.
Kamoshi raises to 8,000, and by the way, there's nothing more validating than the sight in the YouTube chat of one Claudio De Marzo, who says it is indeed pronounced Kamoshi. And with that YouTube handle,
Well played.
that account name,
Yeah,
I'm inclined to believe him.
I think so. I think you're right.
Now, let's see how Neugebauer feels about ace-9 of clubs out of the small.
Let's see the flop.
A flat and then, I believe, a lobbying effort from the opener.
If you do too much Cabrera, I'll become Ferry.
Become what?
Ferry.
What it means?
Fakhreddin Mustafa.
Ah.
You know how he was
Yeah.
hating on me. I'll be the anti-Cabrera.
Oh, we have a hand there.
Ooh.
How much is that?
My goodness, of all the things that we expected to glance up at after the raise and call, a jam from Queen-8 offsuit in the big is not among them. And that tilted head, not unlike a puppy being whistled at, that which I'm soaking up in the booth here from Berkey.
It's ambitious.
Too much.
It's
The real Cabrera.
It's gonna work.
Jack 9 suited, man.
It's definitely gonna work.
He knows what's coming.
How about it? What did I say about the Persian dudes, Berkey?
Yeah, no, you're right. Stealing the pot was all he had on his mind.
It's my man.
You have to take 3 more
Thank you,
minutes
Mika.
for every chip you put out.
She's staying busy out there
He's a
on the sidelines throughout the course of the day.
No, please don't do this. No.
Kamoshi staying busy with King Jack suited. Under the gun open.
He wait till the maximum time.
Without glasses. It's okay, thank you.
Action on Ahai. Here we go. He's finally realized it. Now he folds the King 10. And another King Jack. In the big blind. Will defend for Lee. Couple of open-enders. On this queen high board.
Plenty of reason for Kamoshi to follow through, although he is looking over at that 73,000 and
7.
taking that into consideration as he charts his course. 7,000, 1/3 pot. Never finding the muck is Lee. The peel brings a board pairing queen on the turn.
This is a difficult spot for... Yeah, this is a difficult spot for Kamoshi because you don't really want to bet and get jammed on. Lee will have some traps. He'll play Jack-9 this way some of the time. He'll play Queen X this way some of the time. He doesn't have to just be check raising all of his good hands on the flop. It's also kind of difficult to know what you apply pressure to. I guess an 8 particularly would struggle versus like half pot-ish. He's just gonna... And if you're Lee, like, you can't really call this bet.
Well, obviously the arrival of the diamond flush draw helped
Nice fold, nice fold, nice fold. Well played.
Kamoshi to barrel again as he... You know, this feels oddly, and I know that we don't have adequate data maybe to make these sort of blanket generalizations about what we're seeing. An ace suited on the button, a jam from Lee, but I was going to say sort of a piece of fruit ripe for the picking in terms of the deference and sort of the lull, like anybody that wants to actually say, all right, let me change gears here and snatch some chips. Might, you know, be well served.
Yeah, I think part of it is, though, we're still so far away from the bubble entry, either just closed or will be closing after this level.
A jam from Kamoshi, and unfortunately for Lee's purposes, Velocevic has folded an ace.
Spades are live, though.
The path to a W and continued attendance here in this main event has been made that much more difficult for Daehyung Lee. $136K pot. Now, while that isn't the flop that we had in mind, it does present an opportunity to counterfeit the 9s. We'd love to see something like a jack.
Jack
on
of
the
spades,
turn.
10 of spades, maybe for max sweat.
The 5 of diamonds instead.
King of spades.
What a boring turn.
King of spades for split pot. King of spades is split pot.
Kamoshi facetiously pretending not to have a grip on the game. And maybe this is somehow a karmic arrival on the river as Lee, given a stay of execution, and ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for a double.
My heart.
Just looking over Kim's resume as we see this one brewing with a Lee open off of Queen 10 of hearts.
Well, these are the kind of dynamics that can lead to people maybe over-responding, right? Kamoshi's been very active when it comes to the single raise pots. Now he immediately finds himself in a good 3-bet spot. Should somebody wake up behind with the old ace-5 suited, perhaps, maybe they get in a little trouble. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, though. Now Lee is going to be left to fend for himself with the Queen 10 suited. I imagine he'll continue through a call. Might just fold, given his stacked up.
Or call 22.
So Lee is dominated. Doesn't know it, makes the call here, and these are larger commitments out of his stack. Queen in the window is bad news, especially with a couple of 5s behind it. Berkey, this is a problematic spot for obvious reasons.
Yeah, at an SPR of 2.5, it's going to be very hard for the money not to go in here. Although I do think that it's going to require a little bit of massaging of the pot. You can't go too strong here if you're Kamoshi. You don't want to just let your opponent assume that you have kings or aces and get away cheap.
12,000.
12,000's good start here. Lee's obviously going to follow through with a continue. And then we can probably just get the rest of the chips in through a half pot type of sizing scheme.
12K sets us on this journey, which rates to end poorly for Lee. Another 12 off of his thinning stack. Pot up to 78 now. Ace Queen performing very well. Now our kicker no longer plays. Not that we expect that 10 of hearts is of much use relative to the queen itself if we're Lee.
Yeah, and there's only one combo of Queen Jack suited remaining, so as Kamoshi, you're not very fearful here. You also block Ace 5 of hearts, which is very important, so you're really never beaten in this scenario. You just need to make sure that the money goes in as easily as possible and as efficiently as possible. I think the best way to do that is to set up same percentage of the pot over 2 streets.
Is this what we now?
Sizing.
Yeah, I was just going to say, is that the term that's kind of been percolating?
It's a nice little hack that the solver has unlocked for us. So roughly half pot here would get the chips in most efficiently.
26,000.
I think the problem with going this small is you set up a bigger than average river jam, so you're jamming now for like 66% pot on the end. You might be able to get away from some single pairs. It applies a lot of pressure. You do get the call here almost always, of course. You could still have ace king. You could be value betting thin with a jack in order to check back river.
You can sense the discomfort that Lee is experiencing despite having a good bit of hand here.
Yeah.
And it doesn't rate to come to an end on this river. He's got 76, and Kamoshi could very well ask for all of it. Just completely unconcerned about not having a winner with ace-queen here. And once we get called across a couple of streets, you do get the sense that a hand that can call does lurk.
Yeah, certainly. You almost always are going to have Lee positioned into having a worse queen here. On occasion, I suppose, he'll have a hand like ace-jack with a backdoor flush draw that might have a very difficult river decision. But most frequently, in order for you to get called 3 times here, he's just going to have an inferior queen, of which there's a fair amount of them. You know, he's probably going to have 2 combos of king-queen suited, 2 combos of a queen-10 suited.
Ace-queen.
Well, this was a decision for Lee's tournament life, one that has come to an end.
Unlucky.
You know, it's you're sitting on aces and you just made it 37x. And you go, oh my God, I misclicked. But, you know, you got the 6-5 suited, you kind of just play it off.
Yeah, right.
Like, oh, well, another day at the office, boys.
There's nothing worse than that guilt that you got to wear when the guy gets after. And maybe, you know, they deserve it if they're trying to exploit.
Well,
but you show up with the aces and it's like, oh, my bad. Would you look at that?
It's a part of the opening range, you know. Sorry I happen to have it this time.
Well, pocket 7's also a part of the opening range. From the cutoff for Neugebauer. So he's made it 9 to go. Oh, he just flats king-queen off from the button.
Pretty common on the button. You want to be using these Broadway type hands. They're not quite good enough to 3-bet get in, but they're way too strong to ever consider folding. So you kind of try to avoid folding them at all costs 36. By coming through with a call.
Now
he's now getting out of line.
Kamoshi,
that's clear,
is proving abusive.
Augie could have jammed, I suppose, versus a cutoff open 25. Putting it in, I think, might be quite reasonable, and maybe he leans on king queen suited for that sort of play. I would have a hard time not back jamming this, knowing full and well that I was getting called by Kamoshi, but also just believing that he's out of line.
Well,
there it is. He shares my thoughts.
Induced, I suppose. Maybe we reserve the right to change our mind about how we want to approach things. I don't know that his intention was to induce.
No, this is just a byproduct of a series of events that you live and die by. This kid seems like he's out of line. We're gonna back jam and hope that we have some of this range dominated, which I don't think is all that unreasonable. Quite possible that Kamoshi has worse king high and queen high type holdings in his squeeze range here, especially if he's as liberal as we see. Though the ace 9 off, probably not that bad versus cutoff button.
He's already got 36 in here, and he's just trying.
It's
kind of questioning what this is unconventional behavior from Arai, right?
Yeah, and we did see the queen 8 off, but nobody else knew.
No, right. But from Kamoshi's standpoint, he's kind of like, what?
It feels
Flat
weird.
jam?
Yeah, it feels weird because you expect the pocket pairs like below the 9 to just be jamming pre.
Correct.
Right?
And the bigger aces also to be maybe taking up a more aggressive posture. And so look how well he's performing here with something as paltry as ace 9 for a 233K pot. And check
how well he was performing.
Correct. The update now is a very poor performing king high flop. Arai can get behind it. Tasting the 233. And it doesn't spoil on the turn. Just needs to dodge an ace, which he does. 4's full on the end. Roll your sleeves up and enjoy a deep stack. Welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe main event. Day 3. Night has fallen here in Rozvadov, the King's Resort and Casino. Ali Najad alongside Justin Young as the money bubble has burst. Min cashes have been distributed to a multitude of players, but obviously on our minds here at this new feature table is figures far greater than that.
Yeah, we got 1.3 million euro up top. And what are we down to? Probably like 100 players, maybe even less?
We're going to find out just momentarily.
Oh.
First, let's get to know this new crew that has descended upon the feature table. Second tour of duty for Thomas Aishan here on the stage. Aishan, rather. 18 bigs. Michael Deek up top. 122 big blinds in front of him. Countryman Valentin Schramm, 68 big blinds. Running in second, Oliver Schonhals, I would imagine. 19 bigs in fifth as 3 Germans, 2 Italians, a Lithuanian, and a Frenchman. We'll round things out here, just getting themselves acclimated.
So you're sure you don't want to call him Michael Dick anymore?
It's funny, that's an option, Justin. I don't know that I possess adequate maturity to stick with that throughout the course of the day, so I'm going to try to give it a little something that delineates.
Well, let's see how he plays. If he plays good, then he's...
Well, I'm sure he's never gotten it, by the way.
Yeah, I'm sure, yeah. I mean, most poker players have the mind of a 12-year-old anyway.
Yeah, fair. And I'm not judging, by the way.
No.
I would love to have the mind of a 12-year-old instead of a 9-year-old.
Standards are key. It will be interesting. I know we just came from a little bit more of a talkative table because Deeb was there. seeing if these guys interact in between hands.
Thomas looking for interaction with a couple of sixes and the button. Takes us up.
Raising off 20 blinds with 2 sixes here. You're just resigning yourself to always get it in if you get jammed on. But is this our guy? Is this 10-9 suited guy?
It is 10-9 suited guy.
So
I think.
Deke.
Don't do it, Justin.
I almost connected a couple dots.
Michael defends his big blind with 7-5 offsuit and does bring a bit of a reputation with himself to the feature in terms of the booth. Given that we observed him shower someone 2 away from the money, I want to say, or somewhere in that territory.
Within 5, I'd say. Seemed like a nice gentleman he put to the rail with 2 kings.
Yeah, it was Ando who fell victim. Meanwhile, ace-king Trey, and despite the presence of the 2 overs, sixes are still in front.
No celebrating here.
Now check fold to the 20K c-bet, and Thomas will happily haul that one in.
Looks like they colored off the 1K chips, so just playing 10-20.
Thank you. Just one more.
So 50,000 every orbit.
Wo ist der 8. Mann? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm hoping that the production was hearing how much we liked this Michael Deke guy and made sure he was on the next feature table.
You know, somehow I feel as though this is a test. At least that's what I'm going to tell myself.
Yeah, if this is a sim, it makes complete sense.
I do want to shout out, by the way, not to cut you off there, Justin, the team who are working the graveyard shift. Believe it or not, we have on site, obviously you can see our cameramen and our production staff in Rosvadov, content being beamed over to South Korea, where the GG Productions team dresses things up, and then they beam it back here to Las Vegas, where Justin and I are bringing you this coverage. On a delay, but we are seeing everything just as you were seeing it on the World Series of Poker YouTube stream. So thanks for burning it at both ends over there, boys, out there in Seoul.
Oh, all right.
And apparently we're going to burn 355 with 10-7 offsuit as Skånhals with the ace-king suited was never going anywhere, and Michael's time may be coming to an end. Never mind.
Yeah,
he's the big covering stack. I had it backwards.
But
the burnage of 355 remains, does it not?
It does, and like I hate to be selfish here, but and I'm sure the other German is quite nice, but I'm going to root for a deck to see if he decides to celebrate inappropriately or not.
TBD.
Well,
it's going to be tough to celebrate here. Not impossible.
Any 8 of hearts, really.
8 of hearts.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, they know.
Oh boy.
Jack, no?
Yes, Michael.
Yes, Jack.
Jack is
Come on, let's
okay.
go.
The dealer nervously looking
No
over.
kidding.
Deuce on the end, though, and the ace king will take a bite out. Dankeschön.
What's 355K amongst Germans?
Skånhals strikes me as a different type of German, by the way. This is...
yeah, more from the Vogelsang tree.
Right.
Another hand against my friend.
3.
And king 6-5.
Like, if Michael weren't here right now, that's a man who's going to have his lederhosen on at Oktoberfest, is my guess.
Yeah, I bet you he's bragged before about how much beer he's consumed in one day.
Well, perhaps a good chunk of the remaining field will be consumed before this is all said and done, as 89 players remain Some of whom appear far happier than others, and obviously chip stacks may have a little something to do with that.
Lovely sight. Damascus. A couple jaybirds.
Worthy of mention, by the way, we are still on a min cash. Everyone from 116 all the way down to 79. So 80 to 116 pays out 20,900 euros flat. And then at 79, we get a modest jump of 1,100 euros.
And that is the product of what I was applauding for them doing earlier. In order to pay 2x the buy-in, you got to get the money from somewhere, and they tend to have gone to like a flatter payouts for quite a bit of the rest of them until you get like inside of like 2 tables, really.
Ace deuce 5 texture here as Peluso with 10-9 offsuit from the big has decided that he wants to.
Look at the Damascus's sweatshirt.
Right, yeah.
Killer polar bear. It looks comfortable.
Forgive me, this was Peluso who opened. Tamasauskas rather had the jacks, and hence the follow through on the ace 5 deuce board. Yes, you're right. There is something polar, like Janus Special Forces vibes from GoldenEye back in the day.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Oh. He's making friends with the dealer too. Currying favor.
Such things can't be redeemed in the manner in which one might hope. Manganiello. It could be a J sound on the G, by the way. My Italians in the chat, please step in to advise. As Lord knows, we earn it in terms of surname navigations out here.
Manganiello?
Manganiello.
Okay.
I feel like it's a J, not a hard G.
Yeah. Makes it.
Just because Mangia Bene is like, you know, kind of a.
Especially when you go like this.
Yeah, with the hands always must be invoked when even just an Italian accent is used. Meanwhile, 2 10s here for Schonhals. No danka on the button. Queen 10 suited for Peluso.
Tough spot off. 12, 13 blinds. Probably worth the wait. Another hand. Get to the button.
Peluso, by the way, he's that guy in your crew next day at the day club that you know may not have come back to the room since last night. You know what I mean? Bucket, oversized shades. 10-7-5, 1 over card, backdoor spades and a pair of 5s. The product of the defense from Schramm, rather, I think. Manganiello following through with the king-queen.
Tiny little bit.
Tiny little call. Eight on the turn.
Not the best turn to keep following through. That usually makes a pair. Or
Oh, no turn follow through brought us to this river.
just to give up, which is fine. After checking back the turn, it's tough to get much through.
Yeah, one and done. In terms of post-flop procedures there, out of the Italian. Schramm. Happy to haul it in.
Our third German, right?
Yeah. I got bad news from the chat, by the way.
Oh, no.
Liridon Sinaj has stepped in to advise us, and I don't know whether or not we can trust it, that Michael's last name isn't pronounced the way that I need it to be pronounced, but rather the way that you want it to be pronounced.
Oh. Well, whether he's right or wrong, I want him to be... let's just say he's right. He seems trustworthy. Where's he from? Does it matter? No.
You know what? I can do this.
No, you can't.
Ace-5 suited. Tomasauskas might have that same mantra resonating in his mind here as he makes it 40,000 off of 480, and Mr. Dick
just testing you right away.
Ace Queen. Look, I've got this. Asking for a count. And in comes a 3-bet from what I have to presume, even without the data points required to do so, Justin, is a volatile stock.
Yes, it's what we call in the industry a dick bet.
Justin, you can't do it to me, man. I'm hanging on by a thread, bro. There's nothing wrong with it.
A lot of times he'll be shaped differently as you put him in, but still holds true. He did make it tiny enough for Tomasauskas. Leaves him some room to jam if he wants to, but I don't think he has any intention.
By the way, he flips that ace of hearts face up as he scooches appropriately enough.
No 10-7.
His open.
No, no 10-9.
Curry a little bit of favor for the big stack on your left, maybe, just to be friendly.
I don't know, man.
Suited ace.
If I know that I can 3-bet and get through a guy with an ace, maybe I'm more likely to
After the
3-bet
flop,
that seat.
maybe good.
Yeah, on the flop.
Here's Isildur. 1.7 in front of him. He's making himself a little run.
Sean Deep still hanging in there, 800K.
Here's Archisu, 1.2 million in front of him. And there's Andrea Ricci. Oh, my.
Is that our chip leader?
It was at one point. I have to imagine it continues to be.
Yeah, 3 million is quite the haul.
It's a steely operator there. Mussolini-like dominations. I don't know if that one plays well.
I think enough time's passed.
I sure hope so. My goodness. Well, Paluzzo, he's flying that same banner as Ricci, but not to the same effect, as he's just got 255,000 left in front of him. With these blinds at 10, 20, and 20, it's go time.
It is. Like, I know there's some argument for maybe just like min raising, but he's just going to get most of it in. But despite being quite a good hand, just get it in there. Hope you get called by worse, and if not, nothing like 50K.
And 20 back. How much? 20 back.
It's for a good chunk of his chips if he decides to go with it.
And it would be a poor decision. How well do we think Ace-9 suited performs against a Paluzzo commitment?
Wow.
Well enough, apparently.
Did not expect that. But
says Aishan. I don't think I expected it either. I felt as though we'd much rather sail this in as an opener than somebody coming modestly over the top. So the only silver lining, of course, is that Aishan does have 125,000 coverage and cannot bust, but he is in a fairly bad way. Note the equity, though, 36%. Quite a bit more than I would have anticipated.
That is true. And even some of the other hands he's hoping to see, the king queens, the pocket sixes. I mean, he's not
the
doing
two
great.
clubs?
Oh.
How about the two clubs? He likes seeing that.
close, but
Jack 6-5. Paluzzo's ace queen suddenly is a coin flip with 2 to come.
All right.
Now the 10 takes us back into the lead by a healthy amount, more so an advantage than he had pre-flop. Can he fade?
Wow.
Yes.
265.
Grazie mille.
255.
65, no?
50.
55, sorry.
Oh. Ali, do you know if they're playing down to a certain number today, or is it just 7 levels?
I think,
5
yeah,
levels?
I think we're just going to go with the standard number of levels, although obviously management does reserve the right to kind of take a look at things and decide, okay, there's no way tomorrow's going to go well if we don't play a little bit extra today. So it is a bit on the fly, and I think players appreciate that.
Yeah. Especially once you get into some substantial money. Most of the players are going to be pretty understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Big.
What's that there? Is that a Zippo lighter?
It does look like that. Doesn't look like a smoker.
No, but he looks like a guy that would be an arsonist, if I'm being honest. Perhaps not of chips, but... Pocket sevens now for Paluzzo. Fresh off of the double now, 550K, a more navigable depth. So open sizes available of a standard nature to him. Makes it 40.
Well, we might get the rest of Ishan's money.
Ace-7 suited on the button. Could it be round 2 for the rest? What a bad time this one would be as he's dominated once more. Jam for 125.
Ace dead.
Don't know that this extra 85 is doing anything other than sliding in there, although, hang on. We got a hard 6 for Dick.
What's 125?
He'll lay it down. And Paluzzo, as anticipated, makes the call, and he's looking to finish what he started. A pretty brutal potential 1-2 punch for Ishan. Flop teased him last time around with the nut flush draw.
It's okay.
Me pocket 3.
Good fold.
No teasing here. 8-4 deuce.
5 would be a fun card.
Better.
Or...
That's better.
The ace of clubs, and Ishan might be thinking this is justice.
I was about to say I won't say anything because on the TV table I told the count and he had 1 out and he hit it just before the river. I didn't jinx myself this time.
Were you commentating for that 1-outer?
I was. It's a king of hearts. And it was nasty and savage.
To play ping pong. Ping pong.
Well, let's flip around the room to see who our remaining female players are. Cecile. T-shirt Fatine, I'm going to say. 400K in front of her. There's Monica Zukowicz. 900,000. Simone Ramekers, 700,000 in front of her. Sort of average-ish stacks. None of these ladies particularly deep, including Lithuania's Renata Simonaviciene. Back over to Manganiello. I still don't have guidance on the G or J, by the way, but I do have guidance on Queen Jack suited, as he's 3-betted to 90,000. Over the top of a Schramm open, up front King 9 of diamonds, by the way. He's showing off some of his creativity. Now, out of the big, the Tempter, suited wheel ace for Skånhals.
It does probably help that it's, +1 open, directly to his left, a 3-bet. But man, it's suited. You can make it straight.
Feels like it would have worked too, but he's just going to fight clean, leaving Schramm to contend.
Looks like we're getting a new face as well.
You man. Oh. Hello.
Getting a good price.
50K investment made. Schramm is 1-0 versus Manganiello. And he rates to be 2-0 on this board. However, there is, of course, the gut shot straight draw for the pre-flop razor on a King 9-7 texture. Two quick checks. Bring the 8 on the turn.
I think a bet here is necessary. He's going to be checking back a lot of 10s and jacks, things of those natures. Charge him a bit of a price. But Manganiello, unless he's going to do some kind of fancy float here, probably going to let it go.
And sure enough,
that's why you play the K9.
Time to go away. 60K. Bringing Schramm to 2-0 against Manganiello. Valentin Schramm, by the way, and Marcello Manganiello. The two parties involved.
Do you get any, not hate, but like any aggressive corrections from the chat about how you're pronouncing people's names?
I get all sorts of corrections, some of which I take into account, others of which I disregard, and none of which really bother me.
That's nice. Thick skin.
I suppose.
Or do you cry at night?
Nah. Ace-6 suited. Active stack. Let's see if anyone reads into the activity.
Let's see how this German plays out of position with King, Queen, Diamonds.
You know, it's so funny because obviously Germany, one of the larger and more robust poker playing nations in Europe. And oftentimes with Western goggles on, you can make just presumptions about cold calculating styles being just the order of the day when it comes to such creatures. King, Queen of Diamonds has chosen to 3-bet to 110,000, by the way. I'm not sure that's going to send Schramm into the bin. But much like you have a broad spectrum of American talent levels, I would imagine the same exists, you know, for the Germans. I think we tend to witness on super high roller streams of sorts like the upper crust. But this is a main event. There are many roads traveled to arrive here, as we see the 3-bet road traveled here successfully by Sean Hawes. And as such, you should see a broad array. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. And especially since this casino is so close to the Germany border, I'm sure it's a quick trip for most of our civilians, where maybe people coming out to the American version of the World Series of Poker, like maybe you just only kind of get the upper crust. But just like anything else, like you get limited information, you just gotta. Ooh, we got it all in here.
What have we? This looks like a desperate bid.
Yeah.
Pocket sixes, was it? Wrapping the table and apparently on its feet, and there's the reason why. Jack's always had it in a bad way. So, Jack's full on the river. Oh, and it was Roman Hrabec. No wonder we were soaking this one in. Roman among those super high rollers that we were just talking about, obviously playing under the Czech banner and not the German one, but he looked a bit disappointed.
He did.
Forgive the obvious, but you know what I mean? Like more so than I might have thought Roman to be.
Yeah, just like any other main event, I'm sure it stings initially, and I think he'll be just fine, clearly. But yeah, I'm honestly kind of surprised. I know we only get to see the one feature table, but with the payouts being so flat for quite a while, I'm surprised not having at least one rogue player kind of trying to amass a stack. Everyone seems to be playing pretty solid.
You know, the other thing that we need to start to pay a little bit of attention to is, like, not only have there been a lot of prelim events, unclear how many of those may have been hopped into by these guys as they maybe try to get themselves warmed up for this main, if any, but this is day 3. Yeah. There were 2 separate day 1s, A and B. Then we had day 2 yesterday, day 3. It's a lot of poker that's been forced to be played, and, you know, it's taxing and then obviously quite heartbreaking to get this close, to find yourself into the money, and then to just have it all come crashing down in one fell swoop. It didn't feel like Hrabec really got a whole lot going for him in the opportunities we had to pay his stack a visit, but nevertheless, young man like that with already such a wonderful resume built, he'd love to have something like a main.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, to your point, you're playing all these hours, you're emotionally invested, and especially if you're having to just mentally battle, if you're just having between 8 and 20 blinds all day or day and a half, it's mentally taxing to always be fighting, and just maybe the emotions are just there on the back end.
Sure. Ashan, by the way, brings this fight to a close as pre-flop min-raise followed through on, courtesy of backdoor hearts and that king eye straight gutter. Sham never really had anything to be proud of with that 5-4. Check folds.
Ishan picking up another pretty hand here. Bit awkward off, looks like 18 blinds, but definitely playable.
$40,000. No interest thus far. Deuce 4 suited. Discount pricing. So here we go. Ace, Queen, 9. Backdoor diamonds and maybe some wheel aspirations versus the open ender.
Yeah, when you're defending the four high out of the blind, you got to have some wiggle post flop, but this isn't exactly the flop texture you really want to see from under the gun open. But I like creativity, and there's a lot of 3 diamonds in the deck.
C-bet and take it, monsieur. By the way, shout out to the WSOP YouTube chat right now. Those of you that are streaming us live, numbering somewhere in the 2000s. A couple of you coming in to step in and advise the SCH in German. SH sound, like Schweppes. So Schonhals.
Okay.
We've got that.
All right. I'm sure I'll get it wrong one more time. But
I don't think we need help here. 2.5 million deep. Patrick Zidek and Patrick Yaros. A different affair. 1/10 the stack. 250K. That was the man 10th on the all-time check money list, Jaros, and then number 39 with 1.8 and 468,000 in career live earnings, respectively. A couple of locals making their mark here on this main. The late arriving Krivsky hopping in for the first time here. Thomas Krivsky. Pocket jacks. The responsible kit, Ashan. King deuce off. Wants to see 3, and those are 3 that put him in front. One of them, at least, in particular. That king of spades connecting beautifully. However, the ace-high board texture could be perceived to be Krivsky's to rep. So in comes the C-bet for 25. Aishan wants to see the turn. Not sure how he's going to feel about that queen of diamonds. Checking once more. Krivsky does pick up the Broadway gutter.
It's a spot where he just wants to decide if he's going to try to get the showdown or if he knows he needs to turn 2 jacks into a bluff. And
checks back. Board pairing queen now remedies kicker issues that Aishan may have potentially had.
Check call. Like it's going to thread in the needle if Krivsky's going to do anything creative here. He goes 1/8 pot. Always curious if these spots where people block bet, trying to turn your hand into bluff, knowing that calling's probably not going to win for you. Yeah.
Fairly straightforward exchange there.
Gott sei Dank, neuer Kopier.
What did Dick say?
I wasn't listening.
Oh.
A little over 100 bigs in front of him. The only 2 million plus stack out there. Valentin Schramm, 1.5 million. So Germans lead the field. Fabio Peluzzo, sub 20 big blind stack. But that is in particular, Justin, a stack depth that has had tremendous amounts of study thrown at it.
Yeah. I mean, certainly not the easiest, but it's the one I think new players can bridge the gap between expert players and rec players. Is that 10 to 22 big blind range, where it's almost like a blackjack chart or something like that. Like if I have this, then this type thing. And like, I mean, obviously those charts are alive and well out there on the internet. But yeah, it's like, okay, I have 18 blinds and I have king jack offsuit. I'm in middle position. What do I do? And you can literally look it up. And it's a little less creativity attached to it.
Dare we call it a mechanized stack depth?
And believe me, the best of the best can maneuver in those realms far better than I can. But it can be, I don't want to say dumbed down, but it can be simplified into something it's at least break even, if not winning poker. Of course, I've played plenty with Sean Winter, and watching him do stuff in that range is like a magic trick. So I do know there are some nuances that are above my head.
Raised to 40,000 from Schramm's suited connector, and all of a sudden the 2 queens have piled on an extra 100,000, understandably, out of the small. Schramm is deep enough to speculate, but One of the considerations is how much upside do I have when I do, and 375 back for Aishan, I would imagine, is a dissuasive reality.
It is. Yeah, at that point, it's like 1.1x pot behind.
Nevertheless, he's going to
it is hard to fold that hand, but yeah, he's basically committing himself if he flops any piece of this board, unless it's something pretty gnarly. But we have seen 10-9 suited crush over pairs earlier today.
And a diamond draw on the Ace-Jack-6 board
and
for Schramm.
That is a piece. Now it's just whether or not Ishan's going to leave the door open at all for Schramm to pile on him.
And this is a delicate spot here for the Frenchman with the presence of that ace. Player who opened and was willing to call the 3-bet. There is going to be some ace-x associated. So the sizing designed, I think, to reflect that just 1/4 pot, but a significant quotient of his remaining stack.
And I agree. And like when you peel 10-9 suited in this spot, this is about almost as good as it gets. But there's no real reason to jam yet. If he ends up, if the brick comes on the turn here, not exactly a brick, but like if it were, then 10 high is still kind of in control of the pot if it gets checked too.
Interestingly, not a brick, but perhaps a more welcome sight than a lot of other cards, insofar as the queens begin to feel a little bit cozier, and for that matter, the 10 high flush begins to feel less cozy.
I agree. Yeah, I think the hand was going to play out a certain way. If a deuce of clubs peels off, I think it goes check, bet, fold a lot of the times. But now I think the queens can check with the intention of calling off if they really want to. It also shrinks, to your point, the 10-9 of diamonds here. Like I don't think that he's going to turn his hand into a bluff that often. I think he's just going to take his value if this does go check.
100.
Well, that is not how it goes. Thomas bets 100,000.
I think
this is now a third of his remaining stack.
I think he's just determined that he's not going to fold. So at this point, he might as well try to get value from a jack or hands from like Schramm's.
Value and equity denial.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a nice bet. It accomplishes both things at the same time. And whatever, if he gets moved on, obviously he's not going to like it, but he's already committed to the stack to it anyway, and he'll be happy with it. I don't know if he'll be happy with it.
Yeah, I was going to say, not generally whatever's attached to that all in. Doesn't leave the two queens altogether cozy, but he does haul that one in. What do we got going here? Dongwoo Ko, the Korean-Canadian, sitting relatively pretty. How's Jan Peter doing? 1.1 million. Okay. Guten Tag, Jan Peter. Yan Xing Sang, 2 million in front of him. He's been business just every time we paid a visit. It's just been an ascent of a fairly steady nature.
Yeah. I think he just finished the documentary on Vincent McMahon. He's ready to fight.
I don't think he's streaming that kind of stuff. By the way, Dongwoo, two-time World Series of Poker ring winner. And Jan Peter, of course, last year's main event fourth place finisher. Meanwhile, Schramm has opened with ace-7 suited, and it looks like these two are going to book another date, courtesy of ace-queen. In what fashion? 3 scoops. 3x.
Curious if Schramm takes a different line here. You could definitely be okay with all three options. So I think he might just err on calling. Nope.
No, this
Had
time he
enough.
releases. Yeah. Obviously, he wasn't performing altogether well. How about that, by the way? Aishan was 2 cards away from being out of here. Found the ace on the turn against Paluzzo, who snacked on him initially, and now he's bounced back to ahead of where he was before that exchange.
Yeah. I love how much that happens in tournament poker. You get lucky on a spot and just go on a heater after that.
All right, you're on a heater in the quiz streets. Let's see if you can keep it going. Who was the first player to win both the World Series of Poker in Vegas and the World Series of Poker Europe main event?
Oh, it was easy. It's Phil Hellmuth. Just ask him. He'll tell you all about it.
Final answer?
Yes. Hey, Phil Hellmuth.
I know you're right. I tried to get you off it with the final answer thing, but sure enough, it was Phil Hellmuth, and anybody that's been within 20 yards of him in a poker room or outside of one has probably been privy to that knowledge.
Yeah, he's worthy of all the boasting he can muster as well. His track record is quite amazing. White magic.
King 6 of hearts here.
This blind versus blind, yeah.
Folded around to the small of Paluzzo. That hand in particular likes to see a flop, but doesn't necessarily want to be forced into a 3-bet to see it, so hence the limp?
I think so, yeah. I think it's close between limping. It does play okay post-flop, but at the same point, I think it's sitting on, 16 blinds? It might just be an all-in. You get to pick up 50K in the middle, and you're not going to do that bad if you happen to get called. You might get called by some ace-X. But he does get his opponent and put in extra chips when he has a far better hand.
Yeah, down in range, Krivsky was just looking to end the affair pre with the 9-4 offsuit. It's not as though he has some strange affinity for this kid. But he may feel better about it on a 10-9 deuce rainbow board as he has outflopped the King 6 of hearts. Second pair and the betting lead coupled with position. Paluzzo knuckles over. Quick check back from Krivsky. And you're nodding your head. This is going to be a welcome sight, I would imagine, for the 9-4.
Yeah, of course. I mean, flapping a pair when you're playing the 9-4 is nice, but it's not a hand you're really going to get more than 2 streets on. So you get to kind of plan out, like hoping to get 1 street of value, and it's kind of up to you when, but it's a lot easier to get the value on some turns and probably even more likely on some rivers. Like, betting here to protect your hand is certainly more than fine. He knows he has the best hand at this point, but unfortunately, like, might be looking to get called by, like, you know, hands like Paluzzo has, or like even like some weak aces.
You know, you might expect ace high to be more content to get to showdown without further engagement, and that leaves us thinking this king high has more value, because king high in turn as well, we might have thought the combos that would have 3-bet pre have picked up straight draws on this board, king jack, king queen, and so should have followed through on the flop. Nevertheless, that logic.
No, for sure. And like, maybe Krivsky would take this line if he had another kind of junky hand, like jack 4 instead of 9-4. And maybe he's going to give up on the flop, and then he gives another street to bluff at it. So you're right. To your point, king high could be good against a lot of his garbage if he decides to not take a stab on the flop and just delay c-bet.
So nice pickup there for the late arriving Krivsky.
Oh, is that a milkshake?
I don't think it is. It's been kind of the beverage of choice yesterday. Unless that's a bottle of champagne next to it, which I don't think it is. It could be some strange mimosa. But no, I think this is like a fresh squeezed juice situation.
Okay.
As I recall, fresh squeezed OJ, when I was on site in Roz last year, is delightful.
How long ago did you go?
Last year's World Series of Poker, main event, on-site coverage. But it did take place in November last year, so there was a bit of a calendar shift.
How was the weather there during that time?
Fucking cold, Justin. You know, I'd love to have said that in a more kosher way, but it was a bone chiller.
Yeah. On the button, 13 blinds, pretty hand. I just can't Can't not think this has to just go in here. But I would have thought the same thing with the king high last stand.
Well, 265K. What are we really hoping for beyond an opportunity to just rip this on the button? And that's effectively what Paluzzo's done here.
One down. So it looks like he'll probably be safe here. The power of the all-in.
Well, re-rack it after both blinds muck.
Does this sweatshirt say Kino? Is he,
You're a degenerate. You know that it's Kenzo, which is a fashion brand, but the fact that you thought it said Kino really informs with regards to what your Friday night looked like.
Well, I hope you know I have more in common with the game Kino than any fancy clothing brand.
Yeah, if that's a continuum, you are skewed more heavily toward the Kino side of that spectrum.
I do have one of my fancier things on. I think this might be Lululemon. I'm not bragging, but
wow, you've really changed.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was popular in 2010.
You know, athleisure during COVID, became a big thing.
It's true.
Probably not for Thomas, by the way.
No.
He came with the button down,
You think underneath his jacket it's just nothing?
What if he's just 3 feet tall? Like, you really don't know. Looking at him in that thing, there could just be. He could be legless. I'm just. Okay.
Oh, man.
It could be Lieutenant Dan. I don't. Okay. All right. I'm done.
Just picturing him getting wheeled out with
Just come on, man. There's good. Queen 10 of spades. You're going to get us in trouble, Justin. I'm telling you right now. It's not good. Normally, I have Shulman to rein me in.
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, once I take that turn off the dirt road, you're like, gun it.
Yeah, that's like, funny's funny,
Big blind. King Jack off suit.
Thought I was going to have to save your life there.
Predictable defense here. 10-5 tray and a spade. Top pair for the pre-flop opener. Well in front.
With the king of diamonds, couple overs. Wouldn't be surprised if he takes one off, assuming I'm not going to get his name right. Damascus? No.
Tamasauskas.
Yeah. Assuming
Pretty
he's going to
phonetic.
go, but yeah.
It's pretty phonetic, that one.
I just keep on not seeing the middle S, or the first S.
30K C-bet into 110. Now we could hunt backdoor equity.
Yeah.
King of diamonds, 2 overs. Broadway prospects.
I like calling here, honestly. But let's see what he chooses. Well,
there's the aforementioned equity, and it comes in a weird way, given that Tamasauskas now has top 2 and isn't going to be letting off the gas. But when we call in pursuit of this turn, we're also not really looking to find the bin drawing to the nuts.
No, absolutely not. So I think it's a lot going to determine on its bet sizing here. Feel like you have a hammer lock on the hand. Might not bet that much, maybe just 75, 80.
65.
Yeah, he does a down bet.
65.
$65K, and I think that's a price comfortable enough for us to continue here and do really nothing else.
Yeah, you could talk yourself into maybe raising here, put him to decision, but I think it's just such a nice price to draw to the nuts. Not to mention you still have 1 over, potentially 2 overs, not knowing if the jack could be good or not.
So the pot grows to 300,000. On the hunt for a 9 or an ace, and instead it's the aforementioned jack that Manganiello connects with. And let's see, 255 back, sub 1 SPR. It's a coordinated one, but you have to ask yourself how much 8-9, King 9 would be involved here. Ace King would have been heard from pre.
Yeah, exactly. I think with this bet here, he's targeting, just a lot of like inferior like bluff catching hands. So I think he's should probably go on the smaller side again, even though it does look like he's going to go for just about all of it. It just doesn't leave a whole lot of room for getting called. It's tough to find a hand he can really target when you're blocking the queen and the 10. But he's cutting out some chips here.
I mean, this is just stone bluff catch territory here for practically all of it.
Yeah. Maybe if you're assuming he just has a lot of ace raggy hands and stuff like that, because I can't imagine even a hand like 2-7s is going to take this line and turn into a bluff.
This was a raise pre and 3 barrels. Having the king of diamonds is poor in terms of wanting to put that ace deuce ace 4 of diamonds across the way. Blocking, meaning
yeah, there might be some attachment anxiety too, just knowing that you floated, turned a high equity card, floated again, and then finally made a pair.
Oh. Old school live pro.
Oh, yeah.
Little posture there. Cobbled together the call and then immediately looked over to see if he was going to get a read off of Tomasauskas. And even though we didn't cut to the Lithuanian, I doubt he flinched.
Yeah.
Good decision. Saving himself the river payoff. Nicely executed there from Tomasauskas.
Let out the big sigh, too.
Yeah, he did.
I think nothing.
I feel like that's one of those jackets where wicked levels of static electricity are created. You know what I mean?
Yeah, do you think his friends sneak up behind him, rub a balloon on his back, and see how many they can get to stick?
Are you kidding me? You might actually electrocute him if you do something like that. I don't know if it's maybe just my experience. I don't want to put a read on body hair index on Tomasauskas. The Lithuanians aren't exactly on the Persian level.
Yeah, that's true.
So
he's like a hairless cat is kind of what you're implying.
I got to prune the hedges, bro. I mean, things are a bit Neanderthal without maintenance. But
yeah, not everyone's dealt the hand of having thick fur, and he's bought his own.
Like, I don't need the jacket, is what I'm trying to say. I can just walk outside Kings and just be fine. No, that's not true.
No,
I'm Manscaped, Justin. It's TMI, but just
that's fine.
Inquiring minds probably don't even want to know. But
at what age do you think you're going to stop doing that? I'm just debating as a person that does it every once in a while as well. I just feel like at some point I'm just like, who am I doing this for?
I found my person about 1.5 years ago, and she. What the hell am I talking about? A7 of clubs. Sean Holmes is open to 40,000.
Yeah.
That was crazy, man. You lulled me right into thinking that maybe I could just have a very
honest, open conversation.
On brand, but ridiculously tangential conversation.
I mean,
I might still go back to it.
Yeah, I would say, not just speaking for myself. I'd like to think our audience wants to know more about you as well.
They don't.
They just want to know how A7 suited plays.
No, maybe they want to know other stuff, but the body hair. Anyway.
Yeah. All right, from the small blind, flicks in 30 more.
10-6 suited a candidate?
I don't believe so, but I don't think he's all that thrilled with the last hand that he lost. And
okay.
he might be blurring the lines a little bit. What's playable, what's not.
Looking for a rebate, and that's a
Ooh.
very handsome flop with which to make that pursuit. However, Schoenhals is connected with it as well. Backdoor clubs, 8s and 7s for the pre-flop opener. Gut shot, straight flush draw for the Italian, who knuckles over.
This is one of those spots where 10-6 is obviously not a strong hand on the surface, so it feels like he probably needs to put in a check raise here, assuming that Schoenhals bets, which he does. And there's a chance we might see this maybe go all in on the turn here. I'd expect a raise. Oh, just a call. Becomes a little muddy for him here if it's a brick.
Ace of diamonds improving. Schoenhals. He's barreling again. There's just so many draws that are available on that particular flop that it seems cozy. 60 into 190 and a snap call.
Yeah, exactly. He's just charging the draws here.
And now he's filling up on the river.
Manganiello definitely saved himself from chips here by not check raising the flop. Got away with a fairly cheap bet on the turn. All in all, like, he's not going to be happy he lost his hand after flopping that big, but, oh, well, as I say that, it looks like he's, I thought he was going to light some money on fire.
You seem disappointed, Justin. That's awkward.
I love bluffs. I like watching them, especially that mental process when you watch somebody, like, just literally build up the courage.
Right,
just
right.
Like,
you watch it well up.
Yeah, and you're like, okay,
percolate.
we can do this. How many chips? One more chip. All right, this is going in.
Third barrel back. You would think Schoenhals, by the way, was like somewhere in the North Pole taking a core sample out of the ice shelf. I mean, that's, I don't know. What's the wind chill indoors here? Is there a...
I'd hate to think if he's like hot-natured as well, if he's just like pouring sweat underneath that black
no shot
burqa that he's wearing.
No shot. Did you call it a burqa?
Yeah.
You think that's fair play, by the way? You know, it warrants the discussion because I think there's some strong feelings about, are you allowed to, like, you know, Vogel goes under the hoodie. Yeah. He's got the sunglasses on. He pulls and cinches it tight. You know, the scarves, all of the above. Like, what's your thoughts on this?
I still haven't come all the way around, but I used to be a lot stronger against that kind of stuff. I think poker's a beautiful game played with people, and part of the people game is interacting with people and talking and being able to look you in the eye or look you up and down if I want to or whatever. And, like, you take that away the more you dress yourself up in these costumes. But you made a point earlier today that a lot of the new wave of players are, I'll put kindly, or on the spectrum in some kind, and, like, they're maybe not that comfortable being out and, like, you know, being in a group of people and, like, being exposed, and they feel safer, they feel more secure, similar to, like, being behind a computer screen playing online. You'll never catch me in anything similar, and I will secretly make fun of them in my head, but at least I've come around a little bit. My view is softened, I guess.
Well, this one is stiffened, courtesy of Ace Jack, 3-betting to 100,000 over the top of the Schramm Open with the fives.
And you lose a couple pots in a row, and you're almost hoping to not see a playable hand. I feel like that's what he's going through, and he's just, every time, it's like, well, I got to play this one. I got to play this one. Let's see if he gets a little bit of money back here.
$993 board. Actually, nice texture for the fives.
Very nice.
Happy to check and see what's what.
I have to assume a little down bet here. Put pressure on some other hands.
Now remember, Manganiello on a bit of a downswing. He's lost 2 consecutive pots, and there could be some perceptions. Granted, this is limited data, but that's what the players out here have to work with as well, that he's steamy and maybe not beating these 5s all that often.
And for sure. And, like, I think this is a pretty safe call. But if Manganiello finds the last bullet here on this turn, or finds an ace or a jack, I think he might have a hard time calling with 5s, even though he does look a little steamed up.
SPR is the problem, though, with the pot already up to 450,000, 275 left. How are we seeking?
I mean, it's
to pull off this bluff. All of it now. I mean,
I would think so. In all honesty, I mean, I don't think it's a high 5 call with a lot of hands that Schramm has.
Spielst ein kleines Pocket.
Well, but even his body mannerisms, shaking back and forth, arms crossed, it doesn't look like he's too happy.
No, and quite the contrary
Yeah.
will be Schramm, as the innocent-looking 5 of clubs has actually smashed him for a boat. Okay, I ask you, if you have 5s full here, do you reach out and do the betting yourself, or do you?
I think so, yeah, just in case. Like, even if he has certain hands like ace king, like there's just not many bluffs you can find here. I mean, maybe some jack 10s that were floating the flop, but I think that's a reach. This is just frustration. It's 3rd pot in a row.
I don't think he's going to have an appetite to call off for his tournament life with ace high, and sure enough, 0 for 3 in his last 3 attempts is Manganiello, and Schramm just been steely.
Kein Pocket auf jeden Fall.
I think Dick's giving it to him right now.
To who?
Thank you.
Maybe tell him if he should have jammed the turn, would have worked.
I mean, he launched into German, so I don't think he was targeting the Italian or the Schramm, you mean? I don't know. Things worked out quite nicely for him. Unclear how things are going to work out for this gentleman here. Did he just have ace high?
He does.
And he ran into a 5 on the river? Okay.
How did that money get in?
Now explanations here of 5-3 being his hand. And
oh, it's his hand. I get it. Is that comforting to?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
But it was his hand.
And it's the last of the flat payouts, by the way.
All right.
As 80 becomes 79, and we tick up to 21,900 euros. As the on-tap payout. 3-5 off. I mean, that was a relatively big pot, wasn't it?
It looked like he had at least 300,000 in front of him. The short stack. Yeah, but everyone's got their hand. Do you have a favorite hand, or you play so much mix that like your favorite hand is the wheel?
I don't have a favorite hand at all. I don't know if that's weird. I just anything that's going to win me the pot, you know, that's my favorite hand.
Yeah.
Like just
the last few years, I'm making my favorite hand whatever my age is. It's I have an easier this year, but it started when I was 42. So I did some hard lifting, hard work, heavy lifting when I was 42. But I got a couple years where my favorite hands can be pretty good.
yeah, 3 years I think of a kind of nice little bell curve, and then once you hit 46, it's starting to get dicier.
Yeah.
49 is real rough.
Yeah, I might have to take poker off that year.
Or maybe just change the edict.
That seems like too much hard work.
Well, let's see if 9-6 suited out of the big blind is going to go to work here. Thomas Krivsky of the Czech Republic made it 40 to go, and have a chance to see Dick operate. What?
No, I mean, it's a tight spot for him to maneuver. I don't know how Dick's going to maneuver.
Well, let's see. I don't think he's going to be so interested in this one. 3's not in love either.
No, of course not, but got to begin to tell the story somewhere just in case you needed a bluff later on. stick gets away, relatively unscathed. All right, I'm going to try hard now not to do that anymore. Or call him Deke. I can do that.
Do you know how mad I'm going to be at you if all these years I was gainfully employed in this space and then I invited you into this booth one time and that's
favor.
what ended it?
We'll still be friends, though, right?
I mean, I guess I'll be doing table one.
Yeah, there you go.
With you and Art. Suppose.
You're reduced to that.
I don't know what the pay scale is over there at Table One Industries right now, but
we pay in hugs and beer. I mean, it's not the best.
I don't even do one of those two things. Queen 10 for Schramm. Politely deposits the min raise. Forward. Sean Halls will peek down at 8-5 of diamonds.
He looks ecstatic.
He looks like the guy in that famous Banksy image with the Molotov.
Oh, yeah.
Cocktail, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Is that scarf separate from the jacket, or is that part of... I know I'm very interested in people's clothing, but...
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
That's not... No one makes that. There's a non-zero chance that Schoenhals is on an Interpol watch list of some sort. You know, I mean, just that's a real commitment to disguising oneself there. I might, you know.
Or maybe he has like a ex-girlfriend or, you know, whatever. Someone that might really care that he's spending $10,000 or might really care he might cash for $1.3 million a year ago.
Well, not a care in the world for Krivsky. Yeah. With aces up front, he's dying to have somebody ask questions.
Phew, man. I'm rooting for him to fold.
I don't know what kind of mood Anjanielo's in right now. It isn't a good one.
I feel like he's been put through the ringer. A lot of tough hands for him.
He's going to play it as a flat. I suppose that's, as we can see, better than deciding to go nuts, but this is just risky business. Opening yourself up to a squeeze with plenty of action behind, not to mention tussling with an under-the-gun opener.
That's the other hand we played. There was 5-5-4-5 hands for hard jacks. Blind on blind. Yeah. The other one. There was a second one. I was.
Have to imagine if he
there was
flops it in any kind of equity, he might just be looking to put it in, looking for a reason.
It does feel like that, doesn't it? Well, this is the kind of equity that actually puts him in front of aces.
And that's why steam through your tilt works out. So far. Sorry. Oh, I feel like I was.
Did you just ride the broom? You could have.
Sorry. Yeah.
Spade coverage plus the 8 is available. Follow through a 55K. I think
one hand motion.
This is no jelly, all jam, I would imagine.
Oh, he's separating the call for him. That's nice.
Maybe when I 3-bet you from small blind or something.
There was the king queen of clubs 3-bet pot, but I told you. Oh yeah, maybe that.
Surely this is just posturing.
Oh yeah, but
it's not.
As he probably knows how he kind of looked before, just flings it in there.
Okay, all in, call.
Aces still have 28%, as you pointed out. Backdoor spades, backdoor 2 pairs. Standing does usually work for those at home.
Manganiello recognizes the Vulnerability. And there's one
Yep.
example. Now 8 or a 10 to make a better 2-pair. King for the straight, ace would work, and instead a big, beautiful deuce of diamonds.
Well, that's a celebration I can get behind. That was very, very pure.
Yeah, that was.
You know what I mean? He
controlled.
wasn't like trying to.
Yeah.
But I
Gloat.
play so bad. And, yeah.
Got it in with better hand.
I'll tell you what. That was an endearing degree of humility.
It was.
On display. Took his seat and said, I play so bad. I don't know if he's referencing this spot, but the ones before it where maybe he feels as though he could have made some different decisions, and wearing his heart on his sleeve very much, which is apropos of his culture, I would imagine.
Yeah, I agree, and it's one of the things I miss about poker is people like just genuine emotion like that. He just gave another fist on him. I love to see it. It's not celebrating or putting down another player. He's just happy that he survived what he considered 3 poorly played hands and came out the other side just fine.
You know, that there is not some 9-to-5 grinder of online poker, if I had to put a read on it. You know what I mean? This is a guy who's living the dream right now.
That's
in
right.
the money, World Series of Poker Europe main event, all of the weight and pressure of being part of the final. Fewer than 100 hopefuls, fewer than 80 now. So we see 77 in the field.
He probably has a bunch of friends at home watching this channel right now.
That are cringing every time we say his last name.
That's very true. Yeah, Crispy, like, just after losing that big pot with 2 aces, elects to fold out of the big blind with ace-6, and I honestly not only don't mind it, I kind of like it. Maybe he didn't trust himself not to be steaming at all, and just throws it in the muck.
Tamasauskas, meanwhile, throws his weight behind Jack-9 and does so fruitfully. What's going on elsewhere? Sean Deeb looks to be involved in this one.
Oh, that's Sean Deeb super short.
You hit?
Well, not as short anymore, but that looked like he only had about 30,000.
35,000 is rumored to be what he had. A couple of all-in hands and took himself from 2 bigs to 25. And pocket 8s have taken themselves from being down and out on an ace-high board to having a set and a double.
Wow.
That's how it happened.
That's impressive. From 40K to 500,000.
You also living from poker? Huh? You living also completely from poker?
Yeah.
But live or also online?
I started online, and I started online.
What is started?
Started.
Finish?
No.
I started now.
Start. No.
Oh. You beginning with
online.
Online. Okay.
And no live.
Okay. Why? It's better.
No, it's just I've been playing for like 16 years, so I'm lazy being in front of a screen. I prefer.
Okay.
I enjoy more like this.
Well,
I believe that's
Tamasauskas, I think.
No, I think Manganiello and Aishan
It would be more profitable. But
having a
I
chat.
don't enjoy it anymore.
If I had to put a read on it, Sean Hall's going to have a discussion with Schramm dominating. Ace Queen versus Queen Jack, reasonable big blind defense. And no further interest, one would anticipate, on an A7-3 board for one of these Germans.
Sneaky little check back. Schramm's not falling for it.
Check back from Sean Halls on such a dry board. Did have designs on baiting the big blind into a lead, but with a second check in front of it, he is queen. Now begins the process.
Sparkling water and the cappuccino, please.
And then, yeah, we.
I'm sorry, I forgot you're from Lithuania, right?
Predictable
Belarus
muck
is
there.
their language, or?
No, different language.
Sean Halls has just been quietly there in the one hole, doing his thing, hasn't really been involved in anything dramatic. And
Oh, English, it's very different.
Just content to wait for good hands, it looks like, and play them appropriately.
That's okay. It was kind of this
That is a lot of what tournament poker is.
you know, you don't have to make it sexy. You don't have to make it have flair, right? I mean, there is one mission, and that mission is to be the last man standing. There are so many different ways to accomplish that mission. There is a core, I think, intercept in the diagram that everybody kind of espouses, and then there's a lot of latitude to kind of, you know, explore the space, if you will, and also you're not obligated to be any one type of player across the span of a day or a table or an orbit. You know, you can really make yourself very difficult to navigate against as well as you show off different gears in the transmission, as I like to call it. Meanwhile, under the gun, the gear being shown off by Thomas is King 9 suited. Unfortunately, Dick's got a couple of ladies. Generally regarded as a fortunate thing. Just stop, I can't.
I was waiting. I was going to let you keep going.
Why'd you let me do it?
I wasn't going to do it.
I didn't want to say it. I mean, technically what I said, there's nothing wrong with what I said.
No, of course not.
Are you going to come in at the HR meeting with me later? Or?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'll defend you.
I'm not sure Ashan's going to have defense on his mind, though. Another 95,000. And under the gun is a new button.
Yeah.
Remember those days?
Oh, yeah. But the fact that Ishan folded maybe saved you from another pun, so that's probably a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Thank you.
But like you were talking about before, like there are a ton of different types of good poker players out there, and like back in the day, it used to be the worst thing you can call somebody is a nit. But like, you know what? I know plenty of nit successful poker players that are able to get themselves to the final table, and then they can change their cadence, change their VPIPs and all that stuff if they want to.
And also, I really enjoy, you know, not necessarily playing against them, but from an, you know, point of admiration, guys who are completely not susceptible or bothered by any of the ire or any of the criticism. Now, granted, in today's landscape, where as you've experienced and I've experienced, the privatization of many games can lend to people being shut out who have these sorts of reputation from nice opportunities. This matters. But from the standpoint of, let's say, a tournament poker player where you're not going to shut me out, there's nothing private about, you know, an open field poker tournament, I don't care what you think.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Right. And there's, I would say, a majority of the best players in the world have that mentality. The cash games, to your point, have been very much privatized, so the tournaments are kind of a safe space. Anyone with money can sit down and play, which always makes a beautiful thing.
The range. I can't see from other tables, though.
I think this is the range.
Ishan defending the 9-5 of clubs. Hitting Schramm pretty hard, top pair. Should be a one and done type situation.
As predicted.
I should have double checked.
Straightforward exchange there, which has really been kind of the nature of those that Schramm has been involved in, and I think that's in some part the product of just stylistically how he goes about his business.
Yeah, I agree. I think the one hand he played against Manganiello, where he had the 2-5s, I think could have got dicey if he bets the turn. But outside of that, yeah, he's just ho-humming along.
Where are you from?
Playing his hands pretty straightforward, which is pretty simple and good enough to. I think he has about 1.5 million. I will say, I'm not trying to disparage American dealers, but watching European dealers deal, it's almost just a thing of beauty. It's an art. Like everyone's so good and professional and knows.
You know, consider how long it takes to get one's driver's license in Germany, for example. It's a multi-year affair, replete with like a demanding kind of skills course. You've got to really show that you understand how to drive a car. I could get someone a driver's license in the U.S. in an hour in a Home Depot parking lot, if that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's a different level. So, analogously speaking, in terms of the deal, you know, there are wonderful dealers at the World Series of Poker in Vegas. To be fair, it's also 10,000 runners, you know, versus like, let's call it 1,000. So, it's a harder thing to pull off. But you're absolutely right. Credit where credit is due. And to be fair, those tapped to deal the feature table also going to be the upper crust.
For sure, which is the case here in America as well during that. And the upper echelon of the dealers in America are quite good as well.
Yeah, I mean, there could be some real dusty ones out there in the rest of the field right now, you know, slinging plastic in a Sadie.
But it's they do it, I don't know, it's just more artistic the way they do it. Precise.
Ace, Jack, 9, Rainbow here. Top pair against the Broadway. Gutty. Paluzzo, the antagonist, decides to check it over in spite of having flop top pair here. Board texture that I think he imagines is going to have interacted quite nicely with Manganiello's range, and the interaction just got a whole lot better as his compatriot checks back and makes the nutters on the turn.
And to your point, Paluzzo, I think, knows that he's all around this board, and he might be content to just fire a little feeler bet and then be kind of done with the hand after that. But with only 170 behind, curious if Manganiello is just going to put him in.
River is a 10, which is pretty bad for his.
He has the king of diamonds, which is nice.
Went like really small in a 4-bet.
Kind of hoping he just calls here.
The guy called Works. Ace Jack. I was like, wow.
And this is kind of a blocky, set the pricey sort of initiative out of Paluzzo on the turn here. I don't think he's particularly proud of the ace tray. When he gets called, I think he understands. It doesn't have to be good.
I imagine he's going to do a lot of checking here, and then he's going to have to face an all-in bet. And in all honesty, he's going to have to determine if Manganiello has some jack tens, king queens, queen tens, things of that nature, where he's going to be good. He's going the blocker bet route. Probably going to make it a little more streamlined for him when he gets jammed on here to get away from it.
If I did, I would have gone bigger.
Yeah, 45,000 is going to make things straightforward. Obviously, it's a bit painful considering the dwindling nature of his stack across these two streets. We're talking about almost half of our chips have been put to work post, but it will be over rather quickly.
I would think so. Just, yeah.
5, raise, 180.
Like these blocker bets are nice to kind of save some decisions on the river, but doesn't mean it's any less painful.
Sempre contro di te la mano prima della pausa. Scusa? Sempre contro di te la mano prima della pausa. Prima. Ma tu mi hai buttato fuori l'altro torneo. Prima hai vinto tu, prima ho vinto io e ora vinci tu.
Yeah, courtesy show to the countryman.
I would bet.
Not really many other options available to Paluzzo with a hand that light for his tournament life, which now has a much fainter pulse than it did prior to that exchange. 125K is that which he will be fighting on with. As players are on their feet, break time out here in Razvedov. See if we can get a glimpse at the chip counts on the way out, perhaps. There they are. So, Germany is crowding the podium here. Top 3 slots from 101 bigs all the way down to 46 occupied. And then you just saw Fabio Paluzzo work his way down into that dangerous sub-10 big blind territory. Just 6 bigs as it stands, and those blinds will be going up when he and the rest of the field come back from the break. Justin and I will be headed to a break as well. Do what you need to do and then come back and see us in, I want to say, about 15 minutes. Resuming coverage of Day 3 of the World Series of Poker main event after this. He's sort of ready for it.
Do you think he's ever boxed a bear? Strikes me as the type. Might go toe to toe.
If we presented the opportunity for, you know, a grizzly slugfest, I think he's ready to upset some people over at PETA. Do you remember that video of the Aussie whose dog was locked up with the kangaroo? And he just jumps off the Jeep and punches it in the snout? What a legend that guy was.
A beautiful 1-2 combo.
I love animals, but that Roo really deserved a bop on the schnoz.
Right, yeah. And he's not going to be any worse for wear. You know?
No.
The dog got home safe.
He really didn't know what to do with it, by the way. Unlike Poodle, who with 2 sevens, well aware of what is required. 16K sails in. Spasado says 2 overs. Let's go.
I'm rooting for Poodle. Not
Prepaid? Oh my god.
Not even for good reasons. Because just busting here alleviates the pain. No, Ali.
Oh, you're brutal.
I'm rooting for the 9 big blind stack.
Wow.
Let's keep him in the mix. See what he can do. There you go. Let's go.
Oh, hang on. Threats, even though Poodle has flopped himself a cozy set to remove 1 pair issues, now he must fade a 9.
Clean.
Okay, clean.
Yeah.
Board pairs. Rivers irrelevant. Oh my goodness.
Well, it's sort of relevant.
That deuce was necessary as the gutter did come in.
And you know what? I stand corrected. Poodle now has 12 big blinds, so we're going to get to see a real display of short stack ninja.
But full house. Yeah, straight wins. Full house.
And Max finds his way to the feature table as Ace King of Clubs finds its way to an open for Arai, and problems for Velocevic should he get frisky from the button with this Ace Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah, I think at this depth, you do start to see a lot more calling take place. Again, it's one of those things where you have so much hand, but it feels pretty bad to just suddenly start putting in 50 pre. Good things can happen too. You know, you got some deep stacks behind you who may potentially squeeze. I myself probably wouldn't have the patience to flat the ace queen suited, but you see here he's going to be rewarded one way or the other.
Well, it's curious. Look at all this interference and a setup for Svetanov whereby this King Queen of Hearts really tempts us to rise up, does it not?
Yeah, but I think it's like, again, one of those things where this is too good of a hand to turn into a bluff. I just struggle to put in a bunch of chips here and then have to fold to a 4-bet.
Svetanov agrees.
Yeah, I think the call here is very good.
Shows restraint and well served to have done so. Dominated across both of his opponent's holdings. Diamonds favored Velocevic in the window.
So close to everybody having a backdoor.
6-6-4.
Yeah, I think this one's just going to check through at a pretty high frequency, especially with the long tank out of the big blind. You tend to range him more pair dense in that instance, 7s, 8s, maybe unsure of the path forward.
10 on the turn, the product of the round of knuckles. Al-Haid did not waste any time checking his hand. As the pre-flop raiser, perhaps a door opened.
If you're going to start to bluff here as Svetnov, I think you kind of have to commit to double barreling, which it appears as though he's just going to let off the gas. I tend to agree with this. Tricky spot for ace queen. You still beat some hands here that might take a stab on the turn, but you also still have the big blind behind you to concern yourself with, who may easily still be slow playing trips, checking over a 10 or a 4 that may not just give up to this bet and a call. I imagine he's just gonna have to find a fold. Yeah, that's a very disciplined laydown.
Really could have been much more violent for Velasquez had he traveled a different path. And for that matter, Svetnov. And it's going to be tough to earn chips in spots like this.
Speaking with people who are actually Italian, not, twice removed like myself. I guess it's a pretty common last name in the southern region.
You're like a pretty heavily diluted marinara.
Yeah,
you're like Chef Boyardee.
Exactly.
Franco-American.
You're precisely spot on. And you know what? I'll accept that, because that canned pasta got me through some dark times.
I'll tell you right now, they put me in some dark times as well. But
yeah, that's not wrong.
The chef, I didn't go to bed hungry on a few occasions thanks to that, man.
Yeah, you didn't wake up happy either.
No. Sutera.
Oh, the silent prayer before jamming is very powerful.
2 jacks. It's a spiritual culture,
but
heavily Catholic.
It screams ace-9, which is sharp when you got 2 jacks.
You think he's actually...
No, I don't think there's levels to this. I'm adding levels to something that
I
doesn't
love
really
that.
exist.
Come on.
But now when you're Radishi?
Stop it.
Does he have a first name?
Try again.
I liked Radici. I think that rolls off.
It's a K sound, Berkey.
Does it have to be?
I want to say yes.
Yeah, you're probably right.
A summons by Radicki with this ace-10. Sutera has trended in the right direction. He's managed to send his troops to the battlefield on a couple of occasions. They've come home with new POWs. And this time they rate to do more of the same. Set of jacks against one pair. Queen, king for a swing?
I was going to say, you want the ace, the king, or the queen?
There it is, the king. And now you see
space.
Sutera doesn't like the look of a lip licker across the way.
I wasn't greedy. I was just pulling for the ace.
Well, a 4-liner did show up, but it was the version that didn't
People
threaten.
say
And now
jacks
look
are
at the
hard to
lips in
play,
turn from Sutera.
They're eating the dogs. They're
eating the pets? Is that what's happening? Oh, please turn your attention away from American politics, rest of world. We'll return to our regularly scheduled program at some point. Meanwhile, nothing irregular about a Velasquez Open. Ace-5 of clubs. Mins it, and of course the temptation of Jack-10 suited is ever present.
These spots are particularly tricky because, in modern theory land, we don't play a lot of calls. But in old school street poker, there's no decision to be made here. We got Jack-10 suited, baby. We're going to see a flop. We're going to do it as cheaply as possible for 2 big blinds.
So a flat versus the upfront opener. We begin to range at least one of these 2 guys higher up.
Yeah, what we have seen start to happen is because there's a need to have a calling range under the gun 2 versus under the gun 1, you will start to see hands, especially at this depth, like jacks, start to play a little bit more passively pre. That way you're able to defend against squeeze jams from perhaps a 20 big blind stack behind.
Sure. Okay, flats with 6s. 1 6 is busy in Natal's hand, and He will close the action, getting a nice price.
It's probably one we can just let go.
A rare four-way affair. And an 8-high flop. Metal with the best hand. No flush draw out there. I mean, granted on the board, but in reality, nobody has the spades.
You know, it's always kind of like funny when it actually happens because it's so 2008.
What's that?
If I'm Metal, I think I just stop and go here. I flop the top pair. This board doesn't rate to get bet all that frequently four ways. I need some protection for my hand, and I got backup in case I get called. I think I'm just all in here.
Well, he disagrees, but I hear where you're coming from. It does end up being checked in 3 spots. No, Velocevic does have a wheel gutty, and Radicki just has a dream.
This is a pretty ambitious stab. I mean, you know, he will be protected by having a lot of pocket pairs in his range here, so it does make some sense. Going half pot into 4 people with no pair, no draw, no backdoor of any real note, it's a dicey endeavor. I mean, you are going to get the 6s to fold here. They don't really have much of a choice. I stand corrected. He's a non-believer. And now if you're Metal, this might be why I would just open jam. He might find a hero fold here in spite of the fact that he's being laid quite the price on the pot. And actually has his counterparts here drawing nearly dead.
Well, it is interesting how exactly the argument in favor of not checking is revealed as Radicki's position bet finds a flat in Arai, and that flat sends the best hand into the muck.
Ace-5 hits the muck too, which would have turned the nuts.
Yeah. And now Radicki has arrived here with just one patron, continues to have position.
It's just kind of impossible to fire again. You're just like way too naked. I think you just have to not double delay, but delay here and potentially play some river jams depending on what the run out is. I mean, it's just hard to find the hands that fold here to half pot. 6s, no spade exactly, and even that, I'm not so confident. He zips it.
A check jam over the top of that second barrel, and an incredible outcome for Arai. Welcome back to the final frame of today's Day 3 coverage of the main event from the King's Resort and Casino in Rozvadov, Czech Republic. It's the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe on the official World Series of Poker YouTube channel, as well as the King's Resort YouTube channel. A warm welcome back to those of you who have been with us throughout the course of the day, or even to those of you just joining us. A reminder to click like, click subscribe as we dive back into our featured table. Same crew from before, being helmed by seat 9, Michael Dick. Germans running 1, 2, 3. Short stack belonging to Fabio Paluzzo in the 2-hole. And it got quite a bit shorter just before the break, as this ace-3 suited was down by the king-high straight of his countryman, Manganiello. Meanwhile, among the least involved so far at this feature, Schoenhals sits this one out as well, and Paluzzo decides pocket 4s on the backside of the break for $125,000. With the blinds having gone up, Justin, to 10 1/4, it's go time.
Yeah, I think he is got quite fortunate. He found a playable hand because I believe he was under the gun +1 in the setup. So he really only had about 2 hands to find something worthy of going in with. And 2 4s is quite strong. I am 44 currently, and that is my lucky hand of the year.
No callers.
all the way down to it. Let's see if, ooh, this is.
Wow, 7-3 offsuit. I mean, dead bottom of range.
Yeah, but it's one of those, like, I wish I hadn't looked. I would have just called blind, but it's going to work out.
Oh my God.
But, yeah, blinds and antes. He can get through the big blind, small blind without losing too much equity. Only be down to 5 blinds again. It's a nice pickup for him.
Sirzat Hisu.
Is he waiting for a money jump, perhaps? Is that why he's down to 2 chips and doesn't want to just put it in?
I mean, we've already just had a pay jump. We're wide in this band. Hisu, I think, awaiting a decision here on the end.
He's just, I think he's burning all his time banks with 10,000 behind, and that's it. Maybe he just knows he's beat right now and looking to fold. But no, I think maybe there's a pay jump, albeit a small one. Maybe there's a pay jump here coming up. $1,000 is still $1,000.
I mean, without that, really, this makes no sense because you look at the chips in the middle and you look at what's being required.
And there's a card left to come as well, so it's hard for him to find an excuse not to put it in.
Okay, so call is made, and we're looking at King Queen against King 7.
All right.
Hisu
does have the best hand.
With
best
the Broadway
draw.
Gutty.
Yeah.
Versus a diamond draw and a pair.
Pair holds.
That it does.
And he's saved himself a time bank for a reason. I know it's part of the game, but you think the other guy was annoyed? He put him in with King Queen and just has to sit there and.
There was 2 eliminations to the pay jump.
Okay.
6 time banks in total were utilized, by the way. Back at the feature, meanwhile, King Jack offsuit, responsible for an open. Note that the chip leader had ace-10 offsuit and made no meal of it whatsoever. Binned it promptly, and the rest of the field does the same.
I think he likes to do the opening and the 3-betting himself. I don't think he likes calling all that much. Which does simplify a lot of things, puts you in a lot easier situations.
I got to say, just based on, let's call it the lack of involvement we've seen out of him as a chip leader, I venture to guess that 2 million plus he has in front of him came largely in one fell swoop with some sort of real big collision.
That is fair.
Okay, so it looks like the pay jump has been secured here, Justin. 23,100 euros now, as 71 remain. It was 22,000 euros prior to that.
Okay, another tenth of a buy-in. But like I said, that's I make fun a little bit, but still, like $1,000 is still $1,000. Get yourself a nice hotel room, lobster dinner.
Here in Vegas, you might only be able to get one of those two.
Yes.
Just for the record, I was trying to unpack it.
I almost said, and a bottle of wine, too, and then I stopped myself. I was
insane?
like, yeah, I was like, what's this? Franzia?
You get a box of wine.
Yeah,
exactly. Krivsky, ace-jack offsuit. Opens for the minimum. Manganiello. Flats. Pocket fives go mining for the same.
This is an awkward spot.
Apparently not, as he's just going to decide to jam it and take his chances. Unfortunately for him, I don't know that this 160 gets through all parties. In fact, the first...
I think this is kind of what he was hoping for, knowing he's probably not going to be good, but all the hopeful dead money in there, hoping for someone else to commit more money to the pot and just have another 150K dead in the middle. Ace-2 suited, if you're laying those kind of odds, it's not a bad spot. But still, knowing that you're going to put it in and always not being ahead is tough. Yeah. A little posturing in 2 5s there, but
Ace king, ace two.
Yeah, risking a 160K and almost tripling up.
So the king, queen, and the fives find the bin, courtesy of Krivsky, issuing what would normally be considered protection, but given the threat his ace jack poses to this ace deuce and clubs, I'm not sure we can call it that. 455K in the pot. Might it all be coming to an end for Paluzzo? Absent some assistance, the answer to that question would be yes. And an ace queen nine board is not an assistive presence. The prospects of a chop are there. A 9 would make that immediate.
Deuce 3-9.
And instead,
King, queen.
the king of diamonds leaves Paluzzo, wrapping the table and transferring the balance of his stack to his left to Krivsky.
Den kannst du callen, aber auf den Flop komme ich wahrscheinlich auch nicht mehr raus gegeneinander.
3 days in, the journey ends.
23,000 for his efforts. Not too bad.
Yeah. It's good.
It's interesting because had the ace jack not decided to make that move and for some reason king queen or 2 5s had, in terms of calling off,
that's true.
his
Yeah,
ace deuce would have won that pot.
he wouldn't beat
Right?
the king queen. The king queen ended up like backdooring in there. But
did it?
Yeah, it came ace queen 9, turn 3, river king.
It was a king on the end. Okay.
But that being said, I think. Well, I think I don't know if the king queen isolates or not. 2 5s definitely does. That was a tough spot for him, though. Sitting on 6 or 7 big blinds, look down at a suited ace.
But with a raise and 2 callers out there, it's just more. It's not thinking the raise is going to get through necessarily. It's not thinking that the ace deuce is best. It's more hopeful that with all the dead money you anticipate might be a part of the process, we can rationalize it.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I am. Like I almost was suggesting even fold, just knowing that you can't be ahead in any spots. But I think what he did was probably more correct. And like calling just seems like a terrible idea. Like you're just never going to flop all that well with ace deuce outside of the outlier flops.
Well, ace 8 on the button has activated Sean Halls here. Krivsky with ace 4 in the big. Contemplating. We knew fold wasn't on his mind. Just defends. And king 4 deuce will put the inferior ace in front, courtesy of second pair. $35K follow through from the ace 8, just wanting to draw the curtain here and now. Not going to happen. Both players picking up wheel draws now, courtesy of this 3. Oh, now Krivsky is going to lead Justin. This breaks protocol.
It does, and I like it. I was just thinking it's nice to have the ace of diamonds in your hand, and he's basically turning his hand, I wouldn't say into a bluff. Like he has a pair, he has a straight draw, but just in case the river happens to be a diamond, I think he has designs of betting a very large amount of money. Just in case Sean Halls has a king or some other hand that's better than ace 4. Well done. That was a fun hand from him.
Ace 8 really with not a whole lot of interest at that point.
No.
Every now and again, we see someone get a little crazy in that spot, though.
No, for sure. Like if anything that's done unorthodox, like sometimes it triggers a weird response.
Well, because you ask yourself if, and granted, this is overly simplified logic, especially against very competent opposition that levels you, but you're like, why would you risk losing me if your hand was that big?
Right.
Why would you check call lead here? If you had ace 5, 5, 6, would you do that? If you had kings up, would you do that? So if I can take sort of the upper part of your range out of the equation, maybe I just decide to ask a question of you independent of what my hand is, but more being able to remove a certain quotient of the good stuff from your range, and then max pressure gets through a lot of times.
And I agree. Like I didn't see exactly what the chip stacks were, but I agree to your point. But then it becomes a leveling war of if you being in position put in a raise, would you actually put in a raise if you had the 5-6 or
That's
ace 5 or kings up?
Very fair point.
Or ace king even. Like, no, you're supposed to call all those hands.
But it's one thing to lead out for a size and try to tell the story than it is to lead and then 3-bet without it to try to tell that story, as would have been required of the ace 4 on that occasion. Meanwhile, we fight forward. Krivsky's got himself in here, blind versus blind. 6-7. Just sprinkling. Oh, and I thought for a second that was a reach from Schramm for something other than his hand, didn't you?
Yeah. Are those brown chips 100,000, I'd have to imagine?
Story checks out.
I believe
just
so.
Based on the stack depth of Schramm.
But yeah, I don't know if you saw that. There was a hand. I think they were heads up. Oh, wait. We're going off the side here.
What was that, Jackson? 5-6?
I see a straight.
Somebody straighten out? Oh, it's straight to the payout desk for Gediminas Diamantas. 23,000 euros and change. The reward for his efforts. No further poker for you, sir, in the main, unfortunately. Meanwhile, we pick things up here back at the feature where we've arrived on the turn with a seldom involved chip leading Michael Dick.
Looks like this probably went open call or maybe open 3-bet call. The pot size was already 360 before that bet right there.
Krivsky showing no concerns about Queen X, or better for that matter. Barreling once more, does have that gut shot.
Wow. I feel like Dick must have a plan here. Not just to hit an ace.
I mean, the 9 would be an awful card for him.
Yeah.
Board pairing 7 on the river, and I'd like to believe, Justin, that your speculation is accurate, and reaching for chips definitely reinforces that it was the plan to flat and then to barrel a multitude of rivers. And you know, it's a little peculiar because just how do I describe this? Like, the vibe of this felt preordained, like almost like it didn't matter what the river was, I was going to do this. And then you ask yourself, well, why would that be? You know?
Yeah, like he didn't really put a whole lot of thought with the 7 peeling. And again, I think we missed the pre-flop action. Yeah, he sniffs it out, makes the call. But a lot of times when these obscure lines are taken, it's out of desperation instead of out of like a value thought.
I wonder whether or not there's a larger sizing that'll push those jacks in a different direction. It is so weird, though, when we find ourselves in those situations on the felt. The story blatantly may not check out. We know this. A lot of times we assume they know this.
Yeah.
So we ask ourselves, well, how often, given how blatant this spot is, would you ever be taking it as a bluff?
No, that's very fair, and it's I think it's obviously player dependent, but like, yeah, when you feel like you're on the same or an equal footing as far as knowledge goes of the game, then yeah, anything outside of that is just like, oh, he's trying to trick me into doing something, like call. Like I'll show him and fold. But yeah, like it's if a lot of people are playing extremely similar, then like taking these outlier approaches, I do think can be successful. But I think you just need a little more thought, maybe a little more cadence on the river from Dick, just to let him soak in that the 7 paired and like, okay, if I had a 7 or if I had ace queen, what would I do? What would I bet here?
Yeah.
Instead of just kind of like count to 3 in your head and fire out a bet.
I mean, there was something just innate within me as I observed the manner in which he went for the stack and then fired that river that lacked consideration. It just, as I said, like some sort of manufactured, prefabricated choice, and that was maybe part of the calculus for the jacks, which now have been passed over to Aishan in the big blind, 605 back. Dick, fresh off of obviously getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar, made it 50,000 legitimately with ace queen offsuit, and he's being pushed upon.
This is going to be a tester here. I think he's looking for a reason to put it in, and I think he's going to follow through here.
Wow. 6, 30.
I think he's yeah.
So Dick is going to rip in over the top.
And the plan call with the 2 jacks. Classic race here. Definitely makes and breaks a lot of tournament lives. This flip exactly.
Not happy to play this one.
Aishan was already
Die checks nochmal verlierst.
No. 2 cards away from elimination earlier. He might be looking at this like a free roll.
Yes, baby. No.
Oh.
No.
No, baby.
No, baby.
King available.
Your king. No, ace.
Now,
What's that?
ace
Your queen
available
by
as
your
well.
I think you would take a king as well.
Queen ace.
Anything.
Come on. Yes!
Oh my God.
Yes! Come on, baby! Woo! Woo-hoo! Yes, baby! I love you! I love you! Wow. Come on, baby! Scumbag!
Well, now we know it wasn't. Did he say scumbag or comeback? I
think comeback. I'd
like to believe it was comeback. Now we know that the last outburst was not some sort of player-specific, contextually deployed.
That's true. So Ondo and him weren't in a beef, most likely.
Well, perhaps never before have the nuances and cultural difference between the French and the Germans been on display. In that moment right there.
TV hand.
Yes.
TV hand.
Ouch.
That was a wide range of emotions there on that hand.
I'm just left speechless.
Too much.
In contrast to Michael Dick.
Zu schön, wahr zu sein, du.
Das hat gedreht und gewendet.
Wie geht das denn?
The old 1 pair against a set spot, Justin, and guess who won?
Leck mich an der Selbst.
That's why next to the percentages it says not 0.
So, jetzt geht's rund, Jungs. Du bist der Nächste.
Can't even do it the conventionally way and put the king out there. Have to do it the hard way.
I'm trying to think, but not since Guy Ritchie's Lock, Stock, and 2 Smoking Barrels do I think I've seen someone beaten by Dick like that.
I know the scene you're talking about.
Wow. Was?
Is there a reason you've turned your head from me?
Justin, sometimes I have to disengage. I mean, it's like a tractor beam. Did we undersell it?
I think it was about perfect.
I mean, I had to lay out because I knew what was coming. The avalanche, the eruption.
Yeah, I started to celebrate, or not celebrate, to voice my excitement for the hand as well. But I thought that Dick could do it a better job than anything I could ever say, which is nice because I don't know. I like the emotion. At least this time, it didn't look like he was talking directly to his opponent as he's picking up and leaving.
Tell you what, Ashan dealt with that gracefully, and maybe just the psychology of having known that he was so close to elimination earlier and worked his way up to a
No, you're right.
top 70 finish. Maybe helping. Is this Madani? What's going on?
That's a
Board reads 4 ace 3 9. Action incomplete.
Looks like there's almost $1 million in the middle.
Backdoor diamonds have arrived, and indeed Madani is taking on Isildur here. Victor is still reaching for chips.
Another large bet.
How much is it?
$650,000 into probably 900 or $1 million in chips. Snap call. He does not look happy. Isildur, 3.5 million. Goodness.
I'll tell you what. That's not a seat that is going to find some sort of implosive path to being relieved of that $3.5 million, bar really savage coolers.
Yeah, I agree. That almost confirms that he's going to be with us for a good bit of the day tomorrow, as well as the rest of the night tonight. Crispy getting a little loose. I like it though. Opening up the 6-5 of clubs.
Frisky Krivsky. Good to have some balance. Work some of this into our arsenal.
Wow, it gets just the flat fold with Queen Jack suited.
That tells you what Traum makes of his table image.
Yeah.
So German, the problem is that they don't see his cards, right?
Nein, ich leg die schon da drauf, dann nehme ich es aber weg. Die sind dann gespeichert.
Es muss eine bestimmte Stelle sein, wo das.
Sie sehen es aber wohl trotzdem nicht.
Are they discussing plans for after the tournament's over with tonight?
Leg sie immer als erstes dahin.
You even got the big blind to fold an ace.
You know, my German's pretty weak.
I know sauerkraut. I think Farfanugan.
Okay. Dieselgate.
Guten Tag. Yeah, that's about it.
Oh, we got the triangle over here. And the way in which the fives were flicked up was with great pride. And we see why. Set versus an ace. And that call off ends Krasimir Yaniv Yankov's bid here in the main. He doesn't appear particularly smitten. 23,000 and change, and
it's a
half-hearted handshake.
Weak, that was a limp-wristed handshake.
The timing was poor, by the way, from whoever that was. It's like, buddy, do you think I really want to touch palms right now?
Yeah, sometimes just a pat on the back, or nothing at all.
I like the nothing at all. It's a safe route, by the way.
Yeah, if you really feel bad, just text me the next day.
50K out of Tomasauskas. Is cut off open, is being flatted by pocket fours, 1-4. Preoccupied, and another as well as the late arriving Miadzel. 6-4. Binned it, so there will be no set for the hard eight. Which means that it doesn't matter what the rest of this flop is. Once the 10 presents itself in the window, it's going to be Tomasauskas with the lead.
It's a dry enough board that Dick's probably going to give him at least one street, maybe even two streets here. Oh. Tamasauskas checked over to him.
This is an interesting choice, and note the speed with which the Pocket 4 has just pounced here, perhaps sensing this is texture that's not interacting with the open, in particular when the preflop razor checks to us. And so I kind of get it, but unfortunately for these fours, there will be no set. So a running 3-5 or getting ace-10 into the bin, the only path to victory.
All in.
Wow. A check jam for our tournament life from Tamasauskas, who says, listen, if you flop the set, Godspeed with deuces or sixes. Otherwise, I know jacks through aces are not involved. This is pretty gnarly.
It is.
I mean,
yeah, this is. I mean, I think he did a very good job just putting his opponent on a certain range of hands, and just thinks this is the best line to maybe get a full double up here. At the very least, he's hoping to, fold out some equity and move on to the next hand. But just quite confident, ace 10's the best.
390. 350 more. 340.
I like this play. I think if he makes it a bit smaller, it just looks a little more value-y. And this one just, Dick might be able to talk himself into thinking he has, ace 3 of spades or something like that.
I mean, that's really the only thing, unblocking spades as well, that we could hope for is 2 overs, flush draw.
Right. The thing is,
how much equity do we have against that hand anyway?
Not that much. I mean, it's pretty close to a flip. You're a small dog. You're getting laid a price, but not a very good one. But yeah, the rest of the time, sometimes he has this hand. Sometimes he just has 2 kings, and you're just hoping for the old 2 4s that aren't out there anymore.
Oh, my hand is good.
Ultimately, Michael finds the bin, and Tamasauskas has really shown himself to be steely and precise about his procedures.
I had better.
No, my hand is good.
Plays solid hands and then plays them
profitably.
Yeah, I was like semi-creatively too. I like that. He was really just trying to target the hero calls.
But here's the thing. What I really enjoyed about that is Tamauskas is taking that line because of his opponent.
Right.
I don't think he necessarily approaches things like that against another GTO operator.
I agree. Yeah, and I think that is one of the better things GTO has exploited is the comfort. Like back in my day, 10, 15 years ago, if you opened and you got called, didn't matter what the texture was, you bet every single time.
Yeah.
It was just, you close your eyes, you pick an amount, and you put it out there. So if you did check, it was a huge sign of weakness, and if you're next in line, then you had to bet.
There was a lack of nuance as we reflect on it in retrospect there.
I guess it wasn't that hard to figure out poker 10 years ago. No wonder I was good at it then.
Pendulum has swung wildly into the other direction here. Is nothing wild about an open with king, queen offsuit. Manganiello taking us to 60,000, and Tamasauskas says no thank you with the 8-9 of spades.
That's a tough one to fold, but understand. New character here. I'm not going to try to pronounce it. I'm going to wait for you. But.
Miadzel?
Sure.
Uninvolved here. 5-4 offsuit feels similarly.
Looks like we're down to 64 players, so it looks like we're going to have that last seat filled up here as soon as they break a table.
Keep an eye on that Tamasauskas. Justin, if he messes around and gets himself a stack big enough with which to really throw some weight around, I feel as though he could be another threat for a deep run. Schramm, by the way, also has shown himself to be worthy of that designation.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, gets another opportunity here.
7 raise, 50,000.
Oh boy.
Pocket 10s have made it 50, and pocket 8s may very well make it more, especially in context.
Yeah. After that last hand where he's still unsure if he made the right decision or not. Wow. All right. Or you can just hero fold 2 8s and make me question everything I know about poker.
I mean, a call at minimum against a min raise to set mine in position with vengeance on our minds and a decent hand. Justin, that was...
That's a very decent hand.
Am I allowed to hit rewind just to make sure we saw that right?
Turns out he just made a perfect play where I think minimum we lose 50,000. Very likely we lose a lot more. That is impressive. I don't think Tomaszewski's going to be happy if he watches this in the future time.
The fuck?
I don't know what the fuck translate to in German, but that's what I feel right now.
Scheiße.
Scheiße, there you go.
Well, jacks and 10s have collided here elsewhere in the field.
Looks like a 10-high flop. It looks like the jacks go down. A rather large pot, too.
What have we? Is this Kazimieras Selekis?
Yes.
64th place finish for him. Obviously, problems when we take pairs against pairs without the best of it. And his departure brings us to another pay jump, 24,700 euros now, awarded courtesy of making the top 63.
Oh,
and look who.
Well.
Isildur himself, Victor Blom, now parks his bones there in the void left behind by Thomas Aishan, and he does so with that big stack, granted, off of the high water mark of 3.5 million we observed not long ago by a healthy million. He is still going to become the chip leader here. And immediately putting in the raise.
And I think he's going to see the way this table's been playing and probably do a lot of opening. Deeb-esque, I would say. Seeing that a lot of people probably aren't going to be doing a whole lot of playing back at him.
The thing about these sorts of characters as we await Manganiello's decision and lack of data points and lack of hand, he's out of there. If you're going to really rock the VPIP way up, you got to be so sound post-flop, right? You cannot be spewy with your decision-making after the flop. You got to be really keen on value, equity, percentages, and that's what allows you to get involved, because you know that whatever the, let's call it EV that you're giving up potentially by playing more pots pre will be made up for and then some by being solid post.
No, correct. Yeah, like you expect to steal enough blinds and antes to kind of make up for knowing when you get flatted behind that they're going to have you beat versus what your range actually is and how you're going to proceed off of that image. But to that point, though, someone like Isildur obviously has the experience. He has all the knowledge, all the exactitudes of how much to bet and where he stands in hands. That not that there aren't a couple really, really good players at this table. I just think he'll be able to navigate. I wouldn't say easily, but I think he'll be able to do it without too much resistance. Here's he just gets a walk.
You know, based on what we've observed here at this feature table prior to the arrival of Isildur, that certainly feels as though it's a reasonable presumption about how things will play out here, as the Warhammer could get broken out.
And Isildur's one of the to your point, he's a character where maybe not everyone at this table knows who he is immediately, but I would say almost everyone at this table knows who he is, which kind of gives him, I don't know, I wouldn't say an advantage before he even sits down, but it definitely changes the way people react and decide to play hands going forward. There's usually one of two ways to play against a guy like that, and one is to avoid him, which is what most people do. And the second is to try to be the alpha dog.
I love the nature analogies, by the way. Schramm, ace, jack, Manganiello going, come on, give me something to play with. And Blom all of a sudden, small blind pocket sevens. Let's see how he reacts. I was going to say, this is like a bunch of lionesses around the carcass. And then all of a sudden, the mighty maned male lion arrives, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, our bad, go ahead. That's your wildebeest.
Yeah, no,
Have at it.
I'll get...
In terms of Isildur, who has 3-bet to 165,000, and Tamasauskis wakes up with kings right behind.
I was very interested to see what Schramm is going to do to the 3-bet, but we will not get to see that. Tamasauskis has got a very welcome sight here. Just no hard thoughts. Not like he has ace-queen. He just gets to say all in.
Yeah, 620K plus what he had out there in the big blind, all deployed, the full payload. And now for Schramm, the ace-jack promptly shrivels. Even though it isn't promptly mucked, I can't imagine that he's going to have an appetite for it in this spot.
Maybe saving some face here. Made it look like he opened quite strong. But he is using a time bank. That does seem a bit hopeful with only ace-jack offsuit. Well, specifically, he just thinks Bloom is incredibly wide. And Tamasauskis knows that, and maybe he went a little light himself. But I think that's a little hopeful.
I mean, he can already tell this is outside of the threshold of what ace-jack might want to be calling with, unless for some reason there's, some storylines that are unclear to you and I about him thinking Tamasauskis knows Blom is likely as the chip leader and a guy who's got a reputation that precedes him to be 3-betting light, and so maybe he pounces with a broader array than he might otherwise. But it just doesn't feel to me, based on what we do know, that would ever really be the case.
Right, yeah. Unless he really wants him to just have that squeeze hand like the ace-4 suited, ace-5 suited, and just really hoping. But blocking it with an ace in your hand anyway. But you can definitely see how Bloom just being at the table just changes the dynamics.
How much was it?
645.
He asks for a count. Another 480 is a lot to ask of 2 sevens. And so he does lay it down. Well served to do so. And how about this upswing for Tamasauskis? And I am very much looking forward to watching whether or not we see any increase in VPIP or adjustments out of that seat as the stack deepens.
I hope so. I feel like he's a quite confident poker player. I hope maybe he's, I wouldn't say take advantage of Isildur maybe opening wide, but it'd be fun to watch it.
He had it on that occasion. Yeah. And in spite of that, he still only manages to find himself in 6th in this field right now. Victor still chip leading. Shortest of stacks, Marcello, by the way. I mean, 25 bigs. This is still very much everybody can play poker.
Yeah. The Germans were 1, 2, and 3. They've dispersed a bit here.
Big plan.
Just noticed my hands smell like beef jerky, and I want to thank you again for for that lovely jerky.
You know, I know that came out of left field to those of you listening right now, but during the break here at our studio, the owner actually has a side hustle of artisan beef jerky, and we did indulge. I didn't think we were going to talk about it, but finger sniffer McGee over here decided that it was time to bring that up. Thank you for that, Justin.
Yeah, no problem. At least I didn't make you smell my fingers.
I wasn't going to do it, you know. It's generally speaking sage to not ever your own from time to time,
Yeah.
you know, but other people's no. Ace 10, Schramm back to work, and Blum with another candidate perhaps.
Yep. On the button. 3-bet to 125. Well, he didn't want to give up the ace jack to a 3-bet and a 4-bet last time. Oh.
Is this a 4-bet inbound
It
to
is.
300? Oh my.
All right. 300,000.
This is just playing the player, isn't it?
I think so. I was about to say, it feels like these two have played together. Seems very intentional almost. And works.
Well, the blocker values of that king and queen do feel a bit suspect once the 4-bet does come in, which is supposed to have a tether to a narrower range than ace-10 offsuit, but Schramm does end up taking that one. Ace-10 against jack-10 of spades. Look at that board.
Ooh.
Double gutter, flush draw, all sorts of ways to win for the dominated hand pre, and instead an L hung around the neck of Cheng Zhao. 24.7 euros, and a man finally busting and smiling there. You know, I mean,
it is nice.
It's a nice payday. What's going on here?
Doesn't look happy.
Pocket tens and
should be nine.
ace nine. Not great. King, 6-3.
Diamonds, no.
Ace only will do it, and instead that deuce on the end will send another soul packing. Simon Jerry Wilson. There will be no pot of gold for you, sir.
Open. Table 163.
I guess it's a pot of silver. 24.7, right?
But
relative to 1.3 million.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what the exchange rates are. They know the cost of an ounce of
pot of tin.
Silver tin is a bag of recycled aluminum cans.
Yeah.
Is that what we're calling it in relation to the first place payout?
If we're looking at comparison for first place, yeah.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
All right.
Sean Hulse, the seldom involved, stealthy one seat in the small.
Despite Isildur being very active, he's had relatively good holdings this entire time, but
Yeah.
I think everyone just thinks he's full of it every single hand. Nobody wants to give him credit, but might be similar to what we saw earlier today with Sean Deeb, where he just doesn't get phased by any of that stuff and just keeps put his head down and bulldoze through.
What?
Once 25k.
Oh. Yeah, it was a misclick.
Worked out.
Not much change in the chip counts since we last paid them a visit here.
Maybe more likely that to do it.
Yeah.
Lefty have it.
Thank you for having me. Might have been standard very good.
Good spot for me to feed that fish.
Let's see whether or not the VPIP continues out of Isildur.
I think he found one they can let go.
Perhaps a relief to those in the blinds who might have anticipated an attack. But the dog is not rabid.
No, he's got a leash on him, just a very long leash.
No one's attached to the other end of that leash,
Yeah,
let's be
true.
clear. And there is some concerning foam about the jowls, but confirmed not rabid.
Yeah.
Well, at this point in the evening, one would imagine we begin to have thoughts about ensuring that we make day 4.
Oh, yeah.
Finding the pillow on the back end of the bag.
It's another very diverging thoughts usually at the end of like long days like this. Like there'll be one sec that just wants to get through, come back fresh the next day, and then there's just tiny fraction, maybe 10-15% that just, I don't know what it is, but they don't want to just come back with only 20 blinds, or they don't want to come back with only 40 blinds. They want to have a wrath of action at the very end, and it's when two of those guys are at the same table, it's quite fun to watch.
You know, it may not always be I'm lean and I want to spin it up so that I'm not just chiseling tomorrow, but it also could be I feel out this table and there's a lot of guys looking for a pillow. Let me just snack on those blinds. Let me, find some C-bets and take it kind of spot.
Yeah. Granted, it was years ago, but I had a very secret strategy that wasn't very secret, that the last hand of any level before there was a break or dinner break, I would always open or 3-bet or 4-bet, whatever I could, just to have that person faced with a decision with everyone else going off, going to use the bathroom, going to get a taco or something like that.
Wow. That's interesting.
Yeah, I used to be crafty, but
well,
turns out people caught on to that.
Pocket tens flatted the small blind against Dick's ace queen, and this ace high board will put the German in front. Here comes the C-bet, 55,000 into 160. Just a check fold.
Yeah, I like it. And I know we only have a few data points on Dick here, but you could even see how his cadence was a little more methodical there, even on that C-bet.
Yeah.
With him connecting. A little less impulsive, less spastic's not the right word, but
no, but it did have contrast.
Yeah.
To the spot where he got bluff caught. And that one was against Krivsky as well.
yeah. And even when he had the 2-4s against the ASM of Tomasauskas, he bet the 2-4s with, just a little.
Yeah, it was automated almost,
right? Bloom with a real hand here. Earlier we saw Dick fold 2-8s to an open. I'm very much not rooting for a fold here.
Under the gun, pocket deuces, made it 50. Queen jack suited, flats.
Is that the stain juice he was sipping on earlier? Hopefully that's a new one.
I mean, it doesn't go bad. It's pasteurized, Justin. I wouldn't worry about it.
Right. I mean, if you want to enjoy something, it should be devoured quickly.
I don't think he's dealing with a bout of scurvy. You know,
not many pirates playing.
We can take the vitamin C easy here. What we can't do is take the pot without contention. If we're Victor, given the flat from Dick, 1 deuce into the muck. Manganiello continues to lament his inability to participate.
Well, secretly, maybe happy he gets to.
Oh, now this is a curious one. Ace 4-3. Wheel gutter. No spade in hand, but the sense that this texture is ours to fire versus a pre-flop flat. And that is not a board where Queen Jack of Diamonds should really show any interest whatsoever.
We have seen him float before with some intentions. It seems like a tougher one to do, but I wouldn't put anything past Dick.
Well, he's going to pass the queen high. Diamond free board texture. Just too much ambition required there. Boy, I hope Victor didn't have the chili.
Just can't get the taste out of her mouth.
Oh, I can't tell if I want to grow up or if I'm just good where I'm at.
You've got to be good.
I hope so. She hasn't left yet.
I was going to say, you have a wonderful girl. You get to come online and have people forced to listen to you for hours on end.
I know, isn't it great?
It is kind of nice.
No, they could just close the window.
No, that's
hit
true.
mute.
Oh, why do that?
I know, that would hurt our feelings, wouldn't it?
Yeah. No one does that. And if you do, don't respond in the thread.
No,
but how would you know? Because you're
some
on
people do it. It is weird, though, because when you say you're doing it, you obviously haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
You know, we made it this far. And far is certainly what Krivsky would like to do in terms of down the streets versus somebody who wants some of these aces. That wasn't my finest work.
It's all right.
I like being the Sultan of Segway, but that one was, I was reaching.
I should have said something earlier. I've been very impressed this whole day. Like, no, I mean,
you were holding
just in
out?
general, but like, no, I'm just going to wait till afterwards. See if you stumbled at all.
A7 could very well find a stumble on this Jack-7 deuce board. Middle pair against the needles, defense and a check.
Standard down bet here. It's going to definitely keep him along.
Check call is standard. Eight on the turn. Snap check from Blom. And I'm not so sure, like, the cadence of those checks and spots such as that from guys who I think recognize one another to be, professionals, let's say, create any sort of ability to range the opposition or anything. It's just, no matter what this card has done for me, I'm going to be checking, so I don't need to waste time doing it.
And I agree, yeah. It's like certain people need to stare at it for a while because, whatever. Maybe there's some turns where some people would, like, lead in, which is not a bad thing, but to your point, like, all of Victor's range on the flop, even if it's 2 jacks right now.
Finds the fold.
Good fold. And I wonder if that's ever, like, goes through, like, Victor's mind with his reputation. Anyone that kind of plays at him a couple times, like, plays back at him, they probably just have it. They're not trying to upstage me. They're not trying to show me up. Like, if they bet twice, there's a good chance that I can just fold this.
I tend to think that as well, and I think it really, like, it's a healthy thing to be super self-aware about each opponent's perception of you, because it isn't going to be unilateral.
Right.
And then navigate in accordance with that in terms of maybe lessening or increasing the likelihood of a certain range being present when the action comes in like it does, right? I mean,
yeah, his hand was third pair. I mean, it's not the best hand to continue with, but like, maybe with his reputation, maybe his self-awareness, like you said, like it just moves the needle 1 or 2 notches towards the fold direction where it's probably maybe going anyway, but makes it incredibly easier.
like these guys aren't dumb enough to bluff at me, are they?
Right. And
Do they not know?
Ansatzweise.
7-5 turns into middle pair. More than we can say for ace-9 as Poland's Stanislav Miadzel finds a little more than backdoor diamonds and wheel aspirations here, but he will sprinkle in the C-bet of 50K.
I believe this is his first open. Not that he's been at the table long, so I think he's obviously going to peel with the 7-5, but I think it's going to do so cautiously. There are some spots out there to check raise, but I don't think this is one.
Turn brings a queen. Not a card either player really appreciates.
Yeah, it hits Manzel's hand a lot more often. I would like to see him put a nice half pot bet out there, but it is tough after you've been called once. All right, not half pot, but he's fired. Oh.
This sort of sheds a little bit of light into what I would have profiled to be perhaps a bit more conservative. A seat, 65K, but the sizing into 235, is this honest in terms of, the bashful sort of?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, obviously it's laying him a good price, but it also is screaming, I just want to get a showdown because I have a really good hand, or a hand that has showdown value.
And apparently whatever that value is,
better than a 5.
deems it better than a pair of 5s as he puts it into the bin. And Justin, not long ago, Vladas Tamasauskas, who squared off there against Stanislav Miadzel, was right here in the 702 in Las Vegas.
Really?
Playing the Poker Masters. He managed 14th and 15th place finishes in both the 5 and 10K No Limit Hold'em events. So venturing out, getting some stamps on his passport.
No kidding. Going where the action is. That's good to hear. I think he said earlier he started online and he just got a bit bored of looking at the screen all day.
He's got $3.2+ million in career live earnings, hailing from Vilnius. Pocket fours, Sean Hall's binning it, unaware that 6s lurk to the direct left. Somebody's mumbling, and my guess is it's Manganiello with dust. I'm just putting a read on it. When it gets around to that, man, a snap fold with something in the neighborhood of 8-3 offsuit.
He's got to tell. He mumbles incoherently when he has nothing.
Schramm folds and, 7-4 off. King deuce off, plus button, plus Blom, equals raise, and ace jack in the big. Remember, this man has shown us a lot of looks, Justin.
Yeah.
The pre-flop just stone muck against Tamasauskas with the 8s was the one that really raised some eyebrows, and yet we've seen him check call with ace high in a spot that it seemed like one should never, and on the river he just came out swinging, and it's all the same guy at the controls. So
he's Players like this are enjoyable to watch, though, and play with, let me just say as well, because even though they're incredibly hard to figure out, they always keep you guessing, always keep you on your toes. And I think this 3-bet here with ace-jack is fairly standard, I'd say, but I don't know if anything's standard when Dick's doing it. And he gets the fold.
King deuce, not exactly durable. Most of the action being driven kind of on the right side of the table there. Victor, of course, since his arrival. Tamasauskas as well.
Yeah, Dick's been in action a lot, even though it's a lot of quality hands.
Klivsky might have something to say about that opinion, by the way. He's been in the mix a little bit.
Yeah.
Krivsky, rather, sorry. Even Schramm, who I think earlier on the day had been the center of attention, no longer.
Yeah, I think his wings have been snipped just a little bit with the position he's in.
Oh, yeah. You've got some jackals on your left.
Yeah, a bunch of active people that don't seem to care what your VPIP is.
Well, how about this for activity? Suited one gapper. Under the gun +1.
Oh. I don't know if this is out of boredom or...
Over and out, good buddy. Come on now.
Yeah.
10-4. Yeah,
That's
the
why
Brunson in the big.
That's why you raised the 9-7. I like it.
Sure. Krivsky gets through.
At the end of these nights, do they draw for how many hands left, or is it kind of a hard stop?
You know, our coverage tends to shut down before play actually comes to an end, so perhaps that's how they're doing it. I would imagine consistent with the way in which things are handled in our North American edition of the World Series of Poker Maine. Same would be said for affairs here in Roz, and it does ring a bell, having been there last year.
This is the best hand he's seen in quite a while. If Manganiello is going to pull a trigger here. It's a little light.
Well, 7-4 suited, and eventually we do arrive upon a raise. Sean Halls, who started the Antifa movement, now contemplates in the small. I'm just kidding. That's not. He didn't do that.
He's European ninja.
He looks like a guy that was at like the Euro Cup, one of the ultras or something like that, you know, a lot of surveillance. But he's like, we're going to go to war with the opposing team's fans right here outside the stadium. You know, that's how they cut, because, you know, you don't want the photographs and stuff.
So you think he already had his outfit in the closet for years? Just finally had a reason to break it out?
Right. Okay. Can we finally stump Justin Young? What say you, chat? Who won the 2013 World Series of Poker Europe main event? Was it Negreanu, Chidwick, Deeb?
This one.
11 years ago.
It's either Negreanu or Mateos in my mind. I'm going to say Mateos.
All right. El Conquistador, Adrian Mateos. You're guessing yet again. You are correct, Justin.
Oh, that's right. Negreanu didn't win it. I think he got second to Barry Schulman one year. I think that's right. Yeah, I'm a poker
Barry
fanboy.
Schulman won the
I'm almost
World Series of Poker?
I'm almost positive. I would put money on it. Barry Schulman, I believe, won the WSOP Europe main event. Beating Negreanu heads up, I think.
I mean, he wasn't in a field like this one.
No, I'm sure not.
I'm just going to put that out there.
I think it was one of the first years, maybe the year before James Board won it.
James Bordy.
Yeah.
There's a name I hadn't heard in a while. That's a guy who'll give you all the action you want,
no
too,
kidding.
by the way.
He's great.
Oh, yeah.
But I remember watching that final table. He was a fun celebrator, fun talker at the table, too.
Yeah, he's not like Martin Cabral talker, but, maybe England's version of Deeb.
Yeah.
In that way, as we see Tomasowskis picking on Victor's Queen-9 suited open, and that hand is just not durable enough. Deems Blom. The more I unpack this, the more I realize a hairless cat is really what would bring this whole image home. You know? So Mr. Bigglesworth, was that Dr. Evil's cat?
That's right.
And by the way, if you're ever outside a London nightclub or, a Shoreditch rave or something like that, need a little pick-me-up, that looks like the man right there that might have a baggie or two of whatever you seek.
The inside of that jacket is just
are you
lined
kidding
with
me?
whatever, uppers, downers, poppers, reds.
What was that one
blues.
RoboCop where, if people were just, like some future... one time Nick Schulman, Kuhn was wearing, these little glasses. And then he had this leather jacket on. And Nick said Jason looked like a drug dealer from the year 3000. And I kind of, you know what I mean? I get a little bit of that Fifth Element, maybe, Anyway, he's all kitted up here with pocket jacks.
Not that I don't want to speculate too hard, but what do you think? I know we don't even know for sure if he has legs, but
no, we saw legs.
I
think he's kind of tall.
How does any bottom match that top? What is it? More fur?
Snakeskin.
Thigh high.
No, stop. Now you're doing some Mr. Potato Head stuff over here. Cut it out. King 8 defends from the big. Jack 9-4 top set. By the throat, we've got this one. If we're Tomasowskis, some dampness to the texture. Will he think naughty things?
Having that 8 in his hand is kind of nice, but he really wishes he had a spade to help out. That's third pot.
I think this one's a wrap.
Yeah. Almost connects. Little do you know.
So disappointing, by the way, to not even get at least just a courtesy call there on that board when we've got the set of jacks. Obviously, it could be some turns that leave us a little concerned, but at the end of the day, we're never drawn dead.
He's been pretty active this level and won his fair share of pots, so probably all blends together of just continual run good, play good, collect chips.
You know what was funny is last time we pointed that out, we thought that perhaps he'd be further up the leaderboard than he was, and yet he was only in 6th.
Yeah.
Maybe
he started off way shorter than we gave him credit for.
It's possible.
Maybe there's a pot or we're forgetting. The beautiful, the wonderful Jack 10 suited.
Jack 10 suited, understandably, has opened here. Let's see what Schramm is thinking with ace 3. Not much.
I think he had some bad thoughts.
Yeah. Jack 5 suited. Dominated. But able to take a peek for cheap. Manganiello will.
Not the kind of flop Manganiello wanted to see.
Give me another pass at that surname there. You really just tried to scoot past it.
I really get to a point and then I was like, well, if I mumble, there's no way that Ali would call me out on it. So let's just power through this. But as it turns out, you saw right through my intentions.
On, man. You're not. Radar's up. 80K as the C-bet sizing is up as well from the pre-flop open. And how do we wish to proceed as the Italian?
I was about to say his hand is good enough to call. I went raise with it, but he takes another line here. It's an interesting spot.
I wonder if this isn't a little bit tethered to frustration. I mean, fundamentally speaking, is there some balance upon which we need to be check raising these sorts of hands versus a late opener?
Yeah, maybe so, just for some protection, maybe for some concern how to play the hand in future streets. But this seemed like a very, very nice check call candidate, assuming he would do the same thing with his 8Xs as well. That being said, Jack 10's not we can see he's way ahead. He can't be very comfortable right now, knowing that with the stack size he left himself, it's going to be a lot of jams on the turn.
I think that's obviously one of the considerations we're making before we plunk in this extra 110,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also having the 10 is not great for us.
Correct. Yeah, it blocks one of his few, a few of his combinations of straight draws. And having the jack isn't good too, because it blocks him having these similar type holdings that he actually does have. So it just leans very 8 heavy. Then you start playing the kicker game of what jacks he could have. I could see all three options here. Seems like just a call. And decide if he jams turn. Oh. Oh, I thought he said all in. Yeah, he fold.
He just lays it down, and consider how well served Manganiello was not to take that passive route. I'm not so sure that he ever would have imagined that a man with Jack 10, backdoor diamonds, no less, backdoor straights, a reasonable kicker versus a big blind defense would find the bin, and he targeted the right guy.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if he specifically targeted him or he would play it that way against anyone else at the table, but I don't think anyone else at the table just lays down the Jack 10 in that spot.
By the way, I don't think that Isildur cashing here is going to break even when you consider buy-in and massage tab, as Dano in the YouTube chat points out. A couple of euros a minute, and we're really running up the meter here.
Every time we did a cut-in on the outer tables earlier this morning, I believe he was getting massaged the entire time. So you think it's just the entirety of the day?
I'm trying to think, if they're playing 10 hours, 600 minutes, 1,200 euros.
Tip. That's probably a nice tip. That'd be 1,500 euros total. I mean, if you make a girl work that hard all day, probably even more of a tip than that.
You think she just goes continuous the entire time?
I think so.
No breaks? How do you not end up with deadliest catch claw? Those dudes out there on the deck and their hands just stop working and they're just frozen in place.
I mean, it doesn't look like she's working too hard. It looks like more of a pet at this point than a massage, but pets feel good.
Mehr Chips? Er hat trotzdem nicht mehr Chips.
Plus, every hour and a half, she'll get a 15-minute break to unfurl her hands.
Unfurl is really good, by the way. Bravo.
Er ist ja so tight.
Thanks.
Macht ja gar keinen Sinn.
I can't pronounce anyone's name, but I can pull you unfurl out of my ass.
Blum not interested. Post flop here as he defended against Schramm's button open. And concedes to the C-bet. What if Victor just doesn't go to break? What if he just sits there? And then she's like, for real, dude?
What are you doing dinner? Good. I don't have any plans either.
Yeah.
Stay here.
Follow me to the buffet. 4 blind advantage for Victor, who is well off of the high water mark that we observed earlier in the day, which was presumably in that neighborhood of $3.5 million at check-in now, 2.2, but still boss since arriving. Sean Halls, bottom of the leaderboard, 23 bigs. Kind of a steady distribution from top to bottom.
Yeah, it really is. To your point, it's getting towards the end of the night.
Good hand.
Yes, we're not going to see too many battles unless Victor sees some spots or people assume Victor's taking spots.
Many in the chat, by the way, have stepped in to suggest that C2 is not Stanislav Miadzel, but rather American actor Bill Murray.
From,
Life Aquatic?
Yeah, thank you. That's
You're welcome.
exactly
Steve Zissou?
Yeah.
That's a Stone classic, by the way.
It really is.
Meanwhile, the man who folded Jack 10 of diamonds moments ago is going to be faced with some further decisions here, presumably pre-flop. Out of the 2 jacks of Krivsky, direct left. Hijack 3-bet.
150,000.
Madame?
Another 100,000 on top.
Madame, einmal bitte
I don't think
Fußmassage.
Krivsky's gotten too much out of line. Certainly not of any of the hands he's showed down, but suited ace jack is just too pretty of a hand. Get to play relatively deep.
So 360 in the middle. Clear issues from Yadzel as he heads to this flop for the time being. And they're remedied courtesy of an ace-10-5 board where he has top pair, but the monotone texture and the jack of hearts for Krivsky.
I like
he does
that
have the
check
flush
back.
draw. Yeah, never really thought about another barrel. Board pairs on the turn. Very safe-looking card for Stanislav. And again, he checks, Justin.
Yeah, it's a little peculiar. I think you got to just charge a price, and there's not too many big hands he's going to have behind. And I think he might have been spinning his wheels if he did bet the turn, and he probably gets called. But now he gets to play the guessing game of whether or not he thinks Krivsky has at heart. Tiny sizing.
As played,
Bill
we
Murray.
feel compelled to get that 60 in there. And
might flash the ace and
yeah. No flashing of the ace and no fanfare whatsoever.
This isn't the Bill Murray I remember.
A hand of poker accepted. Not the one from Caddyshack, at least, right?
That's one of the better Bill Murray characters, though. I just saw, well, I've seen it tons of times, but I saw Rushmore for the first time in like
good one
5 years. I love that movie.
He's so funny. What about Bob?
My
That
wife
was
hates
also-
that movie.
What?
I don't know why or how.
So good.
Her parents actually live on that lake. Little tidbit for you.
Really?
It is
So
true.
it was too on the nose, maybe. It was a hit
Yeah.
too close to home.
Maybe that is why. I don't know. Maybe everyone that she knew that like visited the lake was super excited about the fact that.
Maybe there was like road closures during production, and she's like tilted over that. No, but I hear where you're coming from.
But no, Bill Murray's fantastic.
Come on. There's two people
And
in
what
this
about
world.
Bob?
The people that get it and understand Bill Murray comedy, and the people who don't, and those that don't, get it together.
Yeah.
It's always like the second time through, third time through, that sort of comedy really kind of gets to you,
Yeah.
you know, in a good way.
Right. It's kind of an acquired taste. Like, as an example, I think the first 2 times I watched Zoolander, I couldn't stand it. I didn't understand the appeal. But something happened on that third time.
It's funny that you went Ben Stiller because I was thinking about the Royal Tenenbaums.
Yeah, yeah.
And I had to kind of and then I was like, okay, this is good. Name of that Wes Anderson?
Yeah, Wes Anderson movies. They're incredibly aesthetic, pleasing movies.
Sure.
But I think the writing and the acting is great.
Well, no acting,
Yeah.
just king, queen of clubs, standard
down.
open raise, and A6 avoids temptation out of the big blind. Somebody just wrote, I didn't know Dave Attell plays poker on that Krimsky shot. Well played. Too Fat Matt in the YouTube streets. There is very Attell-like undertones beneath those sunglasses. American comedian.
I think he was just in town, actually. I remember seeing a billboard last week for him. Oh, I can't stop seeing it now. You're right. Jeez.
By the way, we were asleep at the wheel on our Bill Murray moment, as Stan from Westport points out, Groundhog Day. Also
Of
a
course,
wonderful one.
yes.
He's done so many
Yeah.
through the years, by the way.
I mean, Ghostbusters was
The original
Yes,
Ghostbusters,
yeah.
yes. There's no other version that has really...
Well, I mean, the second one was fine.
But with the original
Yeah, the
crew,
original
I mean,
cast,
that. But since then, all the other
The
stuff that
remake
they've
and,
got, just leave it
the
alone.
Frozen Empire. No, yeah,
Stop.
I'm done.
Well, Sean Halls may not be done. Pocket sevens, big blind, facing the cutoff open from a frisky Victor.
Does have a stack to shove and a hand to shove with. See if he finds it.
Oh, he declares all in here. And always relieved not to have to sweat it at all.
No one asked for a count. No one uses a time bank.
Breathing easy. Somewhere inside of that technical windbreaker.
How old do you think he is? The Masked Man. I know it's tough to tell.
How are we supposed to know? You got a guess?
I mean, I think a go-to guess is always like 31, 32. Just
Sean
to-
Halls?
yeah.
Okay.
Sixth race, 50,000.
What if he's 15? Maybe that's the whole thing.
Then I love the outfit choice.
Yeah, right. Well played, son.
Is this 18 and up?
I don't know. I want to say yes, 18, but yeah, I think it is 18.
Yeah, makes some sense.
Someone in the chat knows. Blom, staying active, raised to 50K, flatted by the King Jack on the button. Mietzel came along, doesn't find anything of interest on a 9-8-4 board. No follow through out of Victor.
Dick with the King of Diamonds is nice. Probably worth a stab. Let's control it.
9 pairs on the turn.
When you defend out the big blind, especially in multi-way pots, and it comes low and it checks through, it's always not always, but it's always a good idea in my mind to give a little stab out there, whether you hit something or not. He's taking advantage. I like this bet. Just rep the low cards and assume they have big cards. I think we're down to 7 tables in play. That's probably about right. Getting it down to it.
We really called the herd in a hurry today. Started decent way outside of the bubble. I'd say it was 126, was it? Now here we are.
Yeah, that sounds right.
53 remaining.
Yeah, it took a while to get the bubble to burst, but yeah, it's been pretty steady action.
27,100 euros, the flat payout. Through to 47 players at that point. Top 47 will secure 30,300 at a minimum. Sean Hall's looking to secure some blinds, and he's going to have a tough time. As Miadzel, pocket aces.
Nice.
Announces the 3-bet, clears the throat, and will likely be clearing the deck as well. Just depends on sizing a bit here. Krivsky makes no meal of ace-6, back around.
Doesn't seem likely he'll continue. I was about to say he's kind of fortunate he doesn't have a slightly better hand here to really consider jamming or even peeling. This could be just a little bit of posturing. Does use the time bank though.
I mean, we could speculate if we wanted to. It wouldn't be in keeping with Sean Hall's approach that we've observed thus far. And obviously it's pricey with just 575 back. And he gets shown the 2 aces. Flips his palms up as if to say, what does it take?
Oh, and everyone left.
Well, the absence of players and the presence of empty racks can mean only one thing. It is break time. And while the players will be continuing on through the end of level 21, apparently this feature table will be giving way to go elsewhere because our coverage has come to a close, Justin. I got to tell you, it's been a pleasure having you in here. Quite a few people in the YouTube chat stepping in to say that perhaps there's a little bit of mischievous synergy between the two of us in here. Who knows?
That could be our tandem nickname.
It could be our undoing, buddy. What do you mean?
That's true. That could be the reason we have no job soon.
Good times, of course, and the times aren't over. As still 2 more days of play remain here in the World Series of Poker Europe main event, day 3 in the books in terms of coverage. We'll come back tomorrow, 8 a.m. Pacific time, slated to be the beginnings of our coverage. But for now, it is a good night. On behalf of our entire team and Justin Young, this is Ali Najad saying see you tomorrow. Peace.